Good morning, good afternoon. We got about 2 minutes to post. Happy Preakness Day. I'm here with one of my most favorite analysts of all from EquinEdge, Oldy, and then one of the best bettors I know, and Mr. Matt Miller. We got 2 minutes, guys. I covered this race on the preview show with I believe it was Mike Saletta. I'm trying to remember on Thursday. Oldy, Mike and I both thought this was a 2-horse race. I thought it was between the 5 and 3. I see Hot Rod talking about the 7, the current favorite, but I'm on Zeitlos. But what were your thoughts here?
I thought this was a 2-horse race also. Maybe Rags has something that everybody else doesn't here, but I don't get it on the 7 at all. Hot Rod, I mean, this horse is class compromised in this race. And, the DePaz horses don't win races like this either. And they barely beat a group of 68s. It's almost a 10-point SOR increase. I just don't see it. This is bad money being thrown on the 7 here. The system's saying it's only 8%. Horses with GSRs that low don't win races like this very often when they're in there with horses like the 3 and the 5. I did think there might not be enough pace for the 5 here. That's my only concern on Zeitlos, and why I thought it was a 2-horse race. The data says One Magic Filly is 40% to win here, being top pick, top win, and top SOR.
Mr. Matt Miller, any thoughts?
Yeah, I would say looking at the will pays, and if you go back to the probables, the 7 is still the third choice in those other pools. And just to remind you, the win pool is only one pool. So even looking at the doubles going out of this race, it's not being bet there like the favorite to this extent. That said, it's a pet peeve problem for me. 9 to 5 in the morning line and some closing off at something higher than that is generally chilly and something I don't love to follow. So I agree. In what felt like a 2-horse race, those factors for me are what lead me to Zeitlos the 5.
All right. Well, I will tell everybody, Oldy and Matt already know this, but anybody in the chat. So I played a $35 pick 5 or pick 4 that started 3 legs ago. I played single here. So I'm on the 5 and then all. So I did have the 55 to 1 in leg 2. I would love the 5. I agree with you, Oldy. I thought it was a 2-horse race. So placed a little bit of saver on One Magic Filly. Just it was only a $35 50-cent ticket. I will be very excited on this show if the 5 wins, and we will have fun in the next race. But that's what horse racing's about.
Did you bet enough on the 3 that you'll be happy also?
Yes. No, yes, man. And it's funny because I think playing this game such a long time, you can have letdowns and all of that. And Oldy, I'm going to flip over to we can show Pimlico, so kudos to them, which is incredible. But no, it was my first bet of the day, Matt. I'm like, I'm just going to play my opinion in this sequence. And so, on such a cheap kind of ticket and – you getting a horse like that of the 12, because I would have never used that horse. You kind of have to be just like,
But let me argue with you for a second. So, yeah, it's a cheap ticket, but you're live to something that's pretty substantial. And if the 5 hits here and you're live to all in the next race, okay, with the favorite, it's still going to be pretty decent with that huge long shot that you got. And so I would say forget
horses approaching the starting gate.
There's inherent value in that ticket right now.
Yeah.
For that reason, I would want to cover myself off here a little bit just to make, if the other logical horse that I am afraid of beating me wins, I think you're in too good a spot to just get screwed. I think you're in a spot to still make a little money at least.
Matt, are you better off playing a 3 to all double into the next?
Well, you're just kind of replicating what would have happened. I mean, I don't.
But it's too late to. You didn't see the 50 to 1. You weren't sure that the 50 to 1 was going to hit in the last. So
in terms of how to play it from here, I wouldn't get cute. If I'm afraid of this horse beating me, I would cover off this horse beating me. And by that,
presented by Hard Rock.
That's not getting fancy in exactas or doubles or any. It would just be a straight win bet, and that would be that. But let's forget that talk and just read the 5.
Go 5.
Apple picker.
You're afraid he's going to be too far back, I'm assuming. That's the fear.
Me?
I mean, that's my thought, is there's not
Bobby
enough speed.
Clouds.
That horse appears to need pace to
One
run
Magic
into.
Filly.
Hey, CB. Sylvain, Jay, Wiz, Alan,
Evo.
Gary.
Well, let's go, though. I hope I'm wrong. I want the 5 to win.
The 7's still 6-5. It's crazy.
It's all hot rods money.
Zytlos. Striker has dial.
Horatio
Five,
is the
Striker
5.
has
As
dial.
much as you guys like the movie Airplane, I'm surprised Stryker didn't get a little more play here.
I didn't have time to
Yep.
finish to write everything I wanted in terms of notes, because I was going to go striker, 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 head striker.
And they're off. Disco Evo gonna boogie right to the front. Striker has dial there on the outside with
The
good
three's
speed.
probably
And
not
Happy
gonna win from
Clouds
back
on
there.
inside in third, and Zytlos settles in fourth
Not too far
position. A
back.
gap of 3 in the back. Our one Magic Filly and Apple Picker. They're sharing last position, some 8 off the pace. Disco Evo shows the way from Striker has dial, but 3/4 of a
Big
length as
odds
roll
change.
past
Look
that
at that.
half-mile pole. Happy Clouds is in
Big,
third, and
big odds
Zytlos
change.
is in fourth
Yep.
position, ridden along for a little more. In between horses is around the far turn. Zytlos starting to rally now from fourth, almost third. Outside of that is one Magic Filly, and Apple Picker is last of them all. Midpoint on the turn. They're racing toward the quarter pole.
Come on,
Hard
baby.
stretch. Striker has dialed. Disco Evo down to the inside. Zytlos out to the center of the track, still with a chance. Zytlos out of the center of the track, and Striker has dialed. They're coming down to settle it.
Come
for the
on,
final
Jose!
round together, getting away.
Get him,
now.
baby!
Disco Evo in
Get him!
third.
Get him!
Zytlos
Get
in
him!
that
Get him!
Striker
Get
has
him!
dialed. One Magic Filly has
Come
picked
on!
up third out
Come
in the
on.
middle of the Pimlico course.
Get
And
up!
here's Zytlos.
Oh,
yes!
Zytlos and Jose Ortiz in the Skipat Stakes from Striker has
Boom!
Way
dial.
to
One
go,
Magic
Justin.
Filly.
That's
and
how we
Disco
start
Evo.
the day. Jose, I talked about him all the time at Fairgrounds. The guy is riding out of his mind. He picks up top GSR, just the best horse here, Oldy.
Minute 11.20.
I mean, when the 3 broke dead last, that the race in my mind was over, because the 7 was never going to win.
Right? I mean, the 7
Okay.
obviously ran an okay race. The 3,
All the money that went on the 7 to me was throwaway money. Like,
yes.
it just
Yeah.
meant that you were getting a better price on the horses that had a chance to win.
Yeah,
I mean,
Wow.
Disco Stu or Disco Evo, whatever his name is, wasn't going to win there.
you got to get to these shows on time, because you don't just hand out 3-1 winners like that. And I'll take that for myself too. I'm thrilled I joined you guys when I did. That's a
5, 7,
spectacular
3, 4.
today. Nice job. guys.
Well, the part of it though, I will tell you, like, is, hey Steph's my girlfriend. I'm like, hey, this is what's happening right now. So like, you got to tune in. But but I talked about Zytlos on the preview show, Matt. It's my only kind of comment. Like, hey, for everybody who's new here, Oldy and I cover a lot. Scotty jump on, and we had some guests this week, and we talked about Zytlos in a 2-horse race. Mike Saletta and I did, and Mike covers the show, Matt. So I just, watched that. And the only thing I would also say is I appreciate you talking with me, because you're one of the, if not the best better I know, Matt. Like, seriously, better, and you probably, and I appreciate you taking a few minutes there, because to your point, the ticket had a lot of value, right? So like, play it right to still have a score, right? So.
Right, and I don't think you're going to care that much about that win bet, especially if the favorite doesn't win the last race. That will be beyond an afterthought.
So we'll look at the next race at Pimlico. It's a tough one on the turf. We've seen bombs the last 2 days. This race is tough.
Good.
Zytlos.
But 3-1 on Zytlos is insane.
Hard Rock.
I mean, this was my note said.
Here, Oldy, let me
I missed the exacta though. I said a 3-5 exacta made perfect sense. Here, let me actually. So yeah, look at my note.
I got you.
And Wiz, I agree. 3-1.
In this group.
It's not that often I make a nice size bet and the odds go up a full point before I can look back and see what happened. That odd shift at the end was just crazy. How so one Magic Filly ended up not so chilly on the board. She ended up at even money, and that would have been far scarier 5 minutes before post. But for that to happen right as everything corrects,
yeah,
okay, that's fine. But yeah, Striker still ended up. All right, I'm going to interrupt myself because, Justin, I'm sure your level of excitement is going to be high. I'm going to wait for these will pays to show up. I've got the screen ready for you.
No, yeah, I'm getting a tweet ready, Oldy, and just to try to get some people to join the show as we get to watch that next race. So,
all right,
so you're not as good as I thought. I'm just going to tell you.
Yeah, it's okay, Oldy.
They're good.
Yeah, I'm going to argue with Oldy and say, yeah, they are. And here's why I'm going to say that. Look at the lowest one.
Because in my opinion, Oldy, the way I was playing what I expected to be two extremely chalky favorites. In my 3-1 on Zeitlos is insane. Booth was chalk for me, and I think you agreed, Oldy. I saw your daily double, right? But go ahead, Matt.
Justin, your lowest one is just a shade under $2,000.
Yeah,
that's fine. Yeah,
and I'll also tell you, I don't like that horse.
Well,
what's the 6? The 6 was my top pick, Matt.
$3,000. So
$3,000, and Justin, look at my note on the 6. And we didn't talk before because I've been out of town in essentially a bomb shelter all week.
Yeah.
3 horses at $2,000, 2 horses at $3,000, 1 horse at $4,700. So you don't necessarily have the wild, $100,000 crazy horse, but the minimum score is $2,000, and you have that across a few. So I would argue that this was a ticket well handicapped because I was all prepared, frankly, to sit here and yell at you in this last race that you're going to have to bet 3 Havanas. You're going to have to bet something on that horse because the payouts are too different, and it would be such a shame. Yeah. No, they're all kind of paying that baseline level. So I truly think, and you've got $1,000 coming back extra if your top pick wins. So this is one sit on your hands, just watch and enjoy. Congratulations. What a nice job.
It'll be fun. All right. We'll get back to Oldy, we can show Woodbine, correct?
Yeah, we got it.
So I'll I'll kind of lead if you want to talk first, but you want me to run the race sim here? We got 2 minutes. Okay.
Sure. And this is the start of the Woodbine 20-cent pick 5. Not that you necessarily want to play that unless there's an opportunity to beat a couple favorites here, because 20 cents doesn't pay out all that well.
It does if you bet it 20 times.
And when you're dealing with small fields, I don't know that you want to bump up your base all that much here.
Mm-hmm.
And it's cheapo maiden claimers. I wouldn't be getting too connected.
Yeah, I wouldn't be running to play this on a day like today. If I were going to do anything here, I would single the 1 in race 4 at 8-1.
How much do you want? Like $50?
Yeah, here, I would play it.
Here, you can, if you either tell me.
I'm going to give you something here. Hold on, give me a sec. But yeah, keep in mind, $50 is like $100. It's actually more than $100.
It's like 120.
50-cent pick 5. So that's probably too rich. It's probably like $35 you want to play this at.
Okay.
All right. So here's what I'm doing. I'm going to single the 1 in race 5. and pray that it gets the lead, or I'm going to single the 3 in race 6. I'm leaning towards singling the 3 in race 6 and going 2 by. It's the pace advantage on the 3 is almost 40 points.
I mean, this horse, 2 back, it stopped, but off the layoff, trainer 0 for 28, if that adds anything to Super Sicily, Oldy, off the layoff. The 1 here, I mean, this horse run well at the distance even. Trainer. I'll let you do you. You tell me. What do you?
I got to hurry and come.
I like the 1 better than the 3 in the last.
I just think the 3 in the last has such a pace advantage. All right, here's what it came up with. So the system wants to go 2-5 in the first.
Yeah.
Which I'm fine. 1, 3, 5, 6. 2, 4, 5, 7, 8. 1, 4 through 6, and then single the 3 in the last.
Okay. How much? You might have to flip to the video.
$32 base.
How much was the base?
$32. But you could probably also play a nice double. If you don't want to risk all that, you could probably just play a nice double from race 5 to race 6. Because the will pays on the double to the 3 in the last are probably going to be in race 5 are probably going to be nice.
Or just play the double in the first 2 legs of this and scrap the longer legs. These doubles pay nicely. There's an even money shot that because the next race is pretty open, the cheapest double is 9-1. The next one's 10-1. I'm jumping in with quick advice. I'd be playing.
You play the 2 to the
2 over your top 2 favorite horses in the next race.
Well, just real quick, what was race 5?
Race 5 was 1, 4 through 6.
Okay. I think I got your ticket. Yeah, there's your ticket. Okay. Right? 1, 3, 5, 6, 2, 4, 5, 7, 8.
1, 4, 5, 6.
You have about 5 seconds.
No,
yeah,
yeah. I'm pretty sure that was your ticket, Oldy. So, all right. Let me, Oldy, will you switch the video over?
Yeah, give me 1 second here.
Ils sont pas. Oh, no, wrong track. Sorry.
Susie, we're here. What show?
Oh, so they're definitely running. And you're not going to get me to do one of these BS race calls. I'm just terrible at it. But at the moment, it looks bad.
2.5 to People over on the outside Castle Harbour, and a break of 4 to Bigaloo tapped up. Last, True Shot. Down to the final quarter, and out in front, Glorious Revenge has come through to be in front. Trouble here, dropping off is Hard Reload. Coming is Alpha Caden to the level, and People swings into the centre of the track, coming on. And as they come down the stretch, is dangerously after the 2, and is the menacing threat to Alpha Caden, who's gone to the front. And now drifting to the inside, People changing course. Alpha Caden in front. People on the inside balancing up to make a race of it, but Alpha Caden fighting for his one Flores. Alpha Caden spearing to the wire. Alpha Caden in a head bob with People. A photo for the win against a True Shot,
Matt,
and then came Castle Harbour.
I mean, how many extra yards did this horse just have to boogie down the line? Are you kidding?
You might have gotten it anyways.
You're giving people hope.
A photo finish here. First quarter, 22 and 1, the half 45 and 4, and 58 and 3 with the 5/8. The time 1:5:50.
Don't give the people hope.
But the mare is after the post.
Don't give the people hope. We lost. I have this. We can re-energize with one of these. With Chris not here, I do feel badly. He had a cannon. My wife has been warned that I have a sport and safety horn. Purchase that. I have a whole box full of these things ready to go.
We need like a Blackhawks goal horn.
I looked into it. If you can, you probably can believe it. I looked into it.
Fields sent on their way in the Preakness Stakes. Easy Goer dwelt and was slow to begin.
I must have another
Houston
sound
has
on
rushed to
here,
the lead under
'cause I hear
Angel
Easy
Bandera,
Goer.
Northern Wilf on the outside.
And Easy
Wow.
Goer
Rising
hasn't run
at the
since
rail.
1988,
That
so
Valenzuela has
or
Sunday silence in the
89.
gold cap tucked right there in fourth. Dancer's in fifth position.
You,
4
Oldy,
lengths
you
off
have
the lead.
to.
Another
Yeah, I'll
length
get
back
it
to
after.
Easy
Well,
Goer. In behind Easy
let's
Goer
see
is Rock
the-
Point. And Hawks
The
to the
winner is
top.
5.
Yep.
Out
Sorry,
in
Matt.
second is 2. People
They
are
head
people.
to
And
the
I
third
did
is
get that
Fortune
in,
Shot.
though.
And number 7, Castle Harbour, was 4th. 5, 2, 4, 7 on the second race, the unofficial order.
We got Monmouth coming up.
Yeah, I had Matt on the show, on the preview show on Thursday. Do you know that he was up? He was announcing Finger Lakes during the middle of the week.
Yeah, because what's his name had Anthony Stabile, Stable, whatever however he pronounced his last name, had a health issue.
Oh, really? That's not good.
Yeah.
Matt
And had
said,
to quit mid-meet.
Matt said, he's like, I was driving from Oakland, got the call, and had to make a detour from Monmouth Park over to Finger Lakes. But Monmouth, great turf racing too, Oldie. But looks like they're going. Well, we got about 5 minutes to race 3. Beautiful day in Jersey.
Yeah, but I'm gonna pull up your screen here. Here we go.
I got you. All right, let's Winky, a gold badge 4-1. Let's watch the race sim first. All the money currently going to the 5. 3 gonna have
Tinky Winky.
It's true.
It was a Teletubby.
Yeah.
Can you name the others?
No.
Hold on. Tinky Winky, Dipsy, La La, Po. That's all 4 of them. That's unbelievable. And I can still sing the song. That's ridiculous. That was a freaky show.
Now, could I sing a bunch of Wiggles songs? Yes. My kids were never into the Teletubbies.
Jonas.
Yeah, mine were not either.
In my life. I don't care. I'm not embarrassed.
Mine were not into the Teletubbies either. I agree.
I could sing entire Wiggle songs without even having to think about it. Like that, they would just come out and then they'd be stuck in my head for days. In fact, one of them is already stuck in my head just from having this conversation.
Would it be fruit salad by any chance?
It would not be yummy yummy, but it would be quack 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 cock-a-doodle-doo.
Mm-hmm.
And see, I even have the hand symbols there too from the dance. Quack 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 cock-a-doodle-doo.
Yeah, I love Captain Feathersword. I'm with you.
Yeah, that was my son's favorite. That and the big red car.
Your son's favorite, right?
No, it really was. He had a big red car that he drove around the house in, and he would ram into things, and my wife would get really mad. And he would answer things in school as maybe it's the big red car, like in kindergarten or preschool.
That's what I'm doing. Yeah.
So Winky Winky and Factor Bella.
That Winky Winky looks tough here at 3-1, taking late money though. There's a lot. I mean, the thing I thought about the 3 year, I mean, just dropping Oldie, hasn't been on the lead really in a while. Did get the lead here, but got kind of pressed, right? 3 back, dueled, was on the rail inside. Now gets off the rail for Winky Winky. And you know, I thought that Winky Winky would be tough here. I thought the EquinEdge picks, the 3-7 made a lot of sense. I mean, 7's first time Ness. You always know what's going to happen there. You know, and ran well. I mean, hit the board last out on the rail in a 64. But that's where I saw this, Oldie. Was just really 3-7 for me.
Yeah, I think it's 3. I don't love the 3 to be honest, but it is a decent drop here. I'd probably be 3-6-7.
The only
I think the
thing
6
I
has a
like
decent
about the
shot here to
6,
sit.
I mean, look at all this money that got burned at 56 and 58s.
Yeah.
I mean, this horse hasn't won, Oldy. It has one race. It's won, and it likes to get second and third. It hasn't won since 9-4 of 23 when it broke its maiden.
I mean, you're making a case to use it underneath, though, because it does finish in the money a lot.
Yeah, it's probably going to come 3-7-6 like the Scotty picks. Just play it cold 3-7-6. I didn't really love the race, but I had enough confidence. I just thought you could beat the 6 with the 3 or 7.
Well, the 2 Tavin's cold on the board and loves to finish second against weaker.
Yeah. In the chat, there's nothing wrong with the 7, Diane. I think the 7 for sure has a shot. To me, it was 3 or 7. Mosienko. I mean, first time Ness, 1-2 back, had been facing a lot tougher. I mean, it's an 8-year-old mare. I mean, she's ran a ton in her career, but she looks to be in form. So,
and the 5's the one taking all the money. It seems like.
But I don't think this horse is going to get the lead, would be my concern. And can that horse really rate? I don't see it, but
I mean, it could be stubborn on the lead if it does. But again, it's been mostly racing against weaker.
yeah. But that was my point on the 3. I mean, this horse is coming from 60, 64, 62s. It won at Delaware. It's been at Laurel, and this horse been running, and it's just been facing tougher. And you got to, I mean, if the 5 gets the lead, okay. But I don't know. I just thought the 3 was the likely one to get the lead. 7-2 is amazing.
Look at the 11 in the next.
Try to beat the 1 here. All has speed, going 2 churns. Race
Looks like it
sim.
was maybe off the turf or something with all those scratches.
Yeah, it was. It was originally on the turfs, and then they scratched off. GSR says fine to go 2 churns. Hasn't been going 2 churns. The GSR goes up 1-2 back in a 42. Yeah, this horse, Oldy, for Kathleen, that was a 56 last out. This is a 44. Yeah. I mean, they in for a tag, but I mean, they obviously knew that this horse had some, somewhat of a talent at the right level, but they just stepped up into optional claim, and now they drop back into claiming. But yeah, no, I agree with you. I think the 11 has a shot. The 7s burned money at this level. 1 for 13. The 4, 1 for 6. Maybe needs a little bit of a drop, in my opinion. And then you have the 1 who's going to take all the money, and this horse fits, but so you look at the 1 who's going to be even money, and the 11, I don't know what's going to be, but I mean, 1 of 42 and then face 2 tough and hit the board, where the 1 of 36 and can't win at this level. It is a drop, I guess. So it does drop a little bit, 2 points, but.
And the dirt efforts on the 1 were poor.
All right, let's flip over. They're about to go. I'm on the 3 or 7.
So I'm playing 3-6-7 to the 11 in a double.
Okay.
So the 3 just bumped up a ton at the end.
6 wins the break.
The 7 came down to be the favorite. And the
what happened to the sound?
I don't know why there's no. Did you switch the screen over?
Yeah. No, it's on. Here, unpress that.
I don't know why Matt's not running sound-wise. You can see the sound's on. After
How do you unpress a button?
It's there. It's just quiet.
How do you unpress?
You know what I meant.
Yeah, I did.
It's a good trip. Comes on again in the 3 path after getting a breather. What a world on a whole
threatening.
Here she's 4 off the pace factor.
Is that Paco? No, it's someone else with a look back.
Dropped out of it. Mosienko still at the tail as they swing for home. Winky on the outside, still with the edge here. Just be you losing contact with that rival. Tavin trying to come on.
Get off.
Flying finish down the center.
Not happening.
Winky in front from Just Be You. Factor Bella, Tavin, those two moving after Winky. Who's finding more? Winky.
Oh!
I'll take it.
Over Factor Bella, then Tavin.
So I can tell you the
That
11,
horse was 5-1. 5-1, I will tell you.
That was a hit, guys. That was a good one. 5-1 we got at the end there. Holy shit.
That's insane.
That's twice now. You say normally that doesn't happen and that the board favored you.
Jeez, twice in a row.
What's happening in racing, Matt? Like, I mean, that horse was dropped. I can't believe that horse was 5-1. I really can't.
So let's take a look for a second at what happened there. The one which was like completely off the radar finished as the favorite.
What?
What? I mean, that horse, that wasn't even in the conversation when we were going through this stuff. Finished as the 5-2 co-favorite with the 7, which kind of does make sense. The 5 came up a little bit, which we kind of expected, but yeah, the Teletubby horse, holy shit, I was not expecting that's fantastic. All right, it's been a fun time, guys. I'm going to go get another bag of popcorn. I'll see you for the Belmont. Oh my gosh.
That's insane. 5-1. In the 6, Oldy was 6-1. So you should have played the exacta. 7 didn't run. It still blows my mind. I mean, that literally blows my mind.
Well, all the late double money appears to have gone on the 11 in the next two.
Well, that's
the one was a heavy favorite in the double last time I looked, and now I'm looking at the probables, and the favorite in the doubles was 7-11.
Do you want to know what the odds played pretty true? The exacta paid 35-1, so 5-1 over 6-1.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
But I do want to make fun of you guys a little bit, even talking about that. This horse just paid 5-1 to win. Like, really, what else are you trying to get out of this? I mean,
it was 2-1, 3-1 when it went in the gate.
That could have come in second, and so you would have needed to be a little spready there. And you're getting spready around a really respectable 5-1 shot. That I don't know. And so I'm not really ripping you guys, but I'm trying to get listeners to think a little differently about this stuff. 5-1 with a decent sized win bet is plenty. It's a solid score.
Well, 5-1 on any win bet. You just want to find winners. Yeah. But I love the Teletubby horse. What a way to start the day.
Started it with Zylos. That was a way to start the day. So we're doing all right here. I was about to yell at you guys on Preakness Day for messing around with Monmouth, but at this point, we don't have to change the channel if you don't want to.
Oldy, let's go to Pimlico though. We'll catch Gulfstream later. I thought the early part of that card was kind of blah. And then I thought that the Pimlico race, the race sim thought this thing was like basically wide open.
I mean the race sim had a horse one of the few horses that I think doesn't really have a chance to winning.
So the 4 has the big GSR drop, Charlene's Dream, and GSR, I'm not sure. I got to pull out my notes. Well, my notes aren't there, but I'm not sure that she can take them all the way, Oldy. But she was 9%, did have a 9-2 E morning line. When you look at the morning lines from EquinEdge, Matt, it's anywhere from 5-2 to 6-1. And morning line, there was a couple scratches. The morning line odd maker probably, missed the 3 and 4 a little bit, but the race sim has the 3 winning, the 8's sparkle blue right there. But I thought that Austere, and Oldy, I'll let you talk about it since you put your note in here, but I thought this horse had a big shot.
Yeah. I mean, the reason you're not seeing it is because this horse was on synthetic and had a 17-point GSR drop on synthetic, but was running in grade 2s and grade 3s and even a grade 1 on turf. And now comes back to turf here. And, you're getting 9-1, which is insane to me here for Brett when you have Brendan Walsh and IRAD. When do you get 9-1 on IRAD? I thought the 7-3 Havanas was questionable here. I thought the 9 Way to Be Marie could win, but was very pace dependent. And wasn't necessarily better than the 8 or the 6. And at 3-1, and the data screams the 2 who can rate and is fast.
Queen of the Mud.
That's more than 30% of the time that horse is going to win. But I just think it's going to set up for somebody like the 6 or the 8 here.
Yeah, you saw it very similar to me. I was 6'8", 3", but I liked Austere, Oldy, like you talked about. I love the GSR jump, and those were both stakes races, obviously over at Turfway Park. That's a big jump to get back to the turf. And to your point, I mean, this horse has run on the turf. I think Walsh was just probably getting her some races maybe, and like, okay, let's get her some races here as then maybe where they're appointed here in the spring. So, she has some layoff lines, but she ultimately came back and they dropped her into a grade 3, which I'm like, well, you still had a lot of confidence, right? And so now they get back to grade 3 company. And to your point, yes, prior to the layoff lines, right? But she obviously had talent back there to run in grade 1. I mean, in grade 3, she didn't hit the board, but she ran on and ran 5th. So there does seem there's cheap speed up there, Oldy. And, when you look, she might be far back, and that'd be the only knock based upon how that turf course. I mean, nobody seemed to be really closing, but I still like her at the price.
Or is the question on the 4 the extra half furlong? Because if this race was a mile, we wouldn't be talking about the GSR on the 4. It's not a matter of not wanting the turf. It's a question of the distance to me. Because this horse is won against 70s at a mile. And
on the 4 horse.
Yeah. Gets Rispoli aboard is 11-1, 9-2 on the E-Morning line, which is telling you something. We lost Justin, though. There we go. So it's not impossible. It's just a matter of whether that horse can get the distance. I don't think the speed is cheap. I just think there might be too much of it here.
Yeah. I'm just going to jump in, and it's funny because I thought one of you was going to finish a sentence differently. As you were talking about what the data was screaming at you, I thought for sure the answer was going to be past the race. I swear I thought the answer was going to be past the race. So let's not forget what those will pay showed us. This thing was wide open, wide open. There were only 2 horses with kind of an aberrational bump in the average payout. And so as I talk about you saying 3 Havanas isn't worth it at 5-2, yeah, I'd agree with that. And how you get to 3-1 on the 9, I'm not, that's not much better. And 3-1 on the 2 isn't much better. And you're essentially looking at a bunch of the field that's offering a not great value on the win end. I don't know. And I still haven't heard one of you express a huge definitive opinion on anything. This, especially on a course that's playing like such a mess. I don't know. This for me is kind of a small action bet. I really don't have the patience to do nothing, but I'd be urging caution on this one as well.
I thought the Ancient World, Oldie, would be tough in the next race. I don't know what your perspective was on race 8, but that would have been where I would have been looking at. And I still like my horses. I was 6'8", but I like the 6 quite a bit. So that would be mine, but I'm not going to probably play a match. I'm just going to watch the race because I don't really
you're going to get an extra $1,000 if you're right. Bingo. Like, you don't have to do a thing. I mean, you're so well set up. But for the rest of us, I don't know. I mean, do you really want to start a sequence with all? No. I mean, that's really not great if you can help it. I mean, sometimes it works out nicely, but I'm just saying, I'm looking here at 3 horses at 3-1, none of which feel compelling. There's one at 9-2 that, frankly, the way the 3 horses being bet is probably the most curious to me of all. But I don't really have an opinion here other than just weigh your bets so that you're not betting the same amount on this race as you are on the Preakness, or saying it better, don't waste your Preakness betting money on this race. You're going to feel real dumb to have a low bankroll going into that because of this.
All right,
Yeah,
they're I think about to go on to the turf course. The the doubles aren't bad into the 3 in the next race. I see the 8's actually the favorite.
I thought it was 3-7-4 for me in the next race.
Yeah, I was 3-7, so I could see that.
Oh, we're going to talk about the 8 in the next race. That's owned by Friends, and it's one of the best named horses I've ever seen when you look at the parents of that horse. But we'll get to that.
Okay.
Oh, it's owned by Friends.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
All right, we're going to jump over to Pimlico. Yeah, Sparkle Blue was my second pick, CB. 5-1's not a bad price. 9-1 on Austere is amazing. In a race, in the odds board now, you can see it's becoming a little more wide open, right? We have 3 horses at 3-1, 1 at 9-2. The 4 horse, the longest shot on the board at 10-1.
Yeah, this will be a fun one just to root for you, Justin. I'm especially with your floor being $2,000. Okay, I think we all just sit here rooting for this to be the 4, the 3, or the 8, or the 6. Those are all more than your minimum, so that would be great.
Well, it's 6 because I was 6-8-3.
Another pick 5.
All right, so 6 and 8. Let's just focus on those.
The horses making their way onto the turf course.
Hot Rod, I think so. I think it will that, you know, in this in this race. I mean, I understand where you're coming from because it seemed like maybe speed could be dangerous, but we'll see. You also have Irad. You know, I mean, Irad's always aggressive, and if you go back to the turf race 2 back, the horse that won had never been in that position before. So I think jockeys are going to be aggressive here on the turf course today. So I would watch that just on how it's probably playing. So.
Yeah, I think Oldy said something before about a horse being overly pace dependent. And I wouldn't want to have to depend on anything on this turf course right now. So I agree with you. In general, you tend to control your own destiny.
The horses approaching the starting gate.
Well, I mean, the late money's all going to the 9. Right now, at least.
Well, and that just shows people think that the pace is going to stop in this race. So.
No, I mean, it's just funny. Looking at the doubles, the 2, the 3, the 7, and the 9, they all pay the same. Actually, the 2 is the cheapest. And
they
the
reach the starting gate.
So,
Gallorette Stakes presented by
why is it 5-1 when it's the same price as everyone else in all the other pools? There are inefficiencies sometimes like that.
Hey, Tony. Good to see you.
But yeah, the pick 3 pool, it's the 2 and the 7 and the 9 again. Yeah. So this is about
Queen of the Mud.
Let's see.
Ocean Club.
9.
Charlene Stream.
7-1. 6.
Loading in front of the Turfside Terrace crowd here at Old Hilltop. Austere. Gray filly, 3 Havanas.
And Oldy, we always appreciate
Sparkle Blue.
Pimlico that they let us show
Yeah.
racing, especially on a day like this.
And you know, let's tip a hat to Maryland racing in general, because I know that they are big supporters of EquinEdge as well.
And they're off in the Gallorette Stakes. Queen of the Mud, good break from the great. And here's Charlene's Dream there on the outside. Charlene's Dream going to go on. Queen of the Mud will settle back in second after sharp start. Ocean Club in between horses.
Oh, that seven's
Way
like
to
quarter
Be
horse
Marie is
size.
fourth in the early stage.
Yeah.
Pace not too fast up front there. Outside Way to Be Marie is now fourth at 3 wide into the first turn run. Ground saving is all
Took a bunch of late money.
Sparkle Blue is in between horses.
Stop the
Only
race
now
4.5
for Dawson.
from the pacemaker.
The
And
6
3
being good
Havanas
ground
in the
saving
back of
trip,
the
too.
pack as they round that turn. So leading the way out there is Charlene's Dream. Reese Billet trying to nurse along on the pace. Leads about a length and a quarter from Ocean Club and Queen of the Mud. Back third on the inside. Way to Be Marie is in fourth. Austere is fifth on the inside. Here's Sparkle Blue, still about a half dozen lengths on the pace. And last is 3 Havana still. Not much change. Charlene's Dream,
Kind of an
the one
easy
to
lead
catch,
for the
has
four
a
here.
2-length advantage.
Come
Coming
on,
into the far
Oldy.
turns
Don't know if
on
he'll get
Ocean
the
Club,
distance,
second
but-
spot. Then outside is Way to Be Marie third. Queen of the Mud right there in fourth. Austere is under a bit of pressure, dropping back around the far turn run. Sparkle Blue really got a motor on from second to last position, and 3 Havanas trailing the field.
Let's go,
Charlene's
Justin.
Dream trying to steal
No,
it
come
from
on.
Ocean Club on the chase on the outside with a
He's
quarter to
going.
go at Pimlico, and they make the
Come
turn.
on, baby.
Charlene's
go.
Dream relaxed up front, still has
Let's
another
go,
gear.
Justin.
Opens up 5 lengths at
No,
the
the 4
360s
gone.
full.
The 4
And
gone.
it's
They're
Charlene's
not
Dream.
catching
Oh,
that.
Charlene's
4-6.
Dream. Charlene's Dream.
I'll
Masterful
pay
ride
ya.
up front by
Right there.
Umberto Rispoli. Has the lead by 6 lengths. Coming
Who's
down to the
the
final
race?
16th of a mile. It is Charlene's Dream. All
That's a
the
good boom.
way.
Not too speed. The question was, can I get the
Second, Ocean
distance?
Club.
And I want to get an
Havanas.
easy lead. I mean,
Oldy, how? But in
Boom.
packs.
No, I wanna. It's my game.
Minute 46.92.
hold on. That has to have a boom.
I'll give you one. Okay. Oh,
Maybe one more boom here.
there's only so much in these things. I don't know.
Wow, that's
Nice job,
that's a good way to start the weekend.
So that paid.
That's what we just talked about wanting to be forwardly placed on a track
Yeah.
where you're not sure how it's playing, and
Just like almost $4,800, Justin.
yeah.
It's
and do you feel badly about the couple hundred you lost covering yourself on that 3 horse? The answer is no way.
No way.
It's so forgotten, and yet
Yeah.
that would have saved your day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, well, exactly. And Matt, the thing I think about too, like as any type of gambler, my buddy he shares tickets and he's great handicapper and he plays on big days. He's actually going to Pimlico today. And he early had a really good ticket and he kind of kicked himself because it didn't hit and stuff. I'm like, hey, it's okay, man. Just forget about it. So to your point, you place that saver bet. If it hits, you don't lose money to start the day. You have a little bankroll. If it doesn't, and now you hit $4,500, I'm as happy as can be.
And you waited. I mean, it's not like you started playing savers in the first or second leg.
Yeah.
You waited until you hit a couple where it made sense to do it. And
Yeah.
Great job overall.
Thank
Great
you.
job.
Yeah. No, I appreciate that. So fun. Hey, this turf course,
Posting
everybody,
number for
like we
Charlene's
talked
Dream
about,
first.
speed.
Off 8 to 1.
Yeah. Well, they also
Austere was second.
let that horse go
The Ocean
almost
Club third.
49 and 2.
3 Havanas finished fourth.
Yeah.
I mean,
9 Way to Be Marie fifth.
All right. We'll watch this Woodbine race, Oldy.
yeah,
I'm
and
going to get some
we're
water, actually. Lost.
we're
Good to
alive
see you.
to going into the second leg of the pick 5 here.
That's going to be champagne,
And there
Justin.
is,
Or did I not get it in?
Yeah.
I didn't get it in,
well, there
apparently.
was no clear-cut favorite. That has really shifted.
Well,
As
I
look
might
at
have a
the
little
betting now,
wine,
it's
Matt,
Stake Mate
depending
13,
on.
who's
I'm
coming
supposed to go to a
9
baseball
5,
game,
take
but
touch into 8 to 5 as they move up
pouring
with
down
Magic
rain here,
Modi,
and we
8
are
Lady,
moved
and
off
Worry
the
Less.
dirt to the turf, but
From the
They
7
might still
furlongs
cancel
shoot
it.
there, almost right. Poetic Amy to gate number 4.
I might be hanging out
Take
here all
My
day.
Bourbon
Oldie.
Neat.
Well, we would love to
Following
have
gate
you.
5.
We have great guests in show today as well. We have
So now the race
besides
favorite
Matt, we have Mike
on the move.
Saletta
Take
coming
My
on,
Bourbon
David
Neat coming off
Harrison,
a
and possibly
playoff
Emily
off
as
a
well.
last start win.
If she can get
And
out
it
of
is on Dean
Hawthorne
Lady,
on time.
Kebe Nichols to the outside gate. Race 3. Fillies and mares are ready and locked up. On their way. Very good start, and going through is Worry Less to put the head in front. Bustling through is Magic Modi on the inside to contest the early lead and comes up to level. And just behind them, Take My Bourbon Neat and On Dean Lady. And going clear is
I
Magic
didn't get
Modi
that
by
pick
about a half
5
a
in
length.
on time. That
Over on the
$32
inside is
one,
Ain't
but
No
if the
Lady,
one
who's
wins
second
here, I'm
last,
going to be
and the trailer
beside
by
myself.
2.5 lengths.
The 4
It is
to 1 on
Poetic
top
Amy
and
all
then
alone
this
at the
one.
back. Showing the way narrowly, it's again
This is
Worry Less joining Magic Mode to the inside, and stalking on their outer is Take My Bourbon Neat. 3 wide, a length away, came on the rails.
Hopefully
Ain't No
somebody
Lady
played
and
it.
On Dean Lady is on the outside. The two ladies race together, a length away at the back to the rail. Poetic Amy. Inside the 3.5 they come. Magic Modi on the
1,
inside
3,
of Worry
5,
Less. Take
6,
My Bourbon Neat still a length behind them. About 2 away, Ain't No Lady, On Dean Lady, and last of all remains Poetic Amy. They swing down to the 5/16. Magic Modi in front, a neck to Worry Less. In behind them, Take My
5's
Bourbon
gonna
Neat
win
now
this race.
coming after them with a very strong move. They're out by about 4 lengths to on the outside On Dean Lady as they corner, and Take My Bourbon Neat taking off to launch for the lead here. And Take My Bourbon Neat has gone up to hit the front. Magic Modi on the inside. They're clear of Worry Less, and down the outer is On Dean Lady. Magic Modi kicking on. Take My Bourbon Neat in a real battle
Maybe
here
not.
with Magic Modi. And coming again in the center is Poetic Amy from the back, but Magic Modi has the lead over Take My Bourbon Neat and is going to outstay them and win by a length. Take My Bourbon Neat faded a
if
little
that
bit.
3 wins
Poetic Amy
the,
third. Behind them
race
was Ain't
6,
No Lady, and out wider,
this thing
Worry
is
Less.
gonna
Last time On
pay
Dean
a
Lady,
ton.
time of 1:24.79.
All right, your Monmouth 11 horse is coming up.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
2 to
It's
1.
currently 2 to 1.
How do you feel about that?
I like that it's getting bet since I was locked in at the double. I don't necessarily think the 1 would be my second choice. I think that's more of a looks like a turf horse based on its performances. Like somebody like maybe the 7 or the 4.
Look
I mean, the
again.
4 is a dirt horse, just a bad dirt horse.
Look again. Oh, God.
I mean, the 11's a
Are they the same yet? They'll be the same in a second. And the 1 and the 11 pay the same into the 1 in the double, which it looks like a sizable favorite in that pool.
I mean, the 11's a 6% ROI in the with the gold badge here.
Well, and wasn't it a gold badge in the last race, Oldy? I'm almost
It was,
positive.
yeah, so it would be a gold badge double if there was such a thing.
Well, you know what, Oldy? I'd be curious to, follow that. I mean, there's probably some ROI angles on that. You know what I mean? I mean,
Yeah.
obviously they don't always win, which is why the ROI is, but positive 6%, back to backs. That's pretty incredible.
Yeah, and we have a 50% number on the 6 in the next instead of the Chad Brown 1 who's taking all the money there. As I look at this,
Those doubles pay nicely.
I mean, the Kathleen horse has its shot here too, Princess Norma. Are there any other first-time starters to worry about? Recent or Pompeii is over the last 24. Well, Mr. Snuffleupagus isn't bad as a first-time starter trainer on the 8. He's 27%. In keeping with our children's show theme here. On the 8 horse, but the system's saying this 6 horse is 50%. It's coming out of Oaklawn, finding an easier group.
You got about 10 seconds.
What's the play? The 11-6 doubles, or 11-6-3 is what I'm saying. Let's bring that up. And they're off. Of course, I didn't get there in fast.
Oldy, you'll have to. I can't see
And it
the
unshared
video.
on me too, of course. The one's on the lead.
What happened to the video though?
When I tried to switch it back to the right tab, it quit on me.
I got you.
And Matt is very quiet, but there is sound.
Yep.
Again. Not you, Matt, the other Matt.
The real Matt.
I wonder. I'm gonna hear all.
He finished as the favorite.
Yeah, and the one, and I don't know if he can rate.
Right
So
there on the outside. A length and a half to Dixie Escape. Shack Revenge. Now there's a gap of 4 to Nezuko, who's being pumped upon by Joey Martinez and not picking up the pace at this point. 50-4 for the half. They're going to turn this into a sprint here. Classy Disposition. Security Lightning, the 2 favorites, about a neck apart as they round the far turn. They're 2 clear of Shack Revenge in third under pressure. Dixie Escape going in the wrong direction. Nezuko well out of it. Top of the stretch. It's a match race at this point. Security Lightning on the outside comes looking for the lead. Classy Disposition sticks to the inside path, and these 2 swing off.
Are you kidding me?
Classy Disposition has something for the final furlong here. Security Lightning behind in second once again. Now 2 back.
Not today.
Disposition's got this 1-1. Classy Disposition, Sandy Marin by 3.
exactly what happens when your horse can't rate.
Stolen on the lead. Security Lightning was second. Shack Revenge third. Then
Well, it's
Dixie Escape.
interesting. Just having listened to you carefully, at least based on what I heard you have. I know you dismissed the 1 kind of quickly. As I looked at those doubles, I ended up just taking them both. I played the 1 and the 11 into both the 1 and the 6, and I'm looking to make some decent profits, if you can believe it, on all that. The doubles ended up paying okay, but that the win price cratered. But I guess my point is sometimes you can take them both if you're having trouble splitting them.
Yeah. No, I thought the 11 would get an easy lead there, and the 11 didn't even try to go to the lead. The 1 got the easy lead at over 50 seconds for the half. It was just too slow.
Yep.
Matt, when do you make that decision? Like, what odds are you trying to get by using,
Good
1 or
question.
2 horses? Do you ever use 3, like, especially if it's a long shot?
Sometimes, and my math is really simple. You're looking at an even money shot, and so I'm basically thinking, all right, if I do 2 $1 doubles, or if I bet 2 to win, and so I need to be obviously doing a heck of a lot better than the $4 win price. And when I look at those doubles and I see them paying 7 to 1 each,
Yeah.
I'm thinking, well, okay. I mean, so an even money shot into 7 to 1. So yes, I'm getting that cuts in half because I bet
But
2.
like 4 to 1, 3 to 1, like you're okay to use 2 horses to get 3 or 4 to 1. Okay.
Exactly. And that's what I just did here, taking minimal risk in this was a 2x2 sequence, taking the 4 horses you guys talked about. So just weight the bets a little bit, and those double prices were generous enough that no part of me is sitting here saying, oh, I wish I mean, honestly, if I had played those horses both to win, I'd be up, 20%, some little, pennies, nothing of any meaning, but these are decent numbers. But yeah, it's fast math, and it's not with a Dutch calculator, and it's not trying to do anything to a science. It's really just look at those if those doubles paid $3 and $4, I would have said, forget that. That's too low. Maybe I would have gone back to sharpen my pencil and said, no, I really got to pick just one here. But when they're both paying 7-1, like that's kind of a no-brainer.
Yeah. There's all right, Oldy. We got a little bit of a gap finally. Why don't you show Gulfstream Park real quick, and then we'll jump over there because we have a few minutes. They have a pretty big card. They have a turf sprint coming up, always tough, but beautiful day. Look at everybody dressed up for Preakness. They all went to Gulfstream and dressed up. Beautiful. It's
a beautiful day there.
Well,
such an urban environment, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes. I don't know how the horses can deal with it.
Right. Or those people. I mean, it looks just unbearable.
I may go to Gulfstream I'll be in South Florida to grab my father's car next weekend. So I may go to Gulfstream on Friday if anybody's interested in meeting me there.
You should 100% do that for sure.
You know, I know it'll interfere with the road to the NHC and all, but no, didn't get a laugh out of that one.
Oh, so I was multitasking. Sorry.
Didn't get a harumph out of that guy.
It's like we were laughing on the inside.
All right, let's we can handicap this race. So, Oldy,
Sure.
I looked here. We can run the race. Whoops. Sometimes. So, and then the big thing I always look at Gulfstream. So they don't show the rail is out here on the sprint. It was, I believe maybe it's only out on the 2 turn races. So, but the 2 has speed, always dangerous, Oldy, on Gulfstream dirt or turf. 3 horse maybe closes here, it looks like, and then the 8's taking action. But I landed on the 2 on top, Love Actually, Oldy. We talked about this back on Austere, who ran second there against that 4 horse. But the GSR jumps 16 points on the move back or cuts back to 5 furlongs. And you look here, was in the 1 hole in a 10 horse race, just coming back as a 3-year-old off the 2-year-old campaign, drops 4 points in SOR, and the GSR goes up 16 points. I thought that this horse might just wire the field on the turf, Oldy.
Yeah, no, I think this looks like a 2-horse race between the 2 and the 8 on paper. Maybe you include the 3, but there's really not much here. I will say the Cassie horse, the 6, has some speed. Showed it last time out at 5.5 on the synthetic. GSR goes up 2 points. That would be the other one I would be concerned about, as possibly getting the lead instead of the 2.
Yeah, and maybe gone on the front end. I mean, getting a good price at 8-1. The thing about the 2 that Oldy is like, the 2 horse has done nothing wrong, but does this horse even need the lead, Oldy? I mean, look, first time out on the Tapeta, I mean, showed some ability to sit off the pace in a 9-horse field. So I just, and the horse is still protected. So I just thought they found a really good spot. I like the price at 9-5. I mean, I didn't think when I looked here, this is not this. Oldy had mentioned it just was not a great group. And again, this horse has done nothing wrong and finds a spot to still be protected. So
for sure,
smart move by Connections from my perspective.
These odds are going to come down a little.
Yeah.
That's not because I'm just looking at the will pays, and the horse was really bet there by comparison to the others. So it's a pretty overwhelming favorite, at least in those pools. And so my guess is the 8 comes up and the 2 comes down a little bit.
I'm trying to see what to make of this. So look, I'm putting together a little pick. Well, I gotta find a single, but a little pick 4 here.
I see the popcorn, Noah.
In the last in race 7, take a look at the 5 horse.
Race 7. Quite a leap we're making here.
At Gulfstream.
Floribunda.
Sanchez off the claim. GS, 152. Had Source has been really popular in the claim.
Couldn't be 12-1 for sure.
Yeah, no, I agree. And Oldy, the rail is out of 80 feet, like I said, on the two. I think maybe it's just the 2 churn races. So
yeah. The 6 is a nice horse. The 1 doesn't appear to want turf at all.
Mm-hmm.
The 2's got a shot. The 3's got a shot.
No, yeah. I could see. The 6 horse, Ashima, has been beating tougher. So this horse can take a lot of money. May even go off less than even money. But the win percent show it's pretty open when you watch the race sim. The stretch, the 6 there, but kind of sits off maybe. But then at the 1 ends up winning the race sim, Oldy, even with that GSR drop. But if you get around those, the 5 has a shot, the 3 has a shot, the 2 got a shot. So
the 8's got a shot.
Yeah. No, I thought this was a tough one on the turf, and I think I think that the 5 having some amount of speed, fits here. And then when you look, has won at 8.5 too, but you look here. Treos rides. He doesn't win a lot of races, but he at least is 2 for 10 for Sanchez. Aramillo, doesn't ride a ton for this guy. I'm not sure, and then you have your big trainers, D'Angelo, Safi. They're predominantly leading in wins in most of these. I think Safi's still pretty much dominating, but Delgado runs so many horses, you end up with Arrieta and Gonzalez. So, yeah, I would agree with you. I thought that race you might be able to get around the 6.
Yeah, I think you can get around the 1 for sure. The 1 just doesn't look like it wants. Its best races have been on synthetic.
You playing pick? I placed a little win bet too at 7-5. That's all I'm doing here.
Yeah.
Like we talked about, man, I'm just going to just try to find winners.
Although if you check out the 2 into the 2 faves in the next race, you might be happy with those odds.
6 horse has speed on the Tapita. The 3 horse is 20% at 12-1. Wow. Then the 4 horse, I guess the 2 may. But even the 4 horse wins the race in Matt. Garuda and stops Scotty Pick on the big drop. And this horse has done nothing wrong in its last 2 races.
And it's also 18-1 on in a double.
Go get it.
All right.
That's exactly what Matt was talking about, I'm assuming.
Yes. Go get it. And actually, when you said before, Justin, do you ever do 3? I just did. The 2, 4, and 6. And yeah, I weighted them a bit because the 4 obviously pays better.
All right, we will jump over to Gulfstream Park. Whoops, I took Oldy away. Sorry, Oldy.
Pick 4 and pick 5 players will receive the starting. Scratch here. Scratch the favorite. The 2 actually withdrawn. Wagering windows remain open.
We deserved that, didn't we?
I guess.
Honestly, it's an interesting moment. I actually love these kinds of things. My genuine reaction is to be happy when that kind of thing happens. It just tells me If that didn't happen, this probably wasn't going to go well. Fine, move on. Okay, that's fine.
It's funny. You get kind of excited, you get going, and then obviously, Matt, to kind of your point, if it hits, great, you'd be really happy, but you're kind of whatever, just move on. And
right, it wasn't our strongest opinion on the day, and if something wasn't right with the horse, I'm glad they found it 30 seconds before instead of 30 seconds after. So, okay.
Hey, I'm curious on that topic, and anybody in the chat can chime in too. But Oldy, did you see? Well, you did, I think, first booth. What happened with the 5? Did they rule that horse was a starter? Concrete Glory, I think was its name.
I think it was a starter. I didn't hear anything about a non-starter there.
So the horse literally, and anybody in chat, the horse just stood in the gate, and the assistant starter was holding the horse, but the horse stood in the gate. And I'm like, and I've never really talked to an assistant starter. I don't know how it really works, but there's some process. But I saw a lot of people were, talking about it. I had FanDuel on, and I saw Twitter, and I was curious what happened. I never actually saw what happened, but it just seemed to me that the horse just stood into the gate and didn't want to run. But I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't see that the horse was grabbed by the starter or anything like that. I know somebody was complaining that the horse's head was turned, so they shouldn't have opened the gate. But that's typically not what you get for a non-starter.
Somebody's watching is my guess.
Let's see. I'll go look and see whether they actually ruled it a non-starter, which would affect your will pays too, potentially there.
Full blinker.
Yeah, it would have. You're right.
His head was turned to the left, and he had no eye down the track. Okay, that's probably
order. Yeah,
Dave's
no,
right.
the 5 listed in the finish order. He was not declared a non-starter.
Okay. Yeah, and Dave, you are right. That was the horse that had that full blinker on the right eye. I don't know. It just for some reason, I think when the scratch here, it reminded me of that.
It reminds me of Lonnie in the Derby, the Japanese horse who just didn't want to run that day.
I once did that at a 5K.
You wouldn't come out of the gate?
Yes, I'm not going. Screw
Your
this.
head was turned to the side.
Screw this. I'm right back to the car. You can't force me. Honest to God, the truth. Oh my God, I remember that.
I mean, it's better than the real genius strategy, which is to only run when chased.
All right,
Great
so
movie, though.
who's going to have the lead here?
I think it's the Cassie horse. The
6?
Yeah.
Yeah, with Gil.
Think so.
I mean, the 8's taking money and is adding blinkers. And then the 1's also adding blinkers with Amicia Jaramillo. So Amicia always going to be aggressive, especially
the horses are at the gate.
They are on the outside of the turf course.
5 furlongs on the turf.
This
Love
rail
Actually was
is
a late scratch.
so far out. It's crazy.
The favorite is drawn outside. Layla Bella Girl. She's up. She's in. Ready for action. They're off. Good start from between horses for Naval Hospital, who heads off for the early lead. Layla Bella Girl running to catch up at the rail. Alithia comes away racing in third. Liz Love Shopping is in the gold colors while racing in fourth now and proving out the rail. Treacy's Kai. The 2 lingering toward the back of the field are Swift Candy and Alluring Serenity. Half a mile away. Naval Hospital on the inside fights with Layla Bella Girl on the outside. They're locked up heads apart. They've gone 4 better than Alithia, who's lugging out a bit. That's good news for Liz Loves Shopping. She slides through at her inside. On from the back, Tree Sees Kai as they reach the top of the stretch. A quarter of a mile remains for Layla Bella Girl and Naval Hospital. They continue to spar. 2.5 back to Liz Loves Shopping together with Tree Sees Kai. Off the turn and the stretch drive, they're 1/8 of a mile from home. With the advantage, Layla Bella Girl, Naval Hospital is second. Liz Loves Shopping in the middle. Far outside, Tree Sees Kai. Here comes Liz Loves Shopping, trying to get Layla Bella Girl. Layla Bella Girl, Liz Loves Shopping. Layla Bella Girl held sway. Layla Bella Girl beats Liz Loves Shopping, who was well in second, from Tree Sees Kai third, in 55 flat.
Nice.
I mean, that one made sense, I think, with the scratch.
The 50th running of the
And
Chick
Chris,
Stakes.
couples to your point,
guaranteed, presented by Visit Baltimore.
we'll jump over to Pimlico. But to your point, when the rail is out like that, it makes it extremely difficult for horses to close. So, all right, we'll get back to Woodbine maybe later, Oldy. There's speed here at Pimlico. I'm highly surprised, Oldy. I'm in Matt 1/900's taking money, so I know we're going to talk about the 8. But I'm a little surprised that Ancient World is 5-1 off a 6-1 morning line. He has that horse at 2-1. But maybe we'll take late money. But Matt, I know you wanted to talk about, I believe, the 8, right? 1/900.
Well, for a couple reasons. One is it's owned by Adelphi Racing, which is one of these terrific syndicates. Matt Couture is a phenomenal guy, and that's a syndicate that's real easy to root for. A lot of New York horses, and this is one of them. But the thing that caught my eye, it wasn't, I don't know, I didn't catch this. It was someone's tweet that caught my eye. Go look at the name of the parents of this horse, and then look at the creative name they came up with.
So dialed in.
I get it. I totally hear you're right.
Dialed in and hedonism, and they come up with 1/900. It's absolutely phenomenal, in my opinion.
I know you don't always see that. You don't always see that in horse racing. You see it sometimes, right? But that's a wonderful job.
If anyone's not understanding, just get your mind a little bit in the gutter. Not terrible, but just a little bit, and it'll make a little more sense.
Think about watching TV ads at like 1 in the morning in the 1990s.
You sound like you're really reminiscing there. Let's just leave it.
They're on the toll-free message phone. But it does put Pratt aboard.
Oh, and they're quite serious about the horse. I mean, I don't know anything. I just from following on Twitter, whatever. I do think this is one they've got high expectations for.
And it's working like a high expectation horse. If you look at the works, 2 of 179, 2 of 79, 3 of 151. I think the question for me is it's a big step in class here. And the horse hasn't proven it can do anything else other than get the lead. So if it doesn't get the lead, what is it going to do? Where I know the 3 can rate, I know the 7 can rate, and I know the 4 can rate. And I think there's some value on this 4 horse, Normandy Coast.
So Matt Dinnerman and I covered this race, Oldie, and we talked about that horse tripping out in the slop. That would be my only concern, of not getting a sloppy track this time. But I do think that horse fits. I just didn't think it win would be my concern. But
well, it did win 2 back on a dry track at Fairgrounds pretty easily.
Yes,
against a similar group. I mean, the only bad effort is really the Gotham, where this horse just didn't want to go 2 turns.
No, that's 1 turn at 8 furlongs. But it maybe just doesn't want to go that long. So they cut. I mean, it's run its best races at 5.5 and 6. So it makes sense on the cutback. It's your point, doesn't need the lead, but I agree with you. I think Louis Sai is riding for Eddie, and I'm assuming they connected a high rate because 21%. So it made sense, I thought.
And
I was,
call,
I think,
the race sim thinks the 7, 4, and 8 are all going to be pretty close.
Yeah, and there's quite a bit of speed, right, with the 1 and 2 who look, these are massive step ups in my opinion. I thought that they were a little bit outclassed, probably, both coming out of Maryland, though. So I don't see them winning this race, but watch that in some of these other races. If you're watching the Preakness, you're gonna have a Maryland horse show up at some point. I like one later, so we'll talk about it.
Yeah, me as well.
They win on these days. I mean, this is what they look for all year, and this is the last day at Pimlico right before construction begins. So
Rock and Ray likes the 9. For Lucas here. Coming out at the Pate Mile. A complete overlay here, not getting bet at all. We'll need the pace. Definitely need the pace set up. Could get it here. And
one at Oaklawn. Didn't run in both those last 2 races, but obviously, the Hot Springs was a little bit closer to the competition. The Pat Day was too tough. They just raced though, too.
Coach has a habit of running horses in races that they don't necessarily belong in, but this is really, I think, a reasonable spot for this horse cutting back to 6 furlongs. I mean, it didn't like the 2-turn mile at Oaklawn, and it didn't like the 1-turn mile at Churchill. It's not impossible.
Josh, I love Ancient World here for Joe Sharp, so I hope that you're right for Jose. Oldy, you had a note here. You want to talk about Ancient World real quick?
Yeah, I mean, I just the question is for me just pace. Is there enough speed here for this horse? It looks like there could be. But this horse doesn't break very quickly, has had start issues in both of its races. And sometimes when you get to higher class races, those start issues can end up coming back and haunting because horses without tactical speed make their own problems and then can't get out of them. So that would be my only concern. I think 9-2 is a fair price, though, there.
Yeah. I mean, he's still young.
Definitely eligible to improve. The win percentage goes up, indicating it should perform better. There's the E morning line says the horse has value up to 2-1 there. So,
all right, if you're playing the pick six, the pick 6 is probably. I'm assuming that it must pay out the pick 6, Oldy.
Yeah, it's mandatory today.
Okay. The big pool, if you want to play that, 1.2 million, if that's your flavor of playing pick 6s. So, Chris Couples, I agree with you on
crazy amount to play the pick 6 here either.
Yeah, and Chris Couples, I agree with you on Faster Gator. That was my second pick. We had talked about Faster Gator on the preview show, and Oldy, I know you had some interest here. I mean, that was a tough race last out in the 76, and the Bayshore going 7 cuts back for Farrier, and again, Maryland horse here. It would not surprise me at 5-1.
No, I agree with you. It could happen.
I thought the 11, the long shot, was more of a maybe underneath. A vertical, but that was my third pick, Oldy. I thought the Scotty picks had this race nailed. You're getting good value. But I like Ancient World for me on top.
Yeah, I mean, I thought there are a couple wide open races towards the end here, and then I thought Journalism's a single in the last.
Slam Notion, keep it easy.
Amazing weather in Baltimore. It's like
Chipotle
85 degrees, I heard.
Well, after the crappy weather at the
Ancient
Derby and the
World.
crappy weather yesterday, I think we all deserve a sunny day for races here.
2-1.
So, Matt, I actually have been. I've never been to the Derby or the
easy.
Belmont, but I have been at the
Open, didn't get
Preakness.
anywhere.
And so that
Started
picture I
strong.
have was from Black Eyed
closed.
Susan. Like it was a few
Keep it
years
easy,
ago. I was there with
6-1.
Scotty in the rate in the
Ancient
churn. It
World
was
in
pretty
Normandy
incredible.
Coast.
Very cool.
Perfect force. Touchy.
All right. Good luck, everybody.
Want to tell you all good luck, and we're all counting on you.
I knew that was coming.
4-1. It's still on Ancient World. We'll see.
Touchy in
Whoa.
his spot and then Retribution.
What's that outrider there?
And they're off in the Chick Lang Stakes. Scramble on for early supremacy. Ancient World is right there with Normandy Coast. They're flashing early foot, but quickly now between horses is Faster Gator to join the early pace as well. And 1-900 is on the move. 1-900 Faster Gator going a quick pace of Normandy Coast, who's back in third position. Ancient World had to steady out of there from fourth. Retribution is fifth out in the clear of the two path, heading into the far turn run, followed by Touchy. After that is Perfect Force. After Perfect Force comes Chipotle racing to the back of the pack. Keep it easy, racing a good 17 or 18 off the pace. Tiny Lake and Slam Notion trails the field. So the pace has been rapid fire up front. At turning far home, it's 1-900 and a wall of horses coming after that one now. Ancient World rebounds after some trouble around the far turn. Here comes Ancient World on the outside. And in between horses, Retribution rolling. Retribution now. Retribution. Touchy's coming with late kick on the far outside. Retribution in front. A 16th of a mile left to go in the Chick Lang Stakes. Unrushing. Touchy on the outside.
Long
Running
shot.
out of time. Retribution. Retribution.
I thought that horse might hit the
Second was Touchy. It's a photo for third. Between Ancient World, Normandy Coast.
I thought that horse had a shot over there. I just
At
wasn't sure he could win.
11.27.
Irado Ortiz, Cherie DeVoe, 9-1.
I had a note on the horse that says hot pace has talent.
Oldy, you missed that one.
Yeah, I totally missed that note.
I mean, it was lightly raced. We didn't talk a lot about Retribution, but lightly raced, had after debut and then won. It's never easy to come back and win, and then improved here. Cherie DeVoe she's getting amazing horses.
Belbiv and Cherie DeVoe.
I heard that here at the Preakness, they got Wyclef John and T-Pain today.
Nice.
Numbers coming up. Stand by. Race at the Chick Lang Stakes presented by Visit Baltimore.
All right. Was a fast pace. No, I agree. Chris Couples, you don't know who T-Pain or Wyclef John is?
Oh, come on.
Come on, Chris.
I think, did all those races just go off at the same time? Pretty much.
No, we're cashing a big Monmouth double right now by 8 lengths.
I see that. That's why we totally missed your second half.
Oh.
That's
And the
That's
Woodbine
great.
double, Woodbine pick 5, if you played the one I gave out, is alive going into the final 2 legs.
Well, and that was kind of where, yeah, Wyclef John. No, that's where that's kind of where your opinion was too, right, Oldy?
Yeah.
All right. Let's see, what do we got here?
Oh, perfect.
We got Remington Quarter Horse.
Argentina, Palermo.
Let me see what else we have on the in the background here. Yeah, we have Remington Quarter Horse. Looks like the thing we could go to right now.
Futurity trial is a big favorite, 3-5.
Two more to go.
Horse has already won twice in
Queen's
4
Blue
tries.
Wire.
We'll watch this.
We'll go for that.
They have amazing quarter horse racing.
On the
It's
far
good. It's
outside
probably a
lane,
big
Pimlico
trial day.
Sunset will be the last to load. All in line.
Yeah, I mean, this 2 already won a Futurity, a grade 1 Futurity.
That is
Gotta
the-
figure if it get with that pace advantage, if it gets out of the
Racing in
gate.
fifth, Remington. On the inside, Old Habits, New Tricks, along with Pretty Little Poison, River Flower right there. On the outside, PT Angel.
Maybe not.
River
Nope.
Flower,
Beat.
Old Habits, New Tricks, River Flower, Old Habits, New Tricks. Coming on late is PT Angel.
1-8.
Old Habits,
Didn't run
New
at
Tricks
all.
with a big run.
3-1.
1.
2-5.
The 1 was the second pick. 8 ran a big race too there, but. All right, Oldy, we can it looks like at the Big A they are off, maybe off the turf.
No, they're on the turf.
No, they must have taken it off.
This
Is it
one
off?
might be, but there's
It's off.
No, at the Big A.
yeah, race 7 is on.
Oh, okay.
Race 5 is off.
Yeah. Why
And
don't
this race look to me like the 7
yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
for here, go ahead and pull the screen up.
I wish that StreamYard would fix so I don't have to click 2 buttons. You have to like click one to remove and then click the other one to add.
Yeah. I know, it's crazy.
Jolita. Julita?
Jolita. Looks like has a decent pace advantage for Hacksaw David Dugan here. You know, working pretty well. Matt doing his Hacksaw Jim Duggan there. Just needs the 2x4.
By 4. Right.
Matt, wait. Oldy, did you watch WWF, Matt, when you were a kid?
Of course I did. I know all
Oh
that
my
stuff.
gosh. I was such a huge fan. I even wrestled as a kid and everything. We've had these discussions on the stretch run, but I love that. You fit right in.
Oh, yeah. We bought masks and everything. I mean, we were absolute idiots. I sent my brother to the hospital repeatedly. Just no understanding that jumping off the exercise bike onto his chest with a knee could actually do damage. It did.
Yeah, I mean, we used to have matches like on a concrete garage floor.
I
That was
do
like
agree.
the hardcore matches, and the other matches were typically in like a bedroom on a bed.
I do agree. Yeah, we did lots of that. Like, you know, I remember having like stuffed animals that used to be like part of the match. I mean, it was crazy back in the day, Wiz. It's very different now.
Well, one of my buddies, his sister had a bunch of Cabbage Patch dolls, and you know how they have those really hard heads? So we also had a Cabbage Patch doll wrestling league where they had characters, and where the finishing move was always the giant headbutt off the top rope with those really hard Cabbage Patch doll heads.
Yeah, I kept it to people. we just beat the shit out of each other.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely took a DDT off a concrete floor.
Yeah, I mean, these moves all hurt when you do them for real.
Yeah.
They definitely hurt.
All right. Well, good luck Sylvain is alive to the 6 and 7 in your daily double.
Sylvain, I'm with you on the 7. I'm with you either way, but I hope the 7 wins.
I mean, dropping
I
an
think it's the
SOR makes a lot of sense. Rivera rides. And then the 6 face far tougher to start the career. Those races came up as 56 and 58s, and then but didn't run then in a 50 with first time blinkers. They leave them on. Yes. I always, Matt, like to look at the GSR on these when they come off the turf, but most of these look to be fine. So Connections probably did the right thing. All of these obviously scratched. I mean, the 7, it wins the race, but it's ahead by 3+ lengths at the stretch. These horses win at a pretty high rate, Matt, when they're this far ahead.
Well, it's getting back like it's going to win by, like it should win though too. I mean, it's 3-5 right now.
Yeah. All right, let's we want to talk Gulfstream since we have a few minutes.
Yeah.
So we'll watch the race soon. 25,000 claimer. They've all won once. There looks to be a lot of speed here sprinting on the Tapita. Valdemar, the current favorite, but there's other speed here. 4-horse taking quite a bit of money, Garuda. And you can see that the 5-horse is actually closing, but kind of stops. And the 4 Oldy is the one that looks to sit the trip where the 6 backs up at the finish.
Yeah, and looking at this, that if it does go too fast, it's the 2 or the 5. Neither are taking money.
Yeah, the 4 is taking a big drop, though. I mean, we talked about this horse. This is where I landed, but I mean, you take a lot of money, but I mean, came out of 54s and 60s. That's a 10-point SOR drop, nearly won with this speed up front. I mean, has shown the ability to kind of sit right off. I don't know. I mean, I thought you get a good price here. I mean, I know only has 3 wins, but this is so much tougher at the championship meet. And now they come to the Royal Palm meet and just find a way easier spot.
Yeah, I agree, and almost got home rating last time out.
Mm-hmm.
Looking at this, I just don't see much here. I mean, I don't think the 6 should be favored over the 4. And nobody else is really taking any money.
I mean, 1-2 back to break the maiden. Obviously, got a race off the maiden win in a 56. I mean, this horse dropping 6 points definitely gets back to a 50. That was a nice main special. They drop into a tag for the first time, Florida State bred. But I'd worry, Oldy. I mean, there's just so much speed here on the inside for the 6. Edwin going to be aggressive, though. But you also have Jaramillo on the 3, who 100% is going to be aggressive, in my opinion. And then you have the 1 inside. So that's why I just thought it could make it a little bit difficult for a horse like the 6.
The 6 might be a rocket ship here because it's going blinkers on, too.
Yeah. I mean, Amicio, one of the best out of the gate, one of the best speed jocks at Gulfstream. Like, he's going to make that difficult for the 6.
And this horse has broken better the last couple times out. This 3, too.
Mm-hmm.
But, unless the 6 doesn't break, and you still have the 1 to the inside of the 3, too.
Yeah.
Unless the 6 doesn't break, I just can't see the 1 being good enough. I don't know if Jenna's horse wants the lead, But from the one hole there, I don't know that you have a choice.
All right, I'm on the 4. I'm liking the price. It's floating up 3-1 currently. You met Hulk Hogan and Hacksaw
and George the Animal Steel.
Oh, George, he used to eat those turnbuckles.
Sure did. Scary son of a bitch.
Nasty Special Delivery Jones, yes.
Oh yeah, we could do this all day. Junkyard Dog playing another one, Bites the Dust coming out. I mean, are we talking WWF or AWA or NWA? I mean, I remember all that stuff. Ate it up like crazy.
Remember, there's WCW too.
Yep, the Bon Air.
The summer of, I want to say it was 99. Ric Flair was in Chicago for a long time, summer and fall, because he was suing WCW. And we had drinks with him at the, what was the name of the bar? It's still there, I think. It's on Division.
Is your head okay?
I cannot think of the name of the bar. The Leg Room.
Okay.
On Division.
Well, we'll let out a big woo for him if this Belmont race goes well. This is going off in a second.
Oh, I think where's sorry, I was. Oh, do you pull up Gulfstream on the video?
Ready to go.
Here, Matt, I think I might be able to get Aqueduct sound. It looks like they're not.
No, they're in the gate waiting.
Julita gets the first call right out towards the front to sprinting clear. Tisn't anymore towards the outside, and Professor Grace.
Exactly what I wanted to hear.
Challenge gets real tight there, but Professor Grace is trying to muscle on through, wants to go with that early leader, Julita. Julita's in front, is up by a neck. It's a tight spot there for Professor Grace. Might steady out of there. St. Addie is moving up, and here comes St. Addie with a quick move, and yes, checking out of there was Professor Grace. Got shuffled back to third. 23.30 for the opening quarter mile. Julita's in front. The heavy favorite is trying to hold off the charge of St. Addie towards the outside is in pursuit. Professor Grace is more settled. Wittershin starts to move from the back. Tisn't anymore. It's tailed off to be the thriller. They're chasing Julita. Julita has the lead, is doing it easily so far. A neck advantage as they reach the top of the stretch. St. Addie has not given up the chase, is right to the outside. Professor Grace towards the inside is still a clear third.
Come on, 7. Kick away.
The margin as
I think you're good, man.
It out. Julita has a furlong left to get and is now up by 3.
Much the best.
Julita is sprinting clear late, has a 16th left.
So
Yes, we thought.
Julita,
well done.
Favorite to get
Woo!
Luis Rivera Jr. dominate.
Woo!
As Grace and Wittershin, woman at 11.34 seconds.
Oh, I didn't know we have a combo wrestling horse racing show today. It's perfect. I literally loved wrestling as a kid. We're gonna jump over to Gulfstream Park. I mean, I even wrestled. I was good too, but I kind of gave it up and just kind of focused on.
I can't believe
baseball.
Real wrestling and Ric Flair in the same.
Still time for your wagers. Race 5 start of a pick 3 and a daily double.
Let's just comment on the fact that Hulk Hogan's basically a pariah, and Ric Flair is the pop culture icon. And if I went back to the 80s and told you that Ric Flair, people would still be writing songs about Ric Flair. To me, the thought is insane. I mean, there are multiple, in the last 5 years, there have been multiple pop songs about Ric Flair.
And he's
like an icon in that community.
A terrific strain of weed named for him, actually.
Yeah. I mean, there's a term in cocaine use named after him.
Okay.
Ric Flair Drip. I only know it because there was a whole internet thing about it.
I was a friend. Got it. Okay.
Yeah, but the Ric Flair Drip apparently is a cocaine thing.
That also might be what the name of the weed strain was called.
Yeah.
Something like that.
And I know Bad Bunny has written like 2 or 3 songs about him, owns a bunch of Ric Flair robes, which apparently is a thing in the hip hop community. Is
Like
you
they
haven't
wear
made
the
it till you
robe.
have a Ric Flair robe.
Oh my gosh.
I mean,
I love this though. That's it's crazy in wrestling because him and Hulk Hogan, right? Kind of, and there was so many other great wrestlers, but they were always kind of and they came from different. Like Hulk Hogan was predominantly WWF, right, to start, and then Ric Flair WCW. They were like the icons. I used to love the Road Warriors, right? They had the big spiked shoulder pads,
It's
and
foul post time. Moving into line now for race number 5.
Animal and Hawk.
Yep. I was
My favorite is number 6.
my tag teams. I like the Steiner brothers and the Midnight Express.
3-1 Garuda.
Jim Cornette.
he used to carry that. He used to carry. No, I thought it was a tennis racket he carried.
Yeah, but he called it the Louisville Slugger.
Oh yeah.
Jim Cornette. He was a great manager. Just terrific at managing his talent.
Yeah, Sylvain's right. A lot of great wrestlers came out of Canada.
Yeah, absolutely. Went through Stu Hart's dungeon.
Abdullah the Butcher. Wow.
Abdul, he was terrific.
No, so Pimlico, I think they start construction after the
6-5 and walking forward.
Preakness
One more,
year.
boots on the moon to the
They're
outside.
a little behind. I think they were supposed to start last year.
5.5 furlongs the journey. They're all in line.
Chris, I agree.
Fire, off and running. Good start from the inside for Spiteful Election, who heads off for the early lead. Moving to her, Long Gone Sally. Up on the outside, Baldemar. Taken back to fourth is Garuda. She wants some clear racetrack. 2.5 to Not Guilty, who's ahead of Free to Roam. And Boots on the Moon is at the back of the field. They're going quickly as they head to the turn. The leader is Spiteful Election, and Jesus Rios on top from Long Gone Sally. Second, Baldemar. 3 wide out the rail, Garuda. On from 5th, it's Not Guilty. She starts to close ranks. The same could be said for Free to Roam. Nothing yet from Boots on the Moon. 5/16 away. Here's Long Gone Sally to shove a neck in front. Garuda needs out. Baldemar on the outside from the back. Free to Roam. Boots on the Moon tacks onto her. Not Guilty's held up in traffic. So is Garuda. They're on their way home.
Get
They
through.
stack. They pack. They turn for home.
Yeah.
Garuda got a seam on the far outside. Free to Roam closing after her. Garuda and Free to Roam. Free to Roam on the turn back. Garuda toward the inside. Boots on the Moon on late. Final 16th of a mile. Free to Roam on the outside. Garuda toward the rail. Free to Roam gains the upper hand late, and Free to Roam wins. Garuda was second ahead of Boots on the Moon, who's up third. Not Guilty's fourth.
That horse
In race
took
5.
no money. It did take some late money, but
7-1. Wow. Well, 4 ran a good race. The 4 actually took a little late money. Got bet to 3-1. All right, Oldy, we
Monmouth
looks like we
and
have a little
Woodbine
bit of
going
spreading
on.
out. We're going to Monmouth or Woodbine next?
Monmouth and Woodbine are going off on top of each other.
Yeah, I see that. And that's okay. Why do you want we could talk both, I guess, because they're 9 minutes away. You want to start it? I know that Woodbine, you had your pick 5. Remind me.
And it's also the start of the late pick 5 at Woodbine. You're getting 7-1 on the one who's 21% to win. 204 at the distance. Here, go ahead and bring up
this horse. Yeah, go ahead.
Here, I'll bring up here.
Oh,
I don't know why I did it for that, but
no, you're fine.
You know, this horse, the one, is second win percentage, top pace, top GSR. You're looking at, beat a group of 58s, a similar group. Last time out is coming off the layoff for Tiller. He's 16% off the layoff. This horse is going to be super dangerous if it can get the lead here.
Yeah,
and
no,
you look
I
at
agree.
The 6, the favorite, is 0-3 at the distance. Really looks more like a 5 furlong horse. Is dropping in class. But somebody like the 5 probably has a shot there too. At least a second off the layoff. Has won a bunch of races at 6 furlongs. I mean, I think you can beat these 2 favorites, the 4 and the 6 here. With the 1, 5, and 3 possibly. I mean, the 3 is more of a longer shot. Hasn't run that well as of late, but trainer's 31% off the claim.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Saletta, good to see you. And Diane, Oldy, you'll have to help me or Matt. Aren't they completely rebuilding Pimlico?
Yes, correct.
Yeah. I mean, Diane, I was telling Matt earlier I have been to the Preakness, and I have some of the funniest videos, Matt, and pictures of going there because it's in just a very, I would say, kind of rundown area. It's not a nice, I mean, people dancing in the streets and sitting on they were like, come on over, they're very welcoming, but it was a little bit, I was warned to just kind of go to the track, but the actual Pimlico building, they're like, yeah, it's so old, right? It's like, it's just old. It needs to be redone. Yeah. So
it was storming there so badly yesterday, and people were trying to decide if it was safer to stand in the building or in the storm.
Yeah, probably in the storm.
They were afraid of the building.
The grandstand, Diane, like the whole thing. I don't know what they're doing to the. I'm not sure how much they're changing the course or anything, but
I think I'm just going to play a 1-5 to the 3 in the next double, and hope I'm right there.
I mean, that 9th race, Oldy's brutal. Go back to that. I mean,
yeah. I mean,
you're not going to see many. In 0 for 16 and 0 for 11, 22, 20, 17. It's like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, and my opinion's stronger at the front here than it is on the backside.
Yeah.
So why not? Let's look and see what the double looks like here. Come on. So 1-3 doubles playing 60 to 1. A 5-3 doubles paying 58 to 1. Just changed a little bit, but
I'm not sure that they are, Diane. I mean, somebody else can comment. I think they're just the grandstand building. But yeah, Mike Saletta, you in the chat can be on in a bit covering Woodbine. Yeah, those 2 races looked brutal, Mike. I agree. All right. Do we want to talk Monmouth Park as well, Oldy, real quick?
Yeah, why not?
Okay. Race 6? Do you want to jump? You're sharing, or do you want me to share?
It's up to you.
I can share.
All right, then I can get back to
that way you can finish doing what you're doing. So, all right. State bred allowance optional claim you can see here I thought was a pretty good group. The current favorite though, Even Money Summerflower, 16%, is off the turf today. It looks like, so this was originally scheduled for the turf. You have some GSR jumpers when you see that. I always like to look at that because, especially at a 12% horse and a 12% horse and a Scotty long shot. The 4 has like 0 speed though. 2 horse has speed currently 5-2 off 4-1 E morning line. E has at 9-5, as well as the 7 who's taking all the money. The 4 and 7 can be pretty far back, both closing into the 2. 7 wins the race sim, Oldy. I mean, Ferdini, I mean, didn't win last out, but it fits at this level, right? I mean, very similar group. This is a 48 though, and that was a 46. So, and these are on the turf, and now gets back to the dirt is, I think, the question mark on the 7. I mean, only 1 for 15, started out the career, really on the dirt, and they've stuck on the turf of late, but they did race on the dirt last summer, but that horse didn't run at all. So this Matt is not, I'm not a fan of chalk like this. I mean, at 16% surface switch, that's too scary for me.
Yeah, I mean, as I'm listening and paying attention here, at even money, that 7 doesn't feel right to me. I'm not saying it with a lot of confidence, but I'd rather take the shot on the 2 wiring the field.
I just don't know if the 2. I know the race sim and the pace number like the 2, but I think the 5 or the 6 could get the lead here, especially the 5. Coming back to the right surface. Has a win over the Monmouth surface. I don't know that it wants anything to do with 2 turns, but
I mean, the GSR goes up 20 points, Oldy. I mean, couple layoff lines. There's obviously been trouble. Kim Einhorn, I don't know her or him, but I mean, it's a big GSR drop. They obviously were really excited for her when they broke the maiden and main special and then dropped into a stakes race, but something must have happened after that, so she didn't run, but I don't know. She gets back to 2 turns, Oldy. I mean, 10-1.
And she gets back to dirt, which I think is where she wants to be.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, you can see that just on the GSR tab. You kind of wish the 5 was the long shot over the 4, but I mean, the 4 just has no speed was my concern.
All right, going in the gate at Woodbine here.
All right. Oh, you have to flip it over.
Oh, yeah.
There we go. Furlongs. This race is the start of the pick 5.
No bets for me here.
Oh,
you guys got
Haley's Honor, a winner already at campaign.
Woodbine? I didn't play Woodbine.
Oldie, anything?
I played a 1-5 to the 3 double.
Rides Give Me the Boots. Okay. And the last is
all right. I'm looking at
0.
Who else are we rooting for at Woodbine?
Field almost right.
Oh yeah, the Oldy. What do you have here?
And they're set to run
1-5 to the 3 in the next double.
Okay,
locked up. Off their race, Brizero won the break, coming for the lead, maximum 50 on the inside. Away very sharply was Give Me the Boots, and Haley's Honor joins the mix, and they've run away as a group of 4 by 2 lengths. I'm a Beast is second last. Verdejo's 3 away last. Clearing them, maximum 50 for Daisuke Fukumoto, racing away in front. A length to Give Me the Boots, Haley's Honor. Getting back is Brizero on the inside to 4th, and 3 off the leader. About 3 again to I'm a Beast, and the trailer by a length and a half, Verdejo. They race through a 22 flat first fraction and showing the way, maximum 53 parts to Give Me the Boots prodding. A couple away, Haley's Honor off the inside, Brizero coming back into it strongly. 5 away, I'm a Beast and Verdejo. Nursed along though, maximum 50 at the top of the stretch. A half to Give Me the Boots, and down the center, Brizero. On the inside, Haley's Honor, and still finding his maximum 50 is now asked to respond as the challenge is still there from Give Me the Boots. Inside the final furlong at a 16th to run. Maximum 50 by a length to Give Me the Boots.
Nice.
Maximum 50 makes a beeline to the wire. A great performance. Daisuke Fukumoto wraps
that
up
was
the
my
win on
original
maximum
single
50
too,
from Give Me the Boots. Verdejo looks to have just snuck in his show on the inside. Haley's Honor, every 0 and last time a Beast.
Weaving a little bit. That was good.
But if you played my pick 5, you're alive to the 3 in the next.
Well, they flipped to
probably a pretty good payout.
Yeah, no, you're going to be alive to really good payouts. I can't believe that horse was 8-1. Matt, you asked what we're doing. I kind of forgot. That was the horse I was hoping you would have singled, Oldy. But your single's in the next. Loading.
Loading at Monmouth. So let's get over there, and then we'll worry about talking about this a little bit.
The horse is still 6-5.
I know. That's crazy.
Eatontown
The
girl.
horse is 3-1.
It is now Rainbow Six time.
Yeah, had I
Goal of
played
Rainbow
the.
Six is to pick 6
Where are we playing the
consecutive
Rainbow
races,
Six at?
and if
We're
you're
not playing a
lucky,
Rainbow
landing
Six.
the
Girl to come up.
It's not Rainbow Six time.
We're ready to go.
Kicking off the late pick 4 here at Monmouth. Eatontown girl goes in. We're ready to go. And Lara from the inside, Jay Willard, hard sent for the lead. Sadie Baby, quick as well. These two hook up on the front end as they go into the first turn. Jay Willard leads the way. Sadie Baby concedes the lead, takes back to second. A Cozy Thing third, 3 wide. Mildoon right behind the leading trio. She's 2 clear of looking for Treasure. And then comes Summer
Fascinating
Flower,
odds
down low,
changes.
second to last.
Absolutely fascinating. Look what happened to the 5.
They got crushed.
Look what happened to the 5 just now. The minute it hits the lead.
Well, you know, they saw I predicted that one horse.
Oh!
Went down there. That's
Wow. That was
Nothing to
bad.
see here. Nothing to see here.
Down on the ground, that's J-Ron Barbosa.
Oops.
So they head down the backstretch. And a Cozy Thing is the leader by
We're
just
getting
a
like a turfway race here where there's all these middle moves.
And this 4 got bet down as well.
These two are together as they open up.
I mean, this is
It wasn't nearly as far back, Justin.
For Treasure, Summer
Yeah,
Flower
no, the 4 I bet wins the race.
is still at the back as they round the far turn. They have posted the inquiry sign here, and there will be an inquiry after the race for that incident on the backstretch. Approaching the top of the lane.
Yeah, the 5 might come back. I bet the 5, so come on, 5.
Right back at her. These two are off the turn together here.
Four
Mildoon
looks
on the
caught.
outside. A Cozy Thing is outside, well clear of Sadie
Whoa,
Baby.
where are you going?
At this point.
Run
There's one furlong
straight.
remaining here. And
Come
the
on,
outside,
5.
a
Get
Cozy
up.
Five's
Thing
gone.
Still there with Mildoon. A
Mm.
Cozy Thing outside.
Maybe
Yeah.
not. Maybe gone's the wrong term, but it's still going to win the race.
Come on. All right.
Clear,
All right.
and a Cozy Thing will win.
Not bad price, Matt. 7 to
By about
2.
2.5. Mildoon second.
Yeah, but the 5-1 or whatever it was when we were discussing it.
Into this incident. Good to see.
He got bet down quite a bit.
Barbosa is sitting up. He's
Jeez.
still down, but sitting up, and the horse is being tended to.
And
What
that's
was the
65
inquiry on?
horse.
I didn't see
Please
anything
continue to stand by.
in the backstretch.
And that's
No,
6
the
to
1
5
went
horse ended
down.
up at 9-5.
Is that what it was? Okay.
Yeah, it was a pretty bad spill, Oldy. Yeah, the 1 went down and Barbosa just kind of like slammed the ground.
Yeah, I completely missed that. All right, we got 2 minutes to Pimlico. And the start of the all graded stakes pick 5, because the last race is the Arabians, or as Chris used to call them, the really slow horses.
What does your pace projector look like for this race?
It's
Who's going to be in front?
Coppola is going to be in front.
All right. I'm going to give that a meaningful bet.
But Coppola stopped the last 2 races.
Same distance?
No, that was at 5.5.
They do make it interesting, whether it's FanDuel Racing or TVG, these sportsbook kinds of bonuses they offer.
Yeah.
So I got a 20% bonus today on all collections on win bets. So it's not what you bet. I mean, it's not what you win. It's what you get back in total. Well, geez, man, 20% up to $2,000. Like, it's tempting. I mean, it's not tempting enough to make you bet like a lunatic if you're not inclined to. But look, that's a fat boost.
That is a fat boost.
Hello, Jennifer.
Oldy, where'd you land here?
So I was my A's were the 6 and the 5, Coppola and Determined Kingdom, and I thought my B is getting hammered, which is the 4 Witty. 5-2 off a 10-1 morning line.
So I was 8. I liked Mattingly with Paco and Orsino, but I was 8-6 too. Mattingly has all this. There's a lot of speed here.
I would argue Mattingly needs to be very close to the pace.
Go ahead and argue that.
But I think what you think for Mattingly is what I think the trip for Determined Kingdom will be.
Yeah,
His best races
right.
come just
Similar
sitting a
angle,
little
just
off.
similar angle, just different horses.
Yeah. I didn't like None Hudson at all, who pretty much never gets there.
Agreed.
Although the only Hudson I know is a massive winner at everything he does. So I'm going to assume that doesn't translate to horses.
No, well, I was going to say Hudson Hawk, which I think was
I was going to say Tim.
Movie.
I was going to say Tim Hudson, who pitched for the Braves.
Also pitched for the Braves and the A's.
He pitched for Oakland when he was a rookie.
Yeah. I mean, there's my pick 5 ticket.
Well, they go to race 12.
Race 12, okay.
I talked about the 5 horse on the preview show, so we've talked all day about the turf course. I thought this horse absolutely with Jose Ortiz could wire the field. So I'm just as you're doing your pick 5, and I know you spread here, which I totally get, but you have a big write up. So I was like, oh man.
I had this as most likely a 2-horse race between the 13 and the 5.
That post is so brutal, in my opinion. I mean, it's gonna make that tough.
But with the scratch of the 3, 9, and 11, it's really the 10 post.
Yeah, the 10 gets a good slide in too. Fort Washington. They're loading though. If you want to flip back to the video.
$3 million in the pick 5 pool right now. Most of that call money. Get the sound on.
Mattingly. For Harp.
Getting this guy ready. Let's go.
Jim McKay turf sprint. And they're off of the Jim McKay turf sprint. Mattingly, Coppola, and Honeyquist is very quick as well. And None Hudson racing in 4th. For Harp, not much speed today, is ridden along about 5 lengths from the pace. Back to Determined Kingdom and Witty. Witty is last of them all, some 16 off the speed of Honeyquist. Honeyquist in front, and Coppola on the outside, keeping the heat on into the far turn run. None Hudson is next on the inside as they round the turn. For Harp is trying to get going about 3 wide on the course. Mattingly's under some pressure in between horses. On the inside is Determined Kingdom. They swing for home in the Jim McKay turf sprint, and it is Coppola a narrow lead. Coppola, that leader, trying to hold None Hudson center of the course and charging one off the inside.
Well, there's your
Determined
5.
Kingdom. Here comes Determined Kingdom. Witty going late in the game. Witty's on a roll. On the far outside. Witty down the center of the course. Witty loves to win, and win he will. Witty by 4-5 from None. A stretch run from Witty. Determined Kingdom was there, and then Coppola.
Nice, Mike.
And somebody knew because that horse was 10-1 on the morning line and was 5-2 last time I looked. I don't know where it ended up.
All right, I think that was my first loser since I started with you guys.
That's pretty good since we're 2 hours in.
You don't in general, Matt, when I've been around you, you don't lose. Nothing to do with me. You just don't lose.
I also don't play every race, and so it's a fewer it's definitely fewer at bats. I'm not trying to hold myself out as winning everything, but okay, that one stung.
Right, I'm saying nothing to do with me. It's just when I've been around you, you've tended to win a lot.
Thanks. That's been fun.
But that my note even referred to that horse as a B. And I don't typically write notes or anything about Bs. Definitely a B here, but if pace melts, it's the only closer in the race.
All right, I'm
It's
assuming
the handicapping strategy of one of these things is not like the other.
I'm assuming we're skipping Cumberland, Thistle, Belterra. You want to go to Pocono, maybe? Do we have rights?
No, we have Gulfstream.
Oh, those are real tracks. Got it. Okay, sure.
We have Lethbridge if you want to go there.
The good thing is that all these tracks, wonderful that they let us show races. And it is, we pick up other tracks sometimes. It allows for a good show. And the good thing is, you get to throw in some racing in between the great racing at Pimlico.
In terms of showing live racing on a weekly basis, I think it goes TVG, Fox Sports, and then us.
I'm with you.
I hate to, short of being a track feed, that's it.
Yeah.
Right, when we're doing 3 live racing shows a week, for an average of, between 3 to 6 hours a day.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's something to brag about, but it exists. And we are much more entertaining than Fox Sports when it comes to. You're not going to get a whole conversation about Teletubbies.
And then the horse and then the horse won. Yeah. I do agree there. One, you don't get
Jennifer's question here.
How's the 5 make that bigger run and lose? The 4 was so far back and the pace just absolutely stopped. The 4 horse, obviously, they must have taken back there and just kind of hope for that to happen.
Well, whoever said something about it being more like a 5.5 furlong race because of the wet turf.
Yeah.
Chris Couples, I think it was Chris Couples.
Yeah.
And Diane
absolutely played that way.
Diane, the 2, and we can play the wrestling game with harness drivers and old harness horses as well. I would love doing that.
Well, we got a pirate horse here at Gulfstream that's the favorite. It's Del Rey.
Oh, pirate horse. How old are we? We're also talking about Teletubbies.
But I think Keep On Moving's got a shot to upset here. The 1. It's currently at 3-1. Arr.
How many times during the race are we going to have to hear
the horses are at the gate. It's now post time.
437,000,
150,000 and climbing.
Wow. That's incredible.
Debut runner from the barn of Safi Joseph Jr. R. Del Rey is the race favorite here.
Come on, put some
5 in the black and white colors of the Able Racing Stable. 3-1 on Keep On Moving.
Pirate face.
Keep On Moving, who was a beaten favorite last time. To the max goes forward. Next one up is the Golden Gorilla. And then draw me
that
outside.
Sounds like a nickname for a wrestler there, the Golden Gorilla.
Gorilla Monsoon.
Yep.
Insurmountable.
Or Gold Dust. Remember that guy?
Ready for action. 6 furlongs.
The glitter.
And
Cody Rhodes' brother.
Off. Good start in the middle for To The Max, who heads off for the early lead. Sent at the rail is Keep On Moving, and in between horses are Del Rey. These three mixing it up for the early advantage. The Golden Gorilla's away at Chile fourth. A gap of another 2 to Insurmountable. The trailer is Luz de Gaia. To the half-mile point they go. Keep On Moving has the lead by a neck. Del Rey is second on the far outside. The Golden Gorilla, he's on the bridle, and he's moving up now. He's up into second, dropping back to fifth is To The Max, passed inside by Luz de Gaia. Insurmountable last. They make their way now to the final 5/16. The Golden Gorilla pumped up and in front now from Keep On Moving second. They've quickened ahead of the third running Del Rey. Back to fourth, Luz de Gaia, then Insurmountable and To The Max. They run now to the top of the stretch. A quarter of a mile remains. The Golden Gorilla, he has the lead with his mind on business. 45-1 for the opening half mile. The Golden Gorilla, he has the lead off the turn by 2.5. From second, Keep On Moving down the center. It's a late run from Insurmountable. Final 16th of a mile. The Golden Gorilla trying to get home. Insurmountable surging to him. Insurmountable gobbling up the ground. The Golden Gorilla needs the wire. Insurmountable went inside. The Golden Gorilla says thank you and wins by a half a length in the end. Insurmountable was second and 1:10-4.
You also, I mean, if you stay outside, you might be able to even lodge an objection. You're not going to be able to lodge an objection if you just duck inside. That was strange. Who was that? Yeah, it was the apprentice. That was the apprentice. They're gonna have to have a talking with him.
Yeah, the soon-to-be lifetime apprentice.
that could be another wrestling gimmick, the lifetime apprentice.
You just go like from working on an anvil to working on glass work to working on horses.
Set up the ring.
Better bring
the note on the Pletcher in the next at Belmont from David.
All right, say that again. David's talking what at Belmont?
David's got a note on the one horse at Belmont in the next.
Is it a kind?
And the horse is not the favorite right now.
What horse, Oldy?
The one.
Makes sense. That's the top pick. There's David's comment. Everybody should be able to see it. Yep. Okay. Top Scotty pick, highest win percent, 32% for Fletcher. Eric Cancel rides. Eric does really well with Todd, I believe. I'll have to look at that, but ran solid second from the 10 post. I mean, David's right. That in running at Gulfstream, one churn, probably two churn too, but one churn, anything outside like the 8 post is brutal. So, I mean, you get back and now you get to an inside post, and I don't know about the big A, but I wouldn't worry too much. This horse, it looks like can break just fine. That's speed. Yeah.
All right. So let's try and be helpful. Everybody quickly, if you're playing this horse, the double into the big favorite in the next race is quite healthy at 10-1 right now.
Is that the 5?
Yeah, it's a decent size favorite. So you're going to do a lot better than 5-2. Just get alive to this 10-1 combo. And next race, you can play a side horse if you need to, if you want to back something up.
Instead of a side chick, you have a side horse.
Why does it have to be instead?
Maybe your side
neither.
Maybe your side chick is riding a side horse.
There's no side chick. There's
I know. I'm not talking about your side chick. I'm talking just a general idea.
Yeah, it would be side chicks if that was but no, it's none.
Which of course is the bird nest next to your house, of course. Side chicks. Totally mean that. But Belmont, yeah, I mean, you're right. I mean,
Chris Couple says it's a talented group at the Big A.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, there's 2 Chad Browns.
And I'm assuming Chris is talking about race 6. But yeah, you got, to your point, Oldy, 2 Chads, a D'Angelo, a Mott, Fletcher got 2.
So play a
Well,
double.
Mott and Pletcher are not, and the second Pletcher are not getting bet at all.
Play a double. You don't have to put a ton of capital at risk to get alive to something decent. And we can respect Chris's point. This isn't a race worth putting a lot of money into.
Yeah.
Fine.
And can't sell and to maybe take something away from your confidence. Cancel and Pletcher are 0 for 7 in the last 365 days.
When David comes on later, if this horse wins, can we take bets if he's going to say that the horse made sense? I think for sure he's going to say that, and
he should.
We should give him the full silent treatment for 30 seconds if he says it. Like no cue, no nothing. Just no one says a word for 30 seconds if he puts out a pun that bad.
All right, they're going in the gate at the big A.
I got the sound.
Good luck, Sylvain.
I want to say good luck, and we're all counting on you.
I'm still counting on the one. Just makes sense.
Oh, Chris, that's good to know. Chris said that the one was a big hype horse and then got hurt.
Makes sense.
Time Passes goes in. Waiting on Stars and
It was
Stripes.
kind of like the J.J. McCarthy of horses.
And Hop Sing. Today's 6th race, named for the Colony Club of Local Union, number 3, IBEW. Hop
Love that
Sing
one.
to the outside.
IBEW, like the
Goes in. All set. And they're off.
Come on, one.
Getting there towards the back of the field, Grand Cash. Also breaking outward was Hop Sing. But Hop Sing now recovers. And Hop Sing is up with the early pace. Time Passes is right there, too. And Time Passes puts a neck in front. Hop Sing is going to stalk from second, then Makes Sense is towards the inside. And third is trying to get out a little bit. And they're bunching up in behind the leaders. Grand Cash is progressing center of the racetrack, is now taken. Third is now a neck in front of At the Rail. That's Duration. That's the leading 4. Is in between horses comes Stars and Stripes. Makes Sense. Lost a bit of ground there. Is 2.5, almost 3 off the lead. Just in behind them is Summit Ridge, and one far back. Indy Rags, just not keeping up with the field right now, is about almost 15 lengths the trailer. 22-4 for the opening quarter mile. Time Passes is in front. Hop Sing, no excuses, is just stalking the pace setter, 45.56 for a half mile time. Duration is in behind them. Grand Cash is now shoved along here from 4th. Trying to keep up is Summit Ridge. In between horses, Stars and Stripes. Now gets the cue as Makes Sense, starts to lose some ground, is trying to keep up. But Indy Rag still far back. They're approaching a quarter mile left to go. Hop Sing has taken the lead. Duration is ready to pounce, and here comes a big run from Duration to the outside. Hop Sing is the gray. In between horses still battling on, and Hop Sing's not done. Duration tried to run right on by. Stars and Stripes is rolling from the back.
Wow,
2.
8th
Inside
game.
the final furlong. Hop Sing with a nose in front. Duration, these two shoulder to shoulder.
What a
Stars and
race.
Stripes making up late ground. Hop Sing still gutting it out towards the inside. Duration, these two down the line. Hop Sing.
Wow.
Sing wins it by a nose over Duration, then came Stars and Stripes, and Time Passes in 1 minute 34.49 seconds.
All right, Oldy, we going to Woodbine?
Makes no sense. Good call, Chris Couples. Thank you.
We can go to Woodbine. We got about 9 minutes there. The 3 was where, of course, I didn't get that pick 5 in and that $32 pick 5 in on time, so I am only alive to my double there.
The
But if somebody played it, they're alive to. Let's see if we can get some will pays up here.
And Oldy, just Chris Couples had mentioned the first time starter Bill Mott horse. It was 9-1 on the E morning line, went off at 31-1, and he doesn't have a lot of firsters, but ran a good race. So to his point, put that on the watch list.
Yeah.
Stars and Stripes. What was your ticket even at $32, Oldy? What was the will pay?
Most Brave Race 6, number 1.
The will pay at $32 is currently.
William Armada with Pietro
So if
Mara.
that Hold on, let me turn the sound off here.
Number 2, Spirit Bear for Woodbine West.
Here, I'll share it to that.
Not bad for 20 cents. Wow. And then Alan is alive to the 3468, Matt. He said, would you make any backup bets?
All right, give me a sec. Pick 5 is alive.
I mean, the 2 would be the one maybe I'd be afraid of. The horse is 2-4 at the distance, but I don't really. I mean, the 6 is 3-4. 7 probably needs a pace meltdown.
My answer to that question is not whether you'd be upset that you lost, but whether you'd be upset that you lost to any particular horse. And I could tell you that if I was sitting live to those 4 horses, without a question, I would have a win bet on the 5, having nothing to do with handicapping or anything like that. I would just feel silly with 4 horses getting snapped by an obvious 3-1 shot. Yeah. I'm not saying I'd bet the farm on it, but there's nothing else that strikes me as super logical or that's going to make me feel worse. You know, losing feels badly in and of itself, but I don't know. Looking at this, I would feel worse losing to that 5 than losing to the 7 or whatever. So with a horse getting bet like that, you know, consistent with the morning line. So the answer is yes. Amount wise, you got to figure out for yourself. Are you trying to get your bet back? Are you trying, like Justin did earlier, trying to make a little bit of a multiple on your bet so that this was a successful day? And given that you've hit 4 in a row to get to the spot, I'd imagine you want something out of this. And so I don't know, but look, some people get hyper aggressive at these moments and think, oh, I can get alive to a big score. And the other ones just, you know, I'll pay for it with that. Yeah, I tend to be more of where Justin was before. You know, try and make a little money, but I wouldn't otherwise try to Dutch the rest of the field or anything crazy like that.
The way I like to think about it too is if you have 3, 4, 6, 8, and you're anywhere from 900 to 3,000, you know, and okay, like if you have a lot of confidence, great. And then the way I try to think about Matt kind of talking about is, okay, well, who else am I missing? You say the 5, and, you know, you could eat a little bit of your profit, but you still get a good ROI, right? You know, you're not going to probably get it up to a $900 will pay like your bottom one, but you give yourself like a $200 will pay or something, you know what I mean? And you're happy with, you know, put it, you know, that at 3-1, you know, you put a small, you know, some amount of a win bet and you have another will pay that you're happy with because you still made a good chunk of money. So
let's bring in our Woodbine capper here, Mike Saletta, and see if he has any thoughts on this race as well. Mike, you're muted.
And you have a Beetlejuice head. You gotta move that thing up somehow.
My background?
No, your
your
head's tiny like the Beetlejuice head at the end. You got to move the screen. Your face is cut off by your name a little.
Yeah, you have to move your camera, Mike, because your name is you're sitting too low. So with your camera, it's like you have a big name that's cutting you off.
I'm going to sprinkle like the shrunken head stuff on you.
That's right. How's that?
Perfect.
Oh.
Now your head's enormous. Perfect.
No,
now I'm more Beetlejuice.
You've said it twice. If you say it a third time.
Beetlejuice. Kitty, get out of here, buddy.
See the popcorn again. Thanks for that, Noah.
All right. We'll get this.
So, Mike, do you have any thoughts here on this race at Woodbine Race 6?
Yeah, I think you guys were talking about the 3 already, right?
Yeah.
Oldy? Yeah, that was my long shot play on the card today. It's got the speed The speed advantage here, was it 38 points? It's huge. You don't see that too often, right? Unless things changed since I last looked at it, right? So, granted, she's facing tougher today. Dropping back in distance, I think will help her too, though, with that front running speed. Did have a troubling trip last time out, so I do really like her. She's conditioning well, coming off the layoff, so I do like her chances.
Yeah, I mean, I gave her out as a single in the early pick 5.
Oh, nice
sequence, and didn't get the ticket in time, but the ticket I gave out is alive for about $1,900.
Wow!
On a $32 ticket.
Nice. Wow, let's bring her home.
And yeah, so I mean,
I'm up actual real money because I do get the bets in. And I got one of these ready for you, Mike. If this 3 wins,
nice.
We're gonna just deplete the air horn to the point that it's gonna crush the dogs in the neighborhood.
Have you fired that thing off today?
A couple times. It's really a piece of shit and doesn't work well, but it does make some noise. So
hey, whatever. It's an air horn. That's all that matters.
If we get another big win somewhere, I really did look at truck horns, and they are expensive. Yeah. I really would consider doing that. That would just be unbelievable fun for hockey goals, for everything. Whatever.
Yeah, heck yeah.
Yeah.
Mike, did you see Booth and Zeitlos today?
I know. I like it. I was excited, and then we got to that race 7, and that was a dart throw to begin with. So I wasn't surprised at the winner, but
I just went single all.
Yeah, you hit that, didn't you?
Yeah, I ended up paying almost $5,000.
Nice.
He got his best payout in the last leg. Like you almost never see that. It's crazy.
That's freaking awesome. I love it. I love it. There we go. It's probably a little better.
Couldn't agree more, Gunter. Okay.
Ooh, so we're rooting for 3, 4, 6, 8 for Alan,
race
right?
after this one is the
Good luck, Alan.
I
like that 6 too.
Presented by Kettle One. Will be race 7. This is the 6th. The Spirit Bear goes up. Gloriania has gate 4.
She needs to stay close to the pace, I think, though.
They'll wait with Super Sicily behind the starting gate.
You need to get the 3 out of the gate.
Come up last. Meantime, Secret Load is about to join. Beautifully turned out at 4-1 odds. Secret Load ran behind Earhart.
Yeah.
Garnet and Gold coming into the line and looking for a race-to-race success. They're just about in with Society's Cat. And to the outside, Anamkara. Now it is Super Sicily joining the fray, and they'll be on their way. At the 6 furlongs. Has gone forward, and they're all in. Locked up. Gates fly back, and they're off to a very good start. And one of the best away is Anamkara. Nice beginning, Garnet and Gold coming through for the lead on the inside. 2 Sip Sally is driven out in front narrowly with Super Sicily attacking. A length away came Garnet and Gold. Gloriani has got up on the inside to almost push into sharing 3rd. Still in 4th, and then came up the inside Spirit Bear. Racing on their outer, Anamkara getting back a little bit now from Society's Cat, and last is Secret Load. Tearing out in front together here, it's 2 Sip Sally and Super Sicily by almost 3 lengths to Garnet and Gold. Over on the inside, Spirit Bear from Gloriani getting back. Around the outside, Anamkara. 1 to Society's Cat, starting to wind up pretty well. And last of all is Secret Load. They come inside the 5/16, and 2 Sip Sally by almost a length.
No,
Super Sicily second, coming 3 wide. Garnet and Gold. Running on in the center is Anamkara. And as they corner, Secret Load starts to wind up from the back. Gloriani is last. Down the home stretch, it's 2 Sip Sally taken up by Garnet and Gold. Getting to the front now. Garnet and Gold driven clear. Secret Load is emerging right down the outside. Late Anamkara the inside. The leader drifting about, but holding. And Garnet and Gold has a big break on them. and Garnet and
Nice.
Gold, and Juan Crawford going
Nice
on a
ride.
win again.
That's
Hello.
a
Two
great
lengths to
boom
Secret
for
Load.
Alan. Look
And
at that.
Nice,
placing
Alan.
on the
Nice,
rails,
Alan.
Adam Cara, followed by
Hello.
Spirit Bear, Gloriania. And the time is 1:09.92.
I mean, Alan just hit a 20-cent pick 5 at Woodbine for
Boom.
about 2,000, I think, Alan. That's a big boom.
Boom.
Good
Heck
job.
Yeah, buddy.
We didn't
Boom.
even comment on the fact that the E top pick there went off at 10-1.
Yeah, right. I didn't even
Official
notice.
order 6-5-8-2. The winner,
that she
number
was the top
6,
pick.
Garnet and Gold. Second is 5, Secret Load. And third, number 8, Adam Cara. Number 2, Spirit Bear has run fourth. 6-5-8-2. The
Yeah, I knew we were in trouble as soon as we saw that break.
He did.
And the 3 didn't break well.
The 3
Stumbled
actually.
out of the gate now that they're showing the head on.
It was a tiny hop, but it was just enough to.
Yeah.
Just too vertical.
Got Monmouth coming up. Here, what do you got here, Justin, at Monmouth?
Hold on.
Do we have anything we liked here?
No, this was the stakes race. We didn't look at this one. The one is a gold badge, 9-5, big GSR.
Oh, let me bring your screen in here.
I mean, the 5 wins the race, Sim. I mean, the 1 and 5 are both out there. The 1 takes them a long way, though. You can see probably gets the lead and just kind of puts the 6 away. You can see the 6 horse kind of starts to back up, and at the top of the stretch, the 1's still there. I mean, 1 of 62 last out off the pace, but this horse doesn't need the lead, Oldy, which is nice from a tactical perspective, but they do go on the dirt, and the recent success has been on the turf.
Yeah, I mean, I think 3-1's a fair price on the 5, but probably going to be too far back.
Riding Pretty.
Yeah.
That sounds like a song that.
Yeah. Yeah. It sounds like a specific song that I can think of.
Is that like opposite of Riding Dirty?
Well, no, that was the song I was thinking of.
Yeah. I watched too many.
I think the 9 Mia's Crusade has a shot here. If it's somebody other than the 5 and the 1. Has won a couple stakes races on the dirt. Is a little bit tactical. Getting 9-2, which is a square price.
I mean, beat 60s, beat 58s. Should get a good trip from out here. I don't know how difficult it is, but I mean, when you look at, looks like with the speed in front, Oldy, as long as they break well, the 9 should find a good stocking trip.
My thought. And may just be able to sit right off the 1, 6, and the 8 and get a nice pocket trip there.
The 8 burning money last out on the turf and then now gets to the dirt was a little bit of my concern on the 8. Yeah. I still think the 1 has a shot, but I agree with your 9. I mean, this horse definitely has a look.
Has multiple stakes wins, state bred stakes wins on the dirt at 6 furlongs.
Where are we at? They must. Oh, yeah, they're approaching the gate. All right, we're going to jump over.
El Pensiero has gone into the gate, riding Pretty Tamo the next 2. Kate's Cuban Kiss coming up. Summers coming, post 3.
Hey, what's up with the lady in the
Tiger
cowboy
Lily,
hat and the
navy blue,
purse
Lassie's Notion.
that
Next
ducked
up.
under the rail and was watching the horses being loaded? Anybody else see
Too
that?
bad.
No.
Bingo's Birkin.
Very suspicious. I agree.
Bingo's Birkin goes in. And to the outside, Mia's Crusade to round out the field.
We're going to have more from Pimlico
Mia's Crusade.
and the undercard of the Preakness coming up soon.
outside.
Is the hour long between race is
Ready to
almost
go.
up.
And the
Great.
Spruce Fur Handicap for New Jersey bred filly and mare sprinters. And Lara. A little bit of a tardy break from Lassie's Notion. Good scramble for the lead. Bel Pensiero from the inside. Kate's Cuban Kiss outside of her. These two a neck apart. Kate's Cuban Kiss with a narrow lead in the early stages. D Tiger Lily runs in third with Bingo's Birkin, Mia's Crusade, and Summer's Coming is down inside of that trio. Gap of 4 to Riding Pretty. Lassie's Notion, she's second to last. Tamo will have to pass them all. She's a dozen lengths behind as they speed into the far turn. Kate's Cuban Kiss neck in front of Bel Pensiero, right there matching her. Length back to Summer's Coming, clearly into third. Mia's Crusade fourth, nickeled along just a little bit on the outside of rivals rounding the turn, and Riding Pretty's being asked to get going now. She's fifth. 4 off the pace as D Tiger Lily weakens. The others well out of it. Top of the stretch in the Spruce Fur. Kate's Cuban Kiss, Bel Pensiero, Summer's Coming, 3 deep. Those 3 across the track with a furlong to go. Riding Pretty, ducking to the inside. Mia's Crusade on the far outside needs to do more. Summer's Coming and Sunny Leone have struck the front and kicking away from the competition at 16-1. It's an upset in the Spruce Fur. It's Summer's Coming to get the stake score.
Interesting.
This was that race at Gulfstream where I was talking about that 5 horse.
Yeah, I thought the 6 would be tough, but I do agree with you, Oldy. I think the 5 could maybe hit the board. I just didn't know if it could win. But, that was the long shot, Wiz. Yes.
The horses are at the gate. It's now post time. Ashima runs favored in the first leg of your 50-cent late pick 5 and your $3 tropical turf pick 3.
I also thought the 8 Curlin's Girl had a look. But Florida Bunda, it sounds like it's right out of the Captain Caveman
gate.
cartoon.
They're working with Starship Boeing. Mega Miss.
I love that guy.
From the outside, Curlin's Girl. So waiting for Omega Miss and Curlin's Girl.
And
Captain Caveman.
Curlin's Girl to the outside. Going up, going in, ready for action. All set. There, off and running. Race favorite Ashima was away in good shape. Moving out the rail, Rachel's Song, hard sent to challenge. Out in the middle goes Omega Miss. These 3 almost in line. Then it's another 3 comprised of Sarah's Dream, Starship Boeing, and Curlin's Girl. The 2 laggards at the back are Floribunda and More Than Glory. Edgar Zayas has the rail and the lead with Rachel's Song, who's in front by 1.25 lengths over Ashima, who's there second. Forcing the issue 3 wide, Omega Miss is now third. Starship Boeing at a good price is fourth at the inside.
Omega Miss sounds too much like the Omega Blues from
She's
Revenge
about
of the
4 lengths
Nerds.
behind. Moving out the rail, Sarah's Dream third last, Floribunda second last, and More Than Glory is last of the 8 behind a 23-second opening quarter. Down the backstretch they go. Rachel's Song has the lead. Ashima getting more rain to try to stick to her second. These 2 going quick. 46 seconds flat for a half-mile speed. Third at the rail is Starship Boeing. Back to fourth is Omega Miss. On from fifth, it's Sarah's Dream. Then back to Curlin's Girl. She's settled, but she's not kicking on. More Than Glory is next, and at the back is Floribunda. Around the far turn they go. Rachel's Song has proved an elusive target to this stage. She's 1.5 lengths in front. Working harder is Ashima second. 2 back. Starship Boeing has a shot from there. She tries to gain ground into third. At the rail, Sarah's Dream, not without hope. She's now fourth, and they're on their way home. Rachel Song and Ashima, they've gone awfully quick. There's still 1-2. Ashima on the outside, Rachel Song toward the rail. Starship Boeing and Sarah's Dream closing ground late. Final 16th of a mile. Ashima's made the lead. She's worked hard the entire way, but she's going to win it. Ashima, even money, and home first.
Nice.
Starship Boeing second, Sarah's Dream third, 139 and 2.
She looked tough, even though they went fast. I was hoping, Oldy, that your 5 was going to run on for the exacta or the try, but ended up not running on.
Started some Brad Anderson like
probably could have run one running backwards.
Yeah,
Today he's
like
going to have to actually work for it, and I don't know
we
if he's
got
that
1
kind of
minute
horse. We'll see what kind of heart he has in just.
Pimlico.
Yep.
All right.
I'm going to pull up the screen for a second, Justin. I'll keep an eye on it.
Yeah, my my top pick here is Scratch, so I lost a little bit of interest for this this race. So we'll look at.
I like
Go ahead, Mike.
I like Oldy's analysis there on the 9. I didn't even see that analysis, to be quite honest with you, when I was making my picks for a BC horse players feeder today. Again, it's one of those patterns where win, come up short, win, come up short, win. That's what I'm hoping for. But the drop in SOR is one key thing too, off of that Federico Tessio stakes race, and then going back to 8.5 furlongs, where he did win last out here. So that's why I like the local track too. Angle.
And that was in the tempos, comes from local. We talked about that earlier, Mike and Oldy, about these Maryland trainers going to win some of them. I talked about this on the previous show with Daniel McKenzie, Mike, and they have Rodriguez, who's a great jock. So I would agree with you. And Oldy, you obviously thought the same from a long shot. I had liked the 7, but this 9 was my second pick. So I'm with you both that this horse is for sure live.
I mean, I thought the 6 was a legit favorite here.
Yeah.
I didn't love the 1. We have no idea what the 1 is, but I just thought there might be too much other speed here for the 1.
I will tell you, Matt Dinnerman liked the 1 quite a bit, Crudo, Oldy, when I had Matt on.
Yeah, I'm kind of looking at it a double into the next. With
do you like Reagan's wit?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see what that's paying.
This 3 bear claw necklace. I can't even say it. For Safi with not getting bet. Well, got bet a little bit. It's down to 13-1. I was going to say not getting bet at all, but Safi has a habit of finding a race like this that you don't think he's going to win, that he wins. So I'm just saying at 13-1, or coach on the 2 Best Friend Rocket, might be some decent long shots. Best Friend Rocket was obviously in against Sandman and Coal Battle and all those horses, and that group was way too good for that horse in the Arkansas Derby.
Yeah.
Noah, did you really have a bear claw for lunch? All right, they're loading, so I'm gonna flip back.
Wearing it as a necklace.
Hopefully that was your only thing for lunch.
I haven't had a bear claw in forever. My gosh. Oh. Sorry, Oldy.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
There we go.
I need to look if there's an option to flip that. It's just really annoying that you have to unclick 1 to click the
other.
3-5 Invictus. Authentic Gallop.
I'm on the 1-9 into the
Just a fair
7
shake.
daily double, Mike.
That's a good play. I like it. I went with the 9.
I was never on the 6 in this race, but we'll see.
And they're off here, the Sir Barton. Crudo with a good break on the inside. Bear Claw Necklace is showing speed, and Invictus is right up and on the pace too, pushing to the turn run. Bold Diversion and Best Friend Rocket is saving ground around that turn. Authentic Gallop is only about 4 off the lead, 3 deep around that Pimlico first turn, and Just a Fair Shake last at a compact field. 6 lengths front to back. Crudo to the back marker, Just a Fair Shake. Crudo shows the way. So Crudo going to try to slow it down. 6 furlongs left to go. Stacked up behind his Best Friend Rocket outside. Invictus
not
with clear
gonna let you
sailing.
slow it
And
down.
on
It
hold,
doesn't look
Invictus right off of Crudo. Crudo, Invictus 1-2. Best Friend Rocket is third. Extreme outside, Authentic Gallop is next. Then in between horses, Bear Claw Necklace, Bold Diversion on the inside. And trailing the field, Just a Fair Shake, still bunched. Half mile left to go. Crudo to catch. Crudo, Invictus has been looming the entire trip into the far turn, running his set down. Here comes Authentic Gallop, moving on the far outside, trying to grab third from Best Friend Rocket down to the inside. Bear Claw Necklace, Just a Fair Shake is trying to rally very wide, and Bold Diversion trails the field. They race to the top of the stretch with Crudo. Crudo giving to Q to go on for that
Come
final
on.
quarter mile. Crudo.
Come on, 9.
Invictus
Come on,
is
9.
desperate now from second. Just a Fair Shake to the center of the
Crudo,
track
I
is
think,
trying to
yawned.
close.
Catch him.
Just a Fair Shake willingly now taking that second spot, but Crudo
Should play that exacta.
cruising home.
Good call.
Crudo by
Fantastic.
7. Crudo from Just a Fair Shake.
I mean,
Invictus
the
is in
5 I
third.
put out
Scrambles
there,
on for
that's
first.
way
Don
better than getting the
Velasquez and
6.
Crudo in the Sir Barton. Solid winner. Just
There we
a
go.
Fair
Did you-
Shake and Invictus. And then Bear Claw Necklace.
It was a quick half, too, to be able to carry on there.
Did you play into the 7, Matt, or something else?
Into the 7. Huge.
Nice.
All right,
Minute
cool.
44.
Good.
We're riding together.
Running
That's
time.
perfect.
Nice.
He's,
We're riding dirty.
8.1 to 1.
Yeah, Crudo. We I had mentioned that when Matt Dinnerman and I covered that race on Thursday, Mike, and he was really high on Crudo. So
Yeah.
anybody who watched that, you would have heard Matt. I mean, he's a great track announcer, but he's also a
He
great
is.
handicapper. So
He is.
I just
Dustin,
listened.
did you get rained out officially?
yes, yeah. But I will take a break, Oldy, and you know, we can juggle around too. I do have to make the kids lunch, but they did, yes.
I'm just letting David know in case he needs to skip out.
Yeah, and that's fine, Oldy. I might, Matt, Mike, you guys gonna hang? Matt, you hanging for the day?
I will bolt anytime to make room for the next person who's more exciting.
Okay.
There is no person more exciting.
Exactly.
We call you Mr. Excitement for the reason,
Yeah.
Matt.
You're the only ones. Seriously, when you get fresh blood, I'll bolt. But I'm cool staying.
No,
I'm
you
just
should
gonna flip the screen and watch on YouTube. So it's up to you
Oh,
guys.
it's always fun to hear you and David go at it too, because your styles are so much different. Yeah.
If he was here, I'd make a joke about, mine's about winning, but I'm not going to do that to him.
Oldie, I am gonna run and make the kids lunch though, so I'll be back in that's why I was checking Matt, and I'll be back in probably 10-15 minutes.
Okay. Have a nice lunch. I suggest a bear claw.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Breakfast of Champions, lunch of Conference Champions? Sure. All right. So that was Pimlico. We got race 7 coming up at Aqueduct. And I believe, Matt, you're alive to a double here. Am I correct?
I got to look. You're paying better attention than I am at the moment.
I thought you had like a 10-to-1 double to the 5 debt limit here or something.
Correct. Thank you. Yes.
Look at that, Oldie. Man.
You remember that. Yes, I have a $250 double. It pays $19.25.
That a baby.
Let's go get it. Increase the debt.
3 to 5 on debt limit here. let's see. So I'm showing it pays $6.30. I think you forgot it's a $2 base on the double.
That's crazy. You can read that. So and by the way, I get these sorts of irregularities all the time. And if you want to say that it's more than coincidence, I would not be shocked. But I am sitting here with a will pay screen that says 1925 and have
That's
no
weird.
idea what to make of that.
Let me check a different source.
That's
here.
not even half. Or twice. It was a $2 wager.
It says dollar double 630 on both Spires and
Look, I can tell you stories without naming names of ADWs that I don't use anymore, where I would be alive at times to more than the pool. Try to figure out how that's possible. I just stopped betting with those people at that point.
Yeah.
Something was too fishy. I have not had issues like that with Naira bets before, but I mean, I'm refreshing and it is insisting that that's what it pays. So
let me check.
Take a
will say that I've seen glitches though. Oh, David would like you to know that he heard that joke. He just texted me. But they're going in the gate here. I can't put the sound on. I don't think it will pick it up, but let's see. Maybe it will. I'll try it at least once. You guys hear that at all?
Nope.
No.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Huh. That's odd. I just looked up my Naira bets, Matt, and it does say 630 for a buck.
And I'm just looking at where they do the math for you, saying what you're going to get.
Oh yeah.
And it's still saying 1925 on a $250 bet. I will not be surprised when it's what you guys are saying, but
I see 1925 for a 50-cent pick 4 will pay.
That would be great if I had that. It's just a $250 double that they're just dead wrong.
That's weird. Yeah.
They're off. All right. Let's see. Boy, we get real quiet when there's nothing to watch.
I mean, look at the 2's on the lead. The 7 is at 37-1 is sitting right off, but they went pretty.
Like Tony Salvaro at Maywood. Make this real fun, Oldy. Go ahead.
I'm not good at calling races, so
no one who does
that limit is rolling up there like.
Yeah, he's 3 wide.
Yeah, looks like he's
a lot of horse. Yeah, now he's asking. He's gonna run away. The 3's right behind him though.
You got it.
Yeah, he got it. No problem. The 3's just following along his tail. There you go. That's a good hit, Matt.
Right. Thank you.
Boom, boom, boom.
Boom, boom, boom. That's kind of a lowercase b, especially with the, I hate the payout irregularity shit. I can't stand it.
I hear you.
There's no reason for it. But okay, we'll take it. Nice.
All right, we got 5 minutes to Monmouth or 5 minutes to San Nita.
All I know is I didn't pick that. So whether that was Justin or Oldy, thank you.
Nice.
Like I think that was before.
No, you told us that the will pays were like 10-1 there, and then I think you did it off the will pay.
Yeah, but I wouldn't have had the first leg. I mean, I don't think
we gave out the winner on the first leg either.
Okay, well, then I actually did something on my own for a change. And Scott Free, Maywood, been there. Yeah, okay. The next time we have a race call with, because I actually do a reasonable Tony Salvaro impersonation, if you know who that is. If you don't, it just sounds ridiculous, as he did for years. But maybe we'll do that when we have a race with no call. And I'll work in Slide, 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 and Mohican Pride, and Cotton Sock, and Presidential Ball, and Riyadh, and all those other ones. I'll give you a handful more. Dale Heitman, Ron Marsh, Dave and Dean McGee, Walter Paisley. Right, crazy. You remember these names from the past.
That's crazy.
Bejeweled. That was a great horse at Maywood, too, that won all the time. It was crazy. Casting Couch, another one. Stop me here.
Next, you're going to start talking about sportsmen's.
Those are cool names.
They're in the lane. Remember that guy? Here comes the buck in the wing. I mean, he was like, he didn't even try to call a regular race.
Sportsman's at one time was owned by the Steinbrenners.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Oh, of Vandalay Industries.
Yes, exactly.
See,
I'm sure you made a donation in my name to the Human Fund.
You know, it's funny. I was just on some podcast that was doing something for aftercare. Said, hey, this was great. I'll go make a donation. And I made it to the wrong aftercare place. And I think it still counts, but whatever.
It's a donation.
Whatever.
Aftercare.
I can't pull it back and say I meant it for the other letters one. Whatever.
All right. Do we want to look at Monmouth race 8 or Santa Anita race 2? Mike, I don't know if you have some opinions here. I didn't look for notes yet on.
Yeah, I didn't get too far with my Santa Anita notes. I think I got through race 4. To me, it was a 2-horse race, so I don't. Between a 6 and a 1, they faced each other last out, so I didn't have really a big opinion over the one over the other.
I mean, I think the 4 could have a long shot look there.
Yeah, the thing, it's just a jump up. I don't, stretching out. GSR isn't as high as the rest, adding that furlong.
Farlap? I'm taking a guess, Diane. Is that an Australian horse?
Oh yeah, what was the name of that horse?
Let's look at the versus the Monmouth race.
No, we don't know. It's gonna make me crazy.
Got a 2-1 favorite at Monmouth. River Dog. Won last race by over 8 lengths. But was claimed off Kelly Breen. Claudio Gonzalez is 23% there.
Winks.
Winks.
But
that was the
this
obvious.
is off the turf, and that was a dirt. Appears to be the dirt horse in the race. It's like Gins and Tins looks like a turf horse. I guess that the other one to look at might be the 7 who's getting back to the top 2 E picks there.
Yeah, exactly. The 9's got a huge pace advantage.
Yep. I do on the River Dog.
Yeah, I haven't been keeping track at Monmouth and these sprints. Have they, especially today, have they been winning on the front end?
I'd say for the most part, but it's been playing pretty cleanly. It looks like they're going to go in the gate first at Santa Anita. So I'll pull that up.
Big pace advantages like that with somebody who does win on the lead, it's hard to bet against them. I usually like those angles. 23% first off a claim for the trainer too.
Noah's got River Dog.
Yeah, Diane Winks was unbelievable. Unbelievable. Just from dead last, just circled
It's
the
post
field.
time.
Totally crazy.
One more.
I
Didn't
just saw your,
Cigar win like 24 in a row?
And they're off.
yeah.
Nijinsky
something like
Halo
that.
is very fast away from the gate. Cascabel comes away in
Well,
second.
the
They're
4
followed
didn't
by
get the
Cardinal
lead, but the
Spirit and
3 I
Winds of
think is a big
Freedom on the
price.
outside. Panuco is next, and Heber at the back of the field. It's Nijinsky Halo taking them to the half-mile pole in front. Cascabel in close attendance to the pace second. A length and a half, Cardinal Spirit. Winds of Freedom is widest of all. Panuco is trying to come through down at the rail. Close up, only 2 lengths off the lead, and 3 clear of Heber. 3 furlongs out, Nijinsky Halo just in front. Cascabel continues to apply the heat in second. It's 2 more lengths. Winds of Freedom going after the top pair in third. Panuco still in the thick of it fourth. 3 lengths clear of Cardinal Spirit. They pass the
Gonna come off that rail and let that one right up the rail.
Panuco, and he takes advantage, and Panuco pounces with a furlong left to go and quickly opens up 3. Winds of Freedom moves up on the outside in second.
That's why you need like the buggy behind the horse to block.
All alone. Panuco overwhelms the competition, sprinting clear to win it by
Hear that, or see if the horse's rear end can kind of sway back and forth.
The old Maywood open stretch, like at the last second you could get through, but for the most part, you're blocked, and that's that.
Monmouth still
The
hasn't
runners
gone
have now
off.
reached the starting gate. It's post time.
We're almost ready to go.
John J. Gins and Tins.
All of a sudden, Matt's audio is working okay. It must have been something on their end.
To post position number 8.
He sounds like he's ready to go.
River Dog. 1 back. The Gray. Hushin. Hushin and Christian Mirage.
Go,
on the
dog.
outside. Goes in. We're ready to go.
They're ready to go.
And they're off. Gins
Go,
and
dog.
Tins away slowly. Hushin, River Dog, those 2 ones.
Dog.
River Dog naturally quickest.
Doggone.
Parts of the length from
You see the
Hushin.
odds change?
Hard, but is in
Yeah,
second. On the
sorry.
inside, John J.
That could have
runs
been me.
third. Then Awesome Ruta, Flying Liam. They run as a pair. 3
No,
clear
it
of
couldn't.
Gins and
They have a
Tins
lot of money to
back.
go.
There's a half mile to go.
They have a
River
lot of
Dog
money to
goes
go.
off as the 4 to 5 favorite comes off a Winchester.
Went from 2 to 1 to 4 to 5.
Hits the
That was
fourth
probably
turn.
20 grand.
Fresh and ready
Yeah.
to roll, even off that big win
Wow.
last week. Leads by 3, rounding the far turn. 4 runners line up behind him
It's
here.
looking like
Awesome Ruta
the
comes out of
9-7
crowd,
exacta
clearly
would have been the
takes
play
second
here.
position
Straight
away from Hushin,
exacta.
who begins a steady retreat. John Jay hugging the
Maybe
rail,
that
trying to
outside
get
horse
off the
beats the
lane.
7,
Outside,
but
it's Flying Liam, and Gins and Tins
Let's
not
go,
being
dog.
interfered with as they
It looked
come
like a
down the
pack of
lane.
dogs chasing a
River
rabbit.
Dog looking to become the first 2-time winner at the meet, and he's 5 ahead of Flying
Yeah.
Liam, who's into
yeah, I
second.
think he's
Awesome
going to be the
Ruta
first
just trying to
2-time
hold
winner
on
in the
for
meet.
third at this point, and River Dog, he's got it. River Dog, speedy
That
in
was
victory
easy.
once again.
Thank you.
River Dog.
Free money.
Easy,
Strong.
Shut down.
easy.
Mario Gonzalez barn, first off the claim. Flying Liam was second. Awesome Ruta third. John J.
It was an easy 4 to 5. All right. We got 3 minutes to Gulfstream Race 8. We're going on everybody's favorite surface, the synthetic, which is different than the pathetic. Or we could go to Woodbine. We want to go to Woodbine real
Yeah, I
fast.
think
since
we
know
got
playing.
someone's alive to a double here. I think Jay is. If Jay's still
Let
on.
me get Woodbine going here. There's too many to choose from to fit on the screen here. They're off at Woodbine, so let's bring that up.
Rail just behind them is
9 didn't get the lead.
a length and a half away. Crystal Visions shading on the inside. Crystal Air, a length and a half last. Aristella. About 5
This
and a half
couple's
covers
needs
the
the
field.
8.
Shotgun Wedding at a modest tempo
Yeah, I
leads
was
the
on
way.
the 2
3
and the
parts
8.
Brindy. A little bit wide. War Signal going up on the outside. Something About has travelled easily. Length and a half away. Social Code running on. Crystal Visions and 3 wide. Aristella joining in. Last of all, Crystal Air. Down to the 5/16ths. Brindy right up alongside has come up to join Shotgun Wedding. Something About has had a terrific run. War Signal trying to keep her in a pocket. Around the outside is Aristella, but Brindy's
It's
got
not
the lead
running.
from Shotgun Wedding and War Signal coming down the centre and out wide. Aristella finishing well with Something About Her, but Brindy's got the jump. Something About Her getting to work, and as they come down the stretch, fighting back is Shotgun Wedding, Brindy, and Something About Her. Brindy and Shotgun Wedding, and on the outside, Something About Her, and then Social Code. Brindy in a photo on the outside is Something About Her in the
Remember,
centre.
the mirror
Social
is
Code,
after
the
the
inside is
finish line,
Shotgun Wedding. A battle
significantly
to the
after the
wire, a
finish
photo
line.
for the win in the Ruling Angel
I think
Stakes.
the two got up.
I think the two did.
122.77.
Just let them suffer. And if they get surprised, it's great, but give no hope.
Nope.
Nope.
Inside.
Oh man, who was that? This
Brindy.
8? No, it
The
was
9.
9.
Dang. I think that's
I'm
my only
seeing
miss today.
Boo? Is Diane scaring us, or was that way too many letters for a gigantic boom?
I think that was a gigantic boom.
Diane, please complete the word so that we know if you're trying to scare us or if we should be happy for you.
And let us know
Right.
what you hit, and we'll put our own boom up for you too. Boom, 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 boom.
I nailed that guy within the Turfway contest. I do remember that, Chris. Very cool.
Oh wow,
All right,
Chris.
so
That's crazy.
Gulfstream Race 8.
Okay, I'm going to interpret Diane's comment as trying to scare the shit out of us. Just a big
or she wanted the 2.
boom.
Yeah, maybe that is she wanted the 2.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry. That was an intentional.
I don't know that China Blue has to win here. The horse has really done its best running up on the lead. It's got that one race where it didn't, but that was against 38s. I don't think I'd want any part of 5-2 here.
No.
Let's watch the race sim real fast. Since it's Gulfstream and we know they're not going to go off on time.
Right.
And, after booing like that, maybe she should put her money on Nana Nana Boo Boo.
I was just thinking the same thing, Oldie. I saw the name of
I
that
feel like
horse.
you gotta say the horse's name.
Na, boo, 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 boo.
That's not even looking up. We gotta wait for him to look up and then do it to him.
That horse is getting bad too. Maybe because of the name.
Sanchez is 22% off the claim.
That horse has said that to bettors the last 3 times.
I mean, the other one that's at least a little interesting, but it hasn't run in a while, is the 3 moving to Delgado, or D'Angelo, I'm sorry. And, stretching back out and getting easier.
Yeah, this race isn't easy.
Hard pass.
All right.
Yeah.
Going in the gate. So
Favorite China Blue.
Yeah, I'm with you, Oldie. I think the 3 has the chance to upset, but I don't like any other horse, to be honest with you. No confidence anyway.
Diane, we have a former host here who 100% agrees with you.
Nana Nana Boo Boo, my happy holiday. And from the outside, Dialythic. Dialythic. Up and in. Ready for the late pick 4. They're off. In the middle, Starship Legend quick to begin. Moving out the rail, Lady O'Brien has speed. On the far outside, Dialythic's on the go. She's going to try to get over with Nana Nana Boo Boo away fourth. Back to fifth, it's China Blue. Bonmati gets floated out over heels.
Don't you want
That's
to
the
hear
rail
him
that's
say,
on the Nile.
and it's
Renciata
Nana
is
Nana
next,
Boo
and My
Boo.
Happy Holiday, the early trailer. They chase Starship Legend. Prady Matos and 70-1 Bomber. Starship Legend off the lead now by 3.5. Dialythic is second from a rating. Lady O'Brien in third. Nana Nana Boo Boo up on the outside is now fourth. Back to fifth goes China Blue. Then to her outside is Bonmati. Moving out the rail, Lorenciata with On the Nile between horses. And the trailer with a lot of pace ahead of her is My Happy Holiday. 24 seconds flat for the opening quarter. Isolated up front, Starship Legend in a bid to shock the group. She leads by 4.5 over Dialythic in second. They're all clustered behind her with the gray Lady O'Brien nearest the inside. At the rail, it's On the Nile. From between China Blue and out wide Bonmati. Then Renciata and My Happy Holiday. To the far turn they go, 48-1 for the opening half mile. Starship Legend's lead is only a length. On the outside, Dialythic, 3 wide Nana Nana Boo Boo. Moving closer at the rail, it's China Blue. Renciata splits horses from the back. On the outside, Bonmati. That's all for Lady O'Brien. My Happy Holidays had pace ahead of her, but is last of all while trying to motivate herself. A quarter of a mile remains. Up on the outside, here's Nana Nana Boo Boo trying to get Dialythic. Held up between China Blue, 3 back to Bonmati. They're an eighth of a mile from home. Dialythic leads from China Blue and Nana Nana Boo Boo on the outside. Final 16th of a mile, Dialythic. Nana Nana Boo Boo, China Blue on the outside. And then they come past the 16th. Nana Nana Boo Boo gains the upper hand. Nana Nana Boo Boo in front. Second was one of the favorites, China Blue, and 145-1.
I love it.
You gotta be kidding me.
5-1 on Nana Nana Boo Boo.
That is awesome.
I mean, he should have gone into this extended. Nana.
Yes.
So obnoxious. That's fantastic.
He could have done so many things with that.
Yeah. Sylvain gave us a boo boom there.
Boo boom.
It's awesome. Makes the show even better when crazy names hit like that. That's awesome. Oh boy, made my cheeks hurt.
You're laughing too hard.
Yeah.
All right. We got 10 minutes to Pimlico. Let's talk about. Switch screens here. And we could go to let's
go to Aqueduct.
Let's go to Aqueduct first.
All right, you go to Aqueduct. I'm going to the bathroom. I'll be back for the Pimlico race.
Sounds good.
You're on the good turf. Miser Tonic is your current favorite, co-favorites with Mr. Flowers. They're both kind of mid horses. Mr. Flowers, first time Jamie Ness put Silvera aboard. They're 27% first time with horse. But, there's a lot of pace in this race.
Yeah.
This is the way I see it. Let's see what the race sim thinks. Which does mean sometimes you might think that it might set up good for the 10 here, and then somebody will steal it on the front end.
Mm-hmm.
And the 8 wins the race sim, but you saw the 5 make kind of a middle move, but I don't see that the 5 can race.
No.
Any of these speed horses rate that I see. Okay, so let's get rid of all of them. All right, now let's start with the 4. 4 can rate a little bit. Broke its maiden against Similar here. Gets back to the turf, but it hasn't run a lick since the race after breaking its maiden. Second off the layoff for the International Donk Society is only 5%.
Yeah.
Well, let's throw that one out. So that kind of leaves us with 4 horses here. The 8, 7, 9. I mean, the 9's been in against better. Gets Dylan Davis. Second time Weiner, 15%. I mean, as Scotty would say, why can't the 9 win this race? Should be in similar position to these other horses here. I don't have a lot of trust in Rudy on the 10. I don't really like the 7 either. I don't see why. I'd be maybe an 8, 9 exacta here.
Yeah, I think the 8's probably the horse to beat.
Yeah. Moving to the Nest Barn, yeah. But I don't see why the 9 off the drop. I mean, hasn't won in a while. That 1 for 17. That's why, but you know, it's one of those 2 horses for me. Maybe you throw the 10 in there and you play a try.
Yeah, I'm looking at the 10 here now.
Is there any of these speed horses that could hang on?
No, not that I see. I mean, 5 might be the only one.
I mean, maybe the 3 or the 6. You'd have to
6 maybe.
And I guess if you were to take one of these, you know, I would consider, you know, we were talking about the 3 or the 6, but the 1 did show a couple back on the dirt that it could rate a little bit.
Yeah.
So it might just
hung on, but
yeah, I mean, it might just be the one who could surprise here. With the 8 and the 9 instead of using the 10, who I just don't trust late. But we're only 5 minutes to Pimlico, so while we wait for that, let's talk about this non-graded stakes race, the $100,000 James W. Murphy Stakes. You do have a big pace advantage on Currahee.
Mm-hmm.
This race is my biggest play of the day.
You are all over Reagan's Wit, then, I'm assuming?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't trust Reagan's Wit, but I only like Currahee and Reagan's Wit.
You worried about there not being enough pace to run into, or what, Oldy?
Yeah, Reagan's Wit's only beaten a group of maidens. And has burnt money the other 2 times. Took money and burnt it.
I wouldn't. I mean, the Tampa race, I wouldn't necessarily call it burning money.
I mean, it was
second choice by the looks.
I mean, to me, burning money is anytime you don't win and you're getting back. I mean, the other horse who has a little bit of a look would be the 9, Stormy Flight, who, you know, has shown it can run on the turf. The question is the distance.
Yeah.
But if the horse can get the distance, you know, that's where the surprise could come from. And the GSR does go back out. I just throw out that 82 SOR race altogether. On the dirt, both for the GSR drop in, it was obviously too tough of a race. But we'll watch the race sim.
I just don't.
I'm going to start cheering like hell if the 7 wins the sim.
Seven does win the 7.
Right. Let's
Comes
go.
flying.
They're off at Belmont.
Yep. 5. Master Freud is on the lead. Probably thinking about its mother. Sorry, a little Freudian humor.
Freudian slip.
Eight's getting a great trip.
I have a small win bet on the 8, and if it wins, we will let someone in the chat pick the aftercare organization that gets the money.
Nice.
One is running well, hanging around with the 5. Here comes the 8. And the 7. Eight is not going to win. The 7's going to win the race. It's going to go 7, 8, 1.
Look what a bad ride that 8 got. Jeez. Just put right into that tight spot.
Yep.
Who's riding that 7? What a good job. Javier.
7 was Javier Castellano.
Really good job. Absolutely cost the 8 the race, and in a very legal way. All right, well, no charity. Okay.
No soup for you.
No soup for you. All right, so we're back to someone telling me that Reagan's wit is going to ruin my day.
No.
I'm not telling you it's going to ruin your day. I mean, I only like the 8 and the 7 here after scratches. And I thought the 9 could have a long shot look, but it's a stretch.
That horse came from the clouds, third. And I really like that since Forrest Boyce got aboard, that this is one that's really.
I'm just making sure I have all the other sounds turned off here.
Just fit
I'm known to do that.
Different ways.
Not have them turned off.
Female jockeys typically have a bit softer hands, kind of stay out of the horse's way a bit more. And Forrest Boyce is a prime example of that, especially on the grass course. Just puts him in very good positions. Now, only one turf try, and that was that one at Laurel, and it was a 3rd place finish. So this is a big ask here, but I think in a field like this, why not take a shot? And this is a gelding that can stay close enough up to the pace, and now we'll just see how he'll handle this Pimlico turf course, because it does have that long, lush blades of grass, and sometimes horses love it, and some they just kind of tolerate it. So we'll find out in just a few moments for the James W. Murphy 1 mile on the grass course. Good luck.
All right, we're going 1 mile on the grass turf course here at Pimlico, the old Hilltop turf course, I believe it's called.
Yep.
Brought to you by Prevagen. So if you're not taking Prevagen, you might not remember the race, but this isn't that the memory supplement.
And by Lesser Evil popcorn, Himalayan sea salt flavor. And Lululemon hoodies. I'm still waiting for a sponsorship.
Call Garrett's Popcorn. Get them to sponsor you.
Yeah.
I'll give you a good Garrett story while we're waiting. They brought Garrett's to the United Center where the Blackhawks play. And I had season tickets for years. And I would work downtown and go to games after work. And I'd come home at 9:30. These were in days where I was struggling a lot more with my weight than I am today. Wife, who cared about my health quite a bit, would say, What'd you eat at the United Center? I'd
Moving
mix
on the
it
turf
up,
now
and
for
she
the
would look
James
at
W.
the
Murphy
three
Stakes,
orange stripes on my leg
presented by Prevagen.
and say, something tells me you had the caramel cheese corn. You get so much schmutz on your hand from that cheese corn, you know, like a typical guy. I'm wiping my hand on my pants, and she's like, "Oh, pants." She's like, "Bullshit! I know you had it."
Well, and you know, so when my former employer, they had a box at the United Center on the 100 level. So when I would be entertaining at the box, I would always have to bring the wife home a thing of Garrett's from the dessert cart.
All right, I'm going to get a little quiet here. This really, really matters to me.
All right, we're rooting this out.
The horses have reached the starting gate.
Come on, man. I don't think I've used my one-timer yet. So that one-timer,
that's a Ravelli horse.
yes. I was on Howard's show. He said the horse has absolutely no chance.
Runners loading into the
And it
James
won
W.
at, I
Murphy
think,
Stakes,
38
presented
to 1 or
by
something insane.
Prevagen,
And
directly in front of the turf side terrace
Howard
crowd.
got beaten up for that pretty good.
Twain, Barbadian runner. Soleil Valant. Reagan's Wit is 3-5, stepping up.
All right, we got Diane on the 6. We got Luis on the 9.
Kirahi and Stormy Flight.
Come on, man.
Studley Do Right, Junior Alvarado.
7-9.
Studley Do Right, I think, was Matt's nickname in college.
Stormy Flight, Studley Do Right. Both from Men's Grill Racing. Lined up. And they're off at the James W. Murphy Stakes. Soleil Valance asks for some early speed, just outkicked by Curry, who's made the lead. Curry, Stormy Flight there on the outside. Soleil Valance take it back now after being asked for a bit of early foot. Twain is on the inside, 4th position around that first turn. Here is the favorite, Reagan's Wit, 6 lengths off the early pace. Barbadian runner to the back of the pack, and Studley Do Right trails the field. Curry, Stormy Flight, the racing 1-2 as they make that turn. Curry, Stormy Flight. Another 4 lengths back. Soleil Valant is about 5 or 6 from the front. Twain down inside of Soleil Valant. Then it's another 2, Reagan's Wit. Trying to get a bit closer, some 8 lengths off the pace. Barbadian runner and Studley Do Right. So you have to pick it up. Curry's in charge under Luis Saez from Stormy Flight. The lead is a length at 3/4. Twain is at 3rd. Soleil Valant getting a bit closer now from 4th of the orange cap. And Reagan's Wit is trying to
I don't know how
on,
you can
has
tell
6
what's
to
going
make
on
up
in
with
this
3
race.
furlongs left to
The
go.
tents are blocking.
Curry's in front from Stormy Flight. Soleil Valant on the move from 3rd position as they round the turn and hit the top of the stretch with a 1/4 to go at Pimlico. Curry still there. Curry trying to carry on. Slipping through down to the inside. Twain is right there
7
trying to
got
pick it
a
up
trip.
as well. In between horses, Reagan's Wit has found a way through. Here's Reagan's Wit.
Bullied his way
Reagan's
through
Wit
there.
now challenging. Take the lead from Curry.
Go on.
Twain on the inside is running a big
See
one.
ya.
On the far outside, Soleil Valant just
There
at
you
an
go.
even pace, shifting it a
Almost
bit to
lost
the
his
rails.
top
Reagan's
there.
Wit.
Did you see that?
Reagan's Wit.
Yeah.
Reagan's Wit. Charging to the
Matt,
line,
did you
a
see
5-length winner from Soleil Valant.
Oh.
Reagan's Wit, a big green, in and out down the stretch on the turf course. Soleil Valant 2nd, and then it was Twain.
There you go.
And then Barbadian runner closer 4th.
All right, let me give you the boom
40.25.
once you're done dancing.
Nice. Easy.
You did see is that Irish dancing? What are we doing there?
That was a little mix.
Did I win? Oh boy.
Nice.
So Matt,
That
Easy.
was.
Did you see the jockey almost fall off though?
No.
Well, yeah, he was. Well,
That would have been a little disturbing.
yeah, he got a little close to the rail.
Okay.
Yeah.
Look,
He
I got a little
almost Fanny Franco'd it off the horse there.
He had so much horse underneath him.
Well, Reagan's Wit won it.
So for those curious what I did,
Number 6,
keep in mind that in the race before, I bet
third,
that gigantic double with the one horse. But I was offered by both FanDuel and TVG these massive bonuses for win bets. And I did them both on that horse right there. Nice. So without making me say the amount, I just got a 20% bonus up to $1,500 on one account, up to $2,000 on the other. And I bet enough to get that bonus, if that makes sense. So that was a massive win bet in 2 places with nice bonus money on top of it. So good shit.
Yeah, that's the horse to do that bonus bet on for sure.
It just struck me as the most likely winner on the day.
Yep.
I didn't want to wait for journalism and the Preakness, even though that to me is kind of tied for most likely winner on the day. It just felt like if I was getting 1 to 2 or better, just take it here. And okay, so to be clear, and not that this is supposed to be school for anybody, thank you for the congrats. Yeah, I'm going to look at my balances now. I'm going to round them. You know, I'm going to find nice dollar numbers and basically just play with scraps the rest of the day.
There you go.
But that just nailed every profit target I had on the day. And so it could be that the Preakness now gets a $26 bet. That's not a joke. Yeah, I'm making up a number. If I just made $10,026, I swear to God, I'm betting $26 in the next race. Like I'm donezo. So good stuff. All right. Well worth the dance, and I'm working the calories off the popcorn. Good stuff.
Boom. I mean, if they're going to give you free money, you might as well take it, right?
Hell yeah, man.
I will say, seeing Chris Couples being kind, but out of everything I heard out of anybody here, I think it was his where he said above, I wouldn't take anybody at 3 to 5 on this turf course. That was the scariest thing I heard. That it didn't quite deter me, but it almost did. So, okay, good stuff.
We got a crazy race at Woodbine coming, or Monmouth coming up, but Woodbine, I think this.
Yeah,
maybe I'm one race ahead of where the crazy race is. Where I think I'm one race ahead. I think it was this next race that made the Woodbine. Yeah, it was the next race that made the Woodbine late pick 5 unplayable.
Yeah, the last 2 races are not easy.
Let's look at the Monmouth one first. I bet Woodbine goes off. First, we're not getting live odds here on this 2. But I'd probably be on the 2, the long shot here at 9 to 2.
Let's see what I had.
I mean, everything else looks pretty cheap in here.
Yeah, that's who I had on top. I had it 2-4-1. So
getting 4 to 1. That's plenty of profit for risk there. I'm going to put it up because it's going in the gate.
Midnight Onyx. Get like Mike.
Guys, I know we have a lot of people on the stream right now. If you guys can hit the like
finale
and help us out, and also hit the subscribe button if you're new to the show.
We're off. A little bobble at the break from Midnight Onyx, but
we don't always have as good of racing as we do today because that depends on the racing that's carded. But we do this every week with live racing and
third early
great
on.
handicappers and potentially one of the best batters in the world in that. So we're happy to have you here, and got more action coming from Pimlico
here in the finale
as those races come up. So stay with us, and we'll take you around the horn until we get back to Pimlico here.
Oldy, don't make me nervous and tell me there's a lot of people watching. As far as I'm concerned, this is the three of us and a few buddies in the chat.
Still a big gap back to
I get real nervous real quickly.
They're halfway home in the
Don't get nervous, Matt.
Like believing in magic, a length in front of Midnight Onyx, who's right behind.
As far as I'm concerned, this is no different than doing a Zoom webinar.
This is third, saving ground, waiting for racing room right now. In the meantime, Immense Faith has lost position. He's under some pressure here. Boca guys come under a hard ride. Get like.
So I should say first time when you say nervous, and you should say.
I don't really, but you don't really think honestly. We get in this environment and it's so comfortable. No part of us thinks that there's other people, other than the ones interacting with us in the chat.
Right.
There's other people. It's an odd feeling to think people are just listening to us.
Yeah, exactly.
But, while we're mentioning it, don't forget to buy Matt's book if you haven't already. A Better Way of Thinking. It will help you become a better.
Nice and big right there.
Midnight Onyx faded to third
All
leg
right,
in the game.
thanks for that.
Get like Mike was fourth in the finale.
Again, all this live racing. Thank you to Monmouth, Woodbine, the first group, Emerald Downs. Who else do we have today? Remington Park. Thank you to all of them for allowing us to show the races and provide all this live racing. Looks like they're off at Woodbine, so I'm going to pull that up too.
Lee, a length and a half, Bolt Enery, uphill dancing, coming back into it. Liam's Gift, Wickenheiser's running now, but well back down the stretch, and on the inside, Lustella Luna on the outer, Zoli, and getting a rails run. Bolt Enery is Lustella Luna left the inside, then Liam's Gift trying to get out and come on, but Zoli on the outside narrowly. Bolt Enery coming home up the golden rail, and Bolt Enery on the inside. There's the way you want to go. The rail's just untouchable. And Bolt Enery wins from Zoli.
Somebody had the 2 in the chat there. I know that. Mike.
Yeah, I think somebody
Boom,
did.
there for Mike.
Woo!
Yeah, Mike R.
No, he wants the woo! He wants a Ric Flair from Mike.
Woo! He got the woo! So did I ever tell you guys I have a coworker? The uphill dance made me think of this. I have a coworker named Chris that we call Pickles. And he was a mountain unicyclist. But we always imagined him dressed in like a circus clown outfit, unicycling up a mountain.
Is that even
a mountain?
That's a thing.
Difficult.
Unicycle. I mean, I didn't know that unicyclists conquered areas like I just thought that they did their thing in the street or in gyms or whatever. Like they actually go up and down mountains.
Yes, I would assume it's a different type of unicycle.
I was going to say, because
more like the thick tires, like a mountain bike. But yeah, he was a mountain unicyclist.
Coolest thing I ever saw on a unicycle was at halftime of a few Northwestern basketball games. It's that incredible, I think she's from China, the woman that is able to kick bowls on top of her head while riding a unicycle. You can search it on YouTube. It is the craziest damn thing you've ever seen. The skill level is off the charts, and she probably gets paid $50 an hour. It should be like $1 billion a year thing, given how unique it is. But whatever.
So Matt, what did you play here in your Turf Pick 3?
God, your memory's unbelievable. What else?
It's amazing when I get a decent night's sleep. This is the way my memory is. When I don't get a decent night's sleep, it's like
I'm the same way, Oldy.
Okay, so am I correct that we kicked it off with a Shima in the first leg? So I am
right. Yes,
I am singled in this leg to the 1.
Turbulent Force, the E top pick for George and his Weaver. He's a Dream Weaver.
Wayne's World. I remember Wayne's World.
You know, the 4 looks like it needs the lead. You know, the horse that would scare me here, I guess, is Mr. Binks, the long shot. Just from a might be able to raid and they might go too fast standpoint. But I like your play here on Turbulent Force.
Well, and at 51% and with a pace edge, that 4 spooks me. I'm just being honest. The 4 spooks me, but if this was the third leg of this pick 3, I would be far more tempted to be taking some action. But I don't really think I built enough equity on the ticket yet with just the 1 hit in the first leg. So I suffer the consequences of a single in this leg. And if I get through, I'm live to the 1 and the 4 in the next, in the last segment, and we'll see. But if you just take the amount of my bets and pretend for a second that I just put them to win on Ashima, it's not like I'm sitting on that much money where it's like, oh my gosh, I have to protect this. That's the way I make a judgment as to whether or not I need, if that horse Ashima was 15-1 and I was singled in the pick 3 in leg 2, I would definitely be playing some doubles and doing some other things. But at 4-5, I just want this to play out without spreading and without making those bets less efficient.
Yeah, I mean, Turbulent Force and Most Handsome, I almost called him Mr. Handsome, faced each other 2 back in that Texas Glitter Stakes or whatever it actually, Texas Glitter, whatever it was. And Most Handsome didn't get the lead. Neither did Turbulent Force, and Turbulent Force did not finish Most Handsome there.
Okay, I hope he remembers. I got you once.
All right, let's see. And you do have the double blue arrows on the 5 Orderly Avenue, but that horse isn't showing that it is only one on the lead also. It was a first time out winner. We're going to the turf course, so I'm going to pull this up. And also to everybody who's new on the stream, if you want free EquinEdge, 3 free races a day, you can scan that QR code in the corner and sign up for free EquinEdge. So don't forget that, as well as hitting the like.
The horses are at the gate.
Helping us out on
It's
YouTube.
now post time. Lining up and moving in for race number 9, first leg of Elite Pick 3 offering, co-feature race, the Roar Stakes. Turbulent Force, Relator, Most Handsome readies. Here's Ortley Avenue, winning for Matty Goal and Mr. Binks.
Or was it Relator?
Relator.
Mr. Binks.
Cousin of Skeletor.
Matty Goal draws the outside.
He-Man.
They're at the post. Racing in the Roar Stakes. In the middle, Most Handsome gets the first call and fires to the early lead. Sent at the rail, Turbulent Force out in the middle, Mr. Binks. But Jaramillo has Most Handsome on the engine. Tightened up for racing room is Turbulent Force out the center, Mr. Binks. From between horses, it's Ortley Avenue. A gap of 2 more to Matty Goal and Relator. They're half a mile away. To the far turn they go. It's Most Handsome on top by a length and a half. Mr. Binks, 3 wide second in the between horses at Ortley Avenue. Along the rail, that's Turbulent Force. 5 ahead of Matty Goal and Relator last. They reach the top of the stretch. They're a quarter of a mile from home. Most Handsome has been in front throughout. Mr. Binks is on the far outside. Ortley Avenue. He's between horses and Turbulent Forces along the rail. Off the turn and the stretch drive. They're an eighth of a mile from home. Most Handsome has to finish the job, and he's looking pretty good. Ortley Avenue is raced into second, but he's making no ground on Most Handsome. Most Handsome in the colors of David Romanek to win the Roar by 2.5. Ortley Avenue for second. Matty Goal ran third, and fourth was Mr. Binks.
Okay, that happens.
Because we still have 37 minutes to the next race at Pimlico.
I mean, honest to God, I would just love a conversation with track executives about this kind of These delays, like, my gosh, explain to me, like, is this, one explanation I heard for years was it was to give people time to bet at the windows. Well, I got news for you. We all have phones now. And so that's not a valid reason anymore. I don't get it, but baseball's done everything they can to get more action and less downtime. And this makes me just crazy. You're so excited for this stuff. And then you just sit and wait. And it's nice when you're sitting with friends and talking, but
yeah.
Geez, come on.
Chris Couples, that's a good point. It's they're also wanting people to go to the concession stands and spend money.
Okay, but so does baseball. So does football. All these sports have shortened the time where there's no action because they realize that people's attention spans are shorter. They have a phone. They have other things to do. It's not like there's 3 channels anymore.
I get it. Derby, you're going to do the walkover and the song and the presentation of colors and everything. It's amazing. The pageantry, I get it. That's fantastic. But this isn't yet the Preakness. Like, what are we doing right now?
But even with that, give me 10 minutes between races. 10 minutes. That's more than enough time to move the gate, to get the horses saddled and the jockeys over. 10 minutes between races. You'll get more people at the track. It will be a better television product. You'll have less people switching to other tracks in between. I've made this argument for years. Matt and our old friend Chris doesn't like the argument either. I mean, it's just, I don't see why, if baseball can put a pitch clock there and can limit the number of pitching changes and things like that, why can't we go 10 minutes between races?
Well, and look, admittedly, you're being really extreme with 10 minutes. I mean, I'd like that too, but it's not realistic. And there are
not on big days.
There are concessions. I would just have to think that if they ran, and I mean, we can all laugh at the same time when I say this, if they ran a focus group and asked people what they actually thought, right, they would. I mean, clearly they just don't give a shit because they know and they still just do it. But it's and by the way, here we are just taking it. So it's not like you're rejecting it. But yeah, I do think TV has something to do with it. But at the same time, there's only so much filler they can come up with between these races themselves. It's a lot of talking about BS, and I'm tired of looking at horse baths and
and you'd eliminate the problem at the Breeders' Cup, where the Breeders' Cup Classic has to be earlier in the broadcast because they have the Notre Dame game.
Right.
I do think, like, I was looking, I text my girlfriend, and I was like, oh my gosh, 2 hours for 2 races, right?
Yeah.
But Oldy, I think 10 minutes is a little bit short, but I wonder if the Preakness, just right, because it is a little bit more, I feel like it's
We can all agree a half
towards,
hour between 2 races. Between races is too long, but
yeah, but I mean, a half hour on a big day, no way. Like, I mean, I think, and partially because the Preakness is a big socializing thing, right? They have so much music going on, and people, and I know they have that at the infields at other tracks, but I don't know. I think an hour is too long, but 10 minutes only too short.
But even Justin, if it was the last couple races where they,
I'm going to show an Emerald race for Justin
30
here.
minutes.
Standing by.
Is this El Sompati? Is this the place that does that?
From the outside.
No.
What is that, Evangeline?
Towards the middle of the gate.
This is the Washington track, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Outside.
That's Evangeline, though, I think.
At least it's a different, although honestly, any race call that begins with the word other than and, I happen to be in love with. I don't understand how race calls start with the word and. Think about that. There you go. Right on.
Yeah.
Good start for waiting at the ball in the middle of the pack, who rushes to the front.
Along the inside, Big Bad Bird is up into the say early with Roper, who now takes off to the lead and the inside.
Justin, which one is your house in the
Falls
background?
up to the outside in stride with Precedent.
No,
Jacob
yeah, that's down in Auburn. That's about 40 minutes away.
Second last, and Big Bad Bird
Still
shuffles to the
jealous.
tail. Around the turn
Yeah.
they go. Sir Lucas has a nose in front. Sir Lucas is at the inside, waiting at the bar on the outside. Back of that comes Precedent, Luke, and
5 horse Scotty Longshot.
homeward bound. Waiting at the bar is right there with Sir
Huddle
Lucas.
on the
Those
rail.
two fighting it out, but middle of the racetrack comes Precedent Luke, and Precedent Luke's full of run now. Opens up 2, 3,
Do you think
going
that's the better
away.
part of the track?
It'll be a
Yeah,
galloping win
honestly.
for Precedent Luke.
And if you look at the race
for
sim,
seconds, a close win
which
with
I ran
Roper,
while we were talking
Jacob Yen, the
on
outside,
the
down
stream
final.
here,
Battle of Trafalgar, Sir Lucas third last, waiting at the bar, and Big Bad Bert, they stop.
kind of looks like the race sim there, doesn't it?
Yeah.
All right. We got a little bit of a break in terms of racing here. We have Monmouth race 9 just ended. I think that was their last race. Let's see, did Remington race 10 go off here? Yes, it did. Let's see, we got some time here. We got 11 minutes to San Anita and 15 minutes to Woodbine. So let's take a look maybe at San Anita, because we know that Woodbine race is a mess. And Justin, I don't know if you want to go back to sharing for the race, or if you want to talk about San Anita. I know you played a little more than I do. There, if you have had a chance to look at it.
At Monmouth?
Santa Anita.
Oh, I didn't look at Santa Anita today.
This is where I stopped. I got the race 4, Oldy.
So why don't we just have a nice little EquinEdge moment here?
Yeah, I mean,
so you have a 7 horse that has been given a 43% win percentage, which dominates the shit out of everybody else. He's Scotty pick. He's got one of those weird little merit badges next to him that I can't read what's on. It is, in my opinion, for the Cliff Notes handicapper, this is like the easiest race in the world to look at EquinEdge for and just find a horse and say, okay, let's focus on this horse. And why the temptation to to like fight against all of these factors that seem to be lining up in its favor? So it's funny. I mean, if you left this one to me, I'd be like 7. Let's find a creative way to bet it and move on. I wouldn't even be looking at any of the rest.
Yeah, I mean, the reason I was asking for other opinions is my opinion was the 7. So
no, but it's a valid. I mean, obviously, we're on this show to do exactly what you're saying. But just from my own perspective, you had me at 43%, and little badgy thing, and Scotty pick, and Sim. You had it like done. So it's just funny how that might just be the start of your process. For me, it's the end.
See, in the 5, Matt is 0 for 8 at 6.5. And I just can't get down with stuff like that. And, it hasn't shown success. So for me, the second betting favorite, the 5, it adds more confidence to a horse like the 7, right? There doesn't look to be a lot of speed here.
Horse. I don't know what it's from.
Yeah, I meat the biggest thing with that 5 is it's just dropping way down.
But I at least like to see some confidence somehow, like maybe the GSR increases, maybe, you have Barrios. So for that, he is one of the better turf jocks there at Santa Anita. So, there's a positive, but Well, yeah, that I guess is the positive. I just don't like stuff like that in a race like this where, I mean, not a 5-2 on a horse like the 5, but
Yeah, I agree. It's you're betting the jockey and trainer combination at they're hitting at what 27% in the last 30 days. They're 3 of 11.
You do have Mullins and Hernandez who hit at 35% on the 3 if you're looking for somebody underneath.
There doesn't look to be a ton of speed either, Oldy.
No, that's why I was thinking, the note I took on the 7 is that if he's got to get out of the gate fine, which if you look back at February 23rd, he did do that.
Yeah.
He broke not all that great, but then out of the 7 hole in a 9-horse field and still got to the lead and won against a 50 group. Now he's moving up against I don't see this group being all that tough either, but
no, and I don't see the 2 as being any good. I mean, it's been very cheap. Camara's only 5% in 60 rides with D'Amato. So let's toss the 2. We'll play toss here. We're gonna, let's probably toss the 4 on the GSR drop. But it does have a good effort at 6. So maybe you keep the 4 there. The 1 for Peter Miller has 1 good effort there, but probably does its best running on the lead. Might even need the lead. I'm going to throw that one out. So if I'm putting together a trifecta here, maybe I keep the 6, the long shot in there. And I play something like a 7 over 3, 4, 5, 6 over 3, 4, 5, 6 for a trifecta. Or 7, 5. I'm sorry, 7 over 5 over 3, 4, 6.
That's your try? Is that what I hear?
Yeah, I'm just throwing ideas out there. We think the 7's going to win. Or you could throw the 5 completely out.
I think the 5 will run a good race.
You're increasing your risk, but you're going to make more money.
It's not going to cost you a ton. The 5-7 exacta is paying $8.80 for a buck. So okay, for almost 8 to 1.
Yeah.
Play your 7 horse, but respect that 5. And if you're wrong about the 7, then you lose. I mean, if it comes in 5-4-3, whatever, so be it. But I've said enough nice things about the guy today. But what Chris is saying in the chat is fair.
Yeah.
Her class will finish, and if she's closer up, that's a little scary. So for me, my approach is going to be a gentle. I mean, this isn't a huge betting race, but of the 100% of my betting dollars, I'll probably have 80% to win on the 7 and 20% coming back in a 5-7.
Makes sense. I don't think there's an obvious place to double in the next either.
I took a peek and didn't see it. I was kind of hoping to find one, and I didn't see it.
And I don't know that you would want to take an obvious place in an 8K maiden claimer either.
I think Justin touched on the 3 Ace Baby. She did face the 2 last out. The 2 got the better of her. But she did have a little bit more of a troubled. They both had kind of troubled trips, but that Ace Babies had a nice last bullet work with 3 furlongs. Seems to be conditioning well for this one too. Plus that duo of Mullins and JJ is outrageous right now. They're 6 for 11 the last 90 days. So I still have to use that horse underneath. Do I think he can beat the 7? I don't think so, but To me, that's a horse that has to be included.
I'm just looking to see if anybody faced each other here.
The 2 and the 3 did.
No, on 3-8, the 7 and 3 faced each other.
Did they?
Looks like it. Yep. It was
Yeah,
first
they
time
did.
Mullins. The 3
Yeah, the 3 got the better of the
finished the
7.
7. Yep.
Yeah.
I just think with the the kind of lack of pace, I think JJ for sure fits here, Mike. I mean, but I didn't have like huge confidence, partially just because I didn't really like the 5, but I struggled kind of between the 7 and 3. That Dory Miller horse been around forever, so that was pretty easy for me to look past. But
right.
Yeah, I mean,
The
do we
7
get
3
a
$13 right now, it looks like.
Ace Baby? Just makes me think too much of Vanilla Ice.
I know. That's the first thing I thought of too, but
Okay, I want to give like a word to your mother for that.
little PBD.
7
You
just
know that
scratched, guys.
I
7 just scratched.
Oh
did?
wow. Well,
Well,
so
there's-
JJ is going to be dangerous on Ace Baby.
Oh, he's
then.
done all
Yeah.
over Ace Baby now.
Baby, yeah.
You know, I
think
saw
Katana's
Vanilla.
gonna go favorite too, so you're gonna get a price on Ace Baby.
I saw Vanilla Ice in concert at Tortuga, which is a country music festival in Fort Lauderdale, right on the beach. And he was playing on one of the stages. They always at Tortuga have a couple of kind of non-country people, and he was there. It was pretty hilarious. Like it was classic.
He had like a home improvement show for a while on like the DIY network. I gotta pull this up. You got let's look at what they're doing at the Preakness right
Down
now.
at Longacres, most
Oh.
days after his college classes.
See, this
Is there a party over there? Is there a party over here? Is there a party over here?
Oh, is it?
Is there a party over here?
That's a light crowd.
I don't want to let that run too long because I'm afraid we'll get
back at Monmouth.
Yeah.
we'll get copyrighted, even though we have to stream legally.
that's just the pre-funk, the party after. You know, that's the DJ, I think, who's just pre-funking there.
Yeah.
He flipped houses, Marshall. Really? The Vanilla
Yeah, he
Ice
did.
Project, Oldy.
Yes, that's what I was thinking of.
Yeah,
You
he
see
had a
the like
TV
bird
show.
feathers and stuff like that going on there.
Is that Wyclef? That must be Wyclef.
I think it was, yeah. Sorry,
Yeah,
guys. That they tend to hit us with when we let music play in the background. They tend to get us in trouble, even though this is we have permission for the stream. It's another thing for permission for music. So I apologize for not putting the sound down here.
Bill, I grew up with Vanilla Ice.
It is post time for the fourth.
All right, I'm gonna pull up
scratch of number
Sanity
7
here.
Special Flower. Check your tickets and wagers very carefully.
What did the price of the 3 go to?
7 to 2. Didn't really move much.
No. All the money went to 5, it looked like. 1 took a little bit of money.
Vegas Love coming up.
And just like before with me, guys,
Kitty Katana.
when my horse scratches, I say thank you, pass, move on. It just wasn't meant to be. I'm not going to scramble and just go to the next best. Like, okay, this just wasn't it. And it's not like this was the race of the day or anything. So I've got the 7, and I just wish I got rebates before they canceled the bets.
My horse scratches, I usually tell it to put some cortisone on it.
and they're off.
Broken Matt with that one.
And Dory Miller is out quickly. Diamond Bar Gal on the far outside sprints up now to take a narrow lead. And in between horses, Ace
Come on,
Ace
Ace Baby.
Now Ace Ace Baby.
Come on, JJ.
So it's Ace Ace Baby, Diamond Bar Gal, Free and Humble along the inside, 3 virtually across the course. Vegas Love is the gray just behind them. Dory Miller broke on top, now 3.5 off the pace. And Kitty Katana, the favorite, is last. The leader is Ace Ace Baby, less than a half mile from home. 2-length advantage. Diamond Bar Gal has to get closer second. At the rail, Free and Humble keeping pace in third. Then it's Dory Miller, Vegas Love, 4 off the lead, 3 clear of Kitty Katana. It's Ace Ace Baby and Diamond Bar Gal turning up the pressure. Diamond Bar Gal on even terms. Dory Miller third, Free and Humble just behind them. Then Vegas Love on the extreme outside. Kitty Katana still trails. They're at the top of the stretch. Diamond Bar Gal and Ace Ace Baby heads apart. Dory Miller's had a dream trip and is coming after them now. It is Diamond Bar Gal just in front with a 16th to go. Still handwritten. Dory Miller on the outside. Diamond Bar Gal digging in. Diamond Bar Gal proves best. Dory Miller second, Ace Ace Baby third, photo for fourth.
That 5, just no speed there. Makes that difficult.
Well, Woodbine says 0 minutes to post. That doesn't look like 0 minutes to post, but maybe I'm wrong.
Well, I think something must have happened, Oldy. See, the horses don't have the jocks on, and they're kind of circling.
And maybe they're reshoeing a horse or something, because they were showing a horse in the background there. Still 15 minutes to the next race at Pimlico. This was the race that was an absolute mess, Justin, that we talked about earlier.
Yeah.
Where you have the 0 for 16 horse, the 1 for 11 horse. I mean, I would not take 2 to 1 on an 0 for 20 horse.
Oh,
dude.
And that would not be a so-called vacation. This horse has 10 in the money finishes and has never won a race.
That's a so-called horse.
That's still on
That's
vacation.
a so-called money burner.
It's so-called. It's still on vacation.
As an example, raced at this level last time out before the break at Woodbine, when they took their winter break there, and went off as 7 to 1 at this level against a similar group and didn't win.
Yeah, this race is rough.
It is.
If you twisted my hoof here, I would say the lightest racehorse, the 3 legs like Gizmo, would be where I would go.
I was looking at that horse, Oldy. I mean, the GSR goes up 15 points. They raced at 7 twice, right? Didn't run, but those were much tougher. 10 to 18 points higher in SOR.
Yeah, and clearly didn't like the turf. Both times they put the horse on the turf, it's lost by over 14 lengths. They just need to stop putting the horse on the turf.
Yeah, this one should be called Legs Like Concrete. Next. We're going to rename every one of these horses.
Exactly, right?
I mean, there's just not much here.
No.
I mean, the 4s at least had a race. So if you put any value to the fact they put it in a non-maiden, that it still didn't win, and it is dropping in class from that. Squires is 25% second race back. You're getting 3 to 1, but the horse is 0 for 16 with 5 third place finishes.
No, the argument to make him win sounds like a contrivance.
Well, somebody's got to win this race.
Somebody has to win.
Maybe the 8.
I see a striker in there. There's your airplane reference. Go with that.
Head striker?
Nacho Grande.
I'll never be over Macho Grande.
Same here.
It looks like the 5.
Hey Howard,
was
yeah, I
going
had a
to be
great time at the
equipment-
Derby, by the way. Even though we had similar to Pimlico yesterday, where they wanted us to go out of the infield and take cover. I forgot what race that was. I think it was the race before.
Hey Howard, are you talking about the wire that prevents you from going completely sideways on the track? Because I think he was closer to that one at the start.
Yeah, I think he went he went 90 degrees better than he went straight forward. Yeah, that was my only disappointment. Why I even backed that horse. You tried to talk me out of him, Howard, the night before. I guess I was too committed. Me and Oldy.
Team Bull.
Yeah.
All right, we're getting close. The jockeys are back up at Woodbine. We still have a while before the next race at Pimlico, but we'll start talking about Pimlico after this race here.
I'll listen to you next time, Howard.
Is Sylvain's house in the background? Which one's yours, Sylvain? Or is that your car?
Bet the 7.
Somebody told you to bet the 7 at Woodbine. Getting 6-1, Howard. Why not?
Yeah, that was the horse I was actually leaning on.
Someone's smart. Let's try and figure out who that is. Howard, will you tell us if we can guess? I know it's not me.
It wasn't me.
Someone's smart.
I stayed away from the late pick 5 at Woodbine because I did not have an opinion on this race at all.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. I don't know how well Oaklawn Park horses coming back to Woody do, to be honest with you.
Matt Bernier. Looking in the chat. I'm just going to get a no, and I'm going to have to guess again. And then I'll be done.
They are 10 minutes from the 12th at Pimlico.
Noah, how you doing? And guys, as we get closer to the next race at Pimlico, which we will be showing live, please hit the like and the subscribe button for us to help us out with YouTube. And as well, buy Matt's book. Go to Amazon right now.
That's my cue. That's my cue. Here we go.
Buy A Better Way of Thinking, which is a better way of thinking to buy it. But that's not the way it works. Justin's
Matt,
trying to show it as well.
It won't show me. It won't show your book. It doesn't. Oh, there we go.
But
Close.
also, it's available as an audiobook where you can read to you like you're one of his kids.
Now they're being called forward. And out of
We
the
can put it
inside,
on
the
fast
called
forward
vacation
like
has
you wish
gone
I
up. Mike Striker has gate 2.
I'm telling you, audio and on the Kindle at the
Darling
same
Skies,
time
legs
is
like a
it's
gizmo will
magic.
come up to gate number 3.
You can also get free EquinEdge by scanning the QR code in the corner. You get 3 free
Now
races a day.
Contrivance, just behind the start.
How many times I've listened to that book on flights, Matt, and took notes on my Kindle and
Contrivance,
Sorry.
the ride 4.
It's awesome.
I'm sorry for
You know
the
what?
damage I've done to you.
Ford and
Sorry.
now asked to go in.
We're embarrassing, man.
Next to join is Mia Sen. After that,
You know
show
what
repair
we
has been
listen to on
completed.
flights when
Mia
I'm on a
Sen
flight with my daughter, and not
Sophia
listen,
Vives, who
watch.
has taken headlines
You wanna
today with
take a
win on
guess, Matt?
Brindy.
Say that again. Sorry. I was typing.
What do my daughter and I watch
Said going
on
into the line
flights
of
together
Mr. Cole.
anytime we fly?
Tasta Isan.
Airplane.
Yes.
I have to think airplane. Yeah.
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 Audex Minor.
You could say airplane too.
That's only when we're on a space shuttle.
Please don't go. And to the outside gate is Ashuka.
Bless you.
Start coming up. They stand well. They're ready.
You watch legs
And
like
they're off,
business
and
when you win.
Ashuka bore out, but began in front. Away well, Audex Minor going to the lead. Contrivance. And as they settle, coming through between runners,
Looks like Gizmo at least isn't going to finish 14 lengths back.
Contrivance and Mia said by a length to Legs Like Gizmo, and on the outside Ashuka, a length away is So-Called Vacation. Getting behind them, Night Striker, and caught a bit wide is Please Don't Go. Aracusta Izam prodding into that pack, and 2.5 to Audax Minor. Showing the way is Contrivance, leads by a length. In second, Mia said, Legs Like Gizmo coming through, ranging up. A length and a half, Ashuka, a break in the field to the next pack. So-Called Vacation skims the rail from Aracusta Izan, Please Don't Go, Night Striker. And last is Audax Minor. Swinging off to the 3/8 and Catch Me If You Can here. Contrivance stepping cleanly in front. Beautiful lead here. And Contrivance by 3 lengths. In second placing on the inside, Legs Like Gizmo tapped up. Mia said the outer. In behind them, Ashuka trying to run for the back. So-Called Vacation and Aracusta Izan turning and still under hands and heels, riding for Zarel Ford, and it's all Contrivance. A wall of challengers in behind, but they're 4 or 5 behind, and now So-Called Vacation trying to make a race of it. They come inside the final furlong. And Contrivance out by 4 lengths.
Sure.
So-Called Vacation in second spot, and skimming the rail. It's all Contrivance.
Howard,
Contrivance by about 3. So-Called Vacations trying her heart out in second. Or here's it down to the wire. Contrivance by a length and a half.
That's the
So-Called Vacation, the runner up. A 9-length gap. Ashuka and Mia said, and out wider. Audax Minor.
And being dropped off, and they were doing an announcement like that.
Right. And
I'm sitting there screaming, no, the red zone.
And then the two people start arguing, saying, no, that used to be the rule. It's not the rule anymore. Like, whatever.
That's funny.
All right, we got 5 minutes to the, let's see, to the grade 3 dinner party stakes. So I don't know, I wasn't invited to the dinner party, but I'm sure one of you was.
Well, I'm going to make this poetic and say that upon the conclusion of this dinner party, I'm going to need to go to my own.
There you go. Good segue.
Thanks. I'm a pro at this now.
So I will point out that I do have a note on the 5 here about this is the morning line angle play of the day. 20 to 1 on the morning line, 5 to 2 on the morning line.
That was my top pick, Oldy, from the preview show. Jose on the lead. And we've seen the turf all day. I talked about it earlier in the show. Like this horse absolutely fits in this race on the lead.
Yeah, and Chikari's if Chikari runs back to the the August and previous form to August of last year, Chikari's probably too good for this group. But those last 3 races, especially the last 2, have not been good. And it just may be that this horse that got lucky won a mile at Colonial, which doesn't always translate elsewhere because Colonial's weird. And they've been running the horse too short. But you're getting 7 to 2, which, the betting board is saying 5 to 2 to 7 to 2. People are not certain on this horse, wouldn't you say, Matt?
Yeah.
I would. Not a lot of certainty here at all. No, and I think, and as much as I'm not a big proponent of multi-race bets, this is a good candidate if you've got a couple of horses you like, because I think the prices are going to be nice and spread out.
Well, and we can look at that too. So, Justin, you were on the 5. I thought that the 13 has a big look. I thought the 5 has a big look. And then I thought it was the 10 Fort Washington.
Yeah, that's what I'm on.
But, if we look here, the 13-2, if you think Chikari's just better than this group, 13-2, you're getting 6 to 1 on that double.
I don't think he's significantly better.
I mean, to me, Fort Washington 9 to 1's not good enough on Fort Washington for me. And I think Neat is taking I love Neat. Neat's one of my favorite horses. Taking
Same.
way too much money at this distance. Neat's a miler.
I agree.
But you look at the 5, you're getting 23 to 1 on the Justin on your 5 horse there.
Into journalism.
The journalism, yep.
Yeah.
What's it paying?
23 to 1.
I mean, that's not bad.
And there's already
That's gold.
almost $1 million into the double pool.
Yeah, that's a solid that's a solid payout.
So Matt, that could take a bunch of your money in that double pool, and it wouldn't even move the numbers. At
Oh my
the amount
God.
of money that's in there.
No, I mean the only time I've ever affected a pool like that is when I did the Oaks Derby double, but I was one of the first people to do it. And so I crushed my own prices, but I knew within a day it would all equalize instantly. I mean, when the pools get that big, it takes bets of 25, 50 grand to really move it. And that ain't me.
I mean, the
Look at that
13,
finish.
the race sim is kind of scary for the 13 when you see it like that. You know, the post isn't as bad because it's actually the 10 post.
Look, you know what I'm going to say when I see a picture like this. You know what I'm about to say. What the fuck?
Yeah. Hard pass.
Hard pass.
No, I like the 5.
No one is going to tell me they know what's going to happen here with any degree of certainty. And so if you think there's value in a couple of these because they roughly equate and one of them's twice the price, okay.
Yeah.
If you want to make a price play, that's fine. But you can't look at a crazy ass finish like that and say, oh, I know what's going to happen. You can just say, okay, these horses are contenders, and then make some smart bets around that. But for me, oh my God, this is a watch.
All right, let's bring it up.
I can't believe the 5 is 13 to 1. That like literally blows my mind.
Well, but you know, sometimes when you get the morning lines like that, they get that, but other times you get away with that.
Is kind of the type of ground he's been crying for this
Yeah.
whole time. And that grade 3 Maker's Mark Mile at Keeneland was a fantastic and deep field. So the fact that he finished 3rd behind maybe one of the best grass horses we have male wise at Carl Spackler, he does have that going for him. So that's a good sign. And I think that he should just improve with more ground here. He's just been a
Carl
straight
Spackler.
1 mile type of horse for the Grand Motion barn. And I think should really, really appreciate the stretch out. But again, you don't really know until they do it. He was just a little bit warm on the post parade, but he's really chilled out now. And under jockey John Velasquez, who's had a good day and looking to close it off with a big win with the Sandman possibly in the Preakness in the next race. But as you can see here, he is just a little bit warm. So not a great sign coming into the race, but he's also just a horse that kind of runs a little bit hot. So I don't read too much into it there. That is 5-2 favorite Trickery. Just a few moments away from the grade 3 dinner party, a mile in an 1/8, and we will have one race until Preakness 150. Good luck.
All right, so
I mean, the other horse to consider here is the 6. I realize his recent races haven't all been that great, but Pratt's hot, man, on the turf.
I mean, I
Seems to
think the
find a
question
way.
for me on the 6 is there enough pace for the 6?
I think there is. You might see him send Neat.
Neat has struggles to get out of the gate. That's the problem with Neat.
Recently, I agree. I mean, that's the only way Neat's going to have a chance.
actually been very frustrating that Neat struggles to get out of the gate.
The horses now stepping
Yeah,
onto
good
the
point, Hot
Those
Rod.
of
I
us-
don't know what the pace was back then last year. Yeah, I mean, he was, that 6 was 9th in the second call and came home. So I don't know what the pace makeup was then. That's why I can't wait for the new enhancements. We'll be able to see what that looked like.
I mean, the 7 cash equity comes out of this looking pretty good too, and but seems to always burn money and just come up short, just like the race sim is kind of showing it. Rock and Ray's got the 10 over 6-1, which I'm assuming isn't 10 over 61. Neat's been awful the last couple times.
Approaching the starting gate.
Yeah, I think Dan Duran's alive to 16710 here. I think he said, yeah. And a pick 5 and pick 4.
But is his name Rio? That was a reference for Chris for 100%.
I singled the 5 in my $2 pick 4 that cost a whopping $12. So we hit the first couple legs. We'll see if we can. It'll
Let's
pay
go.
amazing,
Come on, let's get it.
obviously, if the 5 can win.
Justin, if the 5 wins, I will empty the rest of this
Lining up for the
airborne.
dinner party stakes presented by My Racehorse.
To all the people who just joined us as well, please hit the like and subscribe button. We will have the Preakness live as well, just in the way you're seeing it right now, for the dinner party stakes. And please stay with us if you can between now and the Preakness as well.
Quest, inside gate.
And MS, thank you for watching from South Africa.
Crabs and
Yeah,
beer.
welcome.
That's pretty cool.
Abramar, Fort Washington, loading quickly.
Like,
Abramar's
subscribe,
on the call.
scan the QR code, get free,
SVO
3 free races a day from
and
EquinEdge.
Trickery. And they're off in the dinner party stakes presented by My Racehorse. Neat got a clean break.
Is it
Going
your
to a narrow
racehorse or
lead
my
from
racehorse?
Developer Pro on the inside. Abramar's right up there toward the center of the course, and Crabs and Beer looking for position 1 off the inside and
See,
up
Neat
close
doesn't really
as
want
the
the
pace
lead.
is very slow early.
No, but he did
Chicory's
get
bumped
out
in the
there.
outside there.
I know,
Bristol
but-
Quest. Chicory's only 2.5 or 3 lengths off that pace as they move for the first turn run.
Trickery got
And back
over
to
really
Fort
well.
Washington. Des Vio's hung out widest.
I don't
around
know
the
either,
turn.
Chris Couple. He's
Balnikov, last
he's
year's
ranking
winner,
on him and
linked
everything.
to the back of the pack on the inside, second to last position.
That was
and
really
Cash
strange.
Equity trails the field as they make the turn. So down the back stretch they go. And leading the way is Neat. Not much pressure at all.
5 to
Abramar's
1.
there on the outside. Crabs and Beers the gray right off that pair.
What?
Oh,
Then
wow.
it's Chicory out in the
That
clear from 4th
took
position.
What?
Devon
Ton
Propos
of
is
money.
next in 5th.
7
Fort
to
Washington trying
2.
to work up from 6th
What?
position. Crystal Quest in between horses. Des Vio is next.
That's insane.
Balnikov. Here's Balnikov.
That
Only
horse was
7 lengths from
15
the
to
front
1,
runners heading
30
into the
seconds
far
ago.
turn.
That's
There's
not
still a lot
right,
to do at
man.
this point, and Cash Equity trails the field. Round the turn they
Washington
roll,
went
and Abramar comes to a narrow lead. Abramar,
You're watching the
Chicory,
show.
and Fort Washington to join out 3 wide on the track. A length and a half more. Crabs and Beer is coming
The 3
under
horses
pressure
we talked about.
as they move round that turn. And Balnikov's still a
I
lot
need
to
a
do.
10 in the
They race to the top of the
contest.
stretch in the dinner party. And it's Abramar holding a narrow lead. Trickery's trying to fight on it between horses. Fort Washington has a turn of foot. And down to the
All over
inside,
the
Cash
place.
Oh,
Equity
boy.
also quickening up. Balnikov is way back.
Run
1
straight,
furlong
man.
left to go. Fort Washington.
Nice,
Fort Washington, Cash Equity charging hard second. The far outside, Des Vio is
Think
coming
you
with a
got it,
late,
Mike.
late run, but it's too late. Here's
Yep.
Fort Washington.
Nice.
Fort Washington to win. Fort
Yes, sir.
Washington, Cash Equity, Des Vio, Devon Propos.
The 13 finished last with the 5. They went 27 and then they went
55.08.
52.
That's crazy.
That's wild.
And normally you would think that the horses on the lead would continue on in that situation. I mean, Neat was done by like mid, but granted, I mentioned
Okay.
at the beginning that
Numbers
Neat is a
coming up,
miler.
stand by. The Dinner Party Stakes presented by
So here's a
Mud
quick
Racehorse.
question. Nobody cheat. Because the betting shenanigans that went on before that race went off, and many of us would suspect after it went off, I'd like you all to guess who the favorite was in that race.
I would assume it would have been the 10 or the 13.
I'm going to go with the 1.
Okay, so it was the 13. It was somewhat of a trick question at 7-2. The 1 got that all the way down to 9-2. The 5 cratered down to 5-1. Neat went off at 5-1. Fort Washington went up. I mean, they all ended up at 5-1 except Trickery at 7-2. But this was like the third or fourth time, and these are large pools.
Crazy.
On a roll, Junior. This is a horse you've ridden before, but did you expect the fractions to be so
That
slow
5
up
horse
front?
had
They went
$202,000 to win on. So that's not a casual.
Yeah.
Someone dumps a couple grand. I mean, that's probably, for what the horse's odds should have been, that's probably out of 75. Someone probably bet 75 grand who thought they knew something. Jeez.
Yeah. All right. So again, we got a lot of new people on the stream. Please, hang with us. We're going to have the Preakness live. We're going to cover some other tracks as well. We have Sandita and Gulfstream coming up in between because there is a long time between. Please hit the like and subscribe as well. We have one of the best batters in the world on the stream, and Matt Miller. So please check out his book, A Better Way of Thinking, trying to help you place better bets and teach you some of the stuff he's learned through his time in life and in betting. So, don't forget about that. But we're glad to have you on board. We hope you hang around for the Preakness and watch some great racing action with us and watch us handicap here. Sorry, now I'll let you guys talk a little bit, but we have Sandita coming up here in 3 minutes.
All right, so let me just go quickly because I do have to be let go quickly. This was a blast. What have I been here? 4 hours with you guys? It feels like 15 minutes, I swear to God. Journalism in the Preakness. Take the even money and run. Don't overcomplicate it with exactas and tries and any of that stuff. If you happen to be live to doubles, that's great. Go check to see if your ADW is giving you bonus money on win bets and opt into that stuff. I'm telling you, it's 20% on FanDuel and TVG right now. Pretty sure that was the number. But thanks for having me. Super fun time. I hate to be leaving before the big race, but let's get journalism over.
Wait, before you go, you're supposed to be playing the daily double out of the Preakness with journalism into the Arabian race, Matt.
Can I show you why you want to do that?
Yeah, no, Oldy, yes, Oldy can. I agree. I did think a second horse maybe had a look, Oldy, in that Arabian race, but you should show the race before Matt goes.
Yeah, Matt, you might want to see the end of this race then.
I'm already taken out.
Because this has Matt Miller written all over it.
Okay, I'm like typing bet now, so I'm getting ready to key it in. You'll have me convinced.
Here, I'll show Oldy. Hold on.
Oh, did I not hit the share? Sorry, I still have it on. Okay.
So, Oldy, go ahead. So you have the 9 horse. I cut some of these horses, Oldy.
Well, I just want everybody to see that, almost a 6 length or almost a 7 length win for the 9 here.
Jeez.
And Diamond Gem AA has been facing some of these, and with the scratch of the 2, I'm just not sure the 9 gonna lose. The one horse would be the
crazy.
only
Look at
horse. Yeah. The one horse was the only one, like at the price to the 6. I can't play the 9 and 6, but maybe the 9 and 1. But the 9 just looked tough there. I mean, maybe it's a few bucks on the 1, but the 9 only wins by nearly 7 lengths.
Yeah.
Okay. I will. I'll add
Don't go
this
crazy.
back. I will add. I'm going crazy. I will add this back to the eligible list of races where we send a nice donation aftercare if we hit. But I will free up some amounts for scraps, and because I've already gotten rid of those, but I will. I'll pound away. Thank you for making this. It's totally. All right, gang. Fun time. Good luck with the
Matt.
pre.
Thanks, Matt.
Good to see you as always, buddy.
Yep, you too.
Take care.
But yeah, Oldy, when I did the preview show the other night, and I always like covering the Arabian races because might as well. Everybody kind of like, oh my gosh, I don't know what to do, and I'm like, wow, if you have EquinEdge, it makes it a little bit more simple. So we'll find out. All right, Oldy, you want to? Will you share races? We got Santa Anita. I pulled your screen, the virtual machine back up.
Yeah. All right. So we're on the dirt at Santa Anita. Anybody like anything here before I pull up the race?
Not for me. The 1 wins pretty easy on the race sim. The 2 and 3 were there, but Mike, did you have thoughts here?
I didn't get to this one, so I'm gonna look at it live with you guys. To be quite honest with you, I'm busy.
I mean,
afternoon.
the 1's taking a huge drop.
Well, and the 2 and 3 just haven't been able to win at this level. That's why I thought the 1 would probably be tough. But I mean, even money. I mean the exacta, the 1 over the 2 is 13-1. The 1 over the 3 is 8-1.
Yeah.
So, I mean, maybe you're getting anywhere from 4 to 6-1 if you play them both. Not awful.
I need to start keeping track of these maiden claim or AKs at Santa Anita, like who's been winning them and such. I haven't done that because there seem to have too many of these days, especially on Friday's cards. It seems like there's 3 of these on Friday cards, and I always seems like the obvious does not happen. That's just my gut feeling based off
Well, they got a horse loose right now.
Was that the 7? I think got loose. Well, there's a car show.
Nice.
Instead of Wyclef John in the infield, we have a bunch of. Those are some pretty amazing cars, though, I must say.
Between a carnival and a car show, we got it all.
Rider at the gate. Mr. Hussar is at about.
Are we all?
That's one thing about horse racing. Even if
sounds
you
like I got the audio on
fractional
else.
part of a horse, the experience is still
Bobby
there.
Baffert's talking.
Are we all geared up for Maryland, My Maryland? Which I believe is the name of the song. I try to keep track of all those songs. It's my old Kentucky home. What is the Indiana one? It's not There's More Than Corn in Indiana. That's what we would say in Illinois is the song, but it's Back Home Again in Indiana. It's the Indianapolis 500 one.
Late scratch at the gate. Mr. Hussar, number 7 is out. Late scratch, race 5.
Yeah, Sylvain is correct in the next race for anybody that sees this comment. In the daily double will pace, the 12 is the 3rd favorite now. The 6 just slightly moved into second, Sylvain. But that 12 horse in the next race must be live in race 6. But
I'm going to take a quick pit stop while this race goes off because I have not walked away from the screen yet.
Yeah, that's a good idea. It's a long time. Yeah, I mean, this race here, gosh, I hate these races. I've struggled with them the whole meet. Because what looks right on paper never happens. I mean, look at the EE morning line on the 6 versus the live odds right now. and nothing jumps out at me. I mean, the live odds to me make sense.
The 4-horse is the 5-1 on EE and is the Scotty long shot. So I would think that the 4-horse probably finish in the
the 4-2 as well.
Might finish in the vertical bets, Mike. It wouldn't surprise me if that horse runs an okay race.
Yeah. Yeah, I just kind of follow the money, but I
for the 5th.
steer away from the chalk, and I try to find someone that's taking money outside of that. And to me, it looks more, maybe the 3 and maybe the 3 there.
Allen's Conquest to the outside.
Hey, Jason Downing, good to see you, buddy. My buddy Jason, he went to his first Kentucky Derby with me and my buddy, who I've gone with for 25 straight years, and he's gone 45.
Wow.
So we brought Jason along with us, and I think he had a really, really good time.
I know. Rob, I'm curious what type of money Sandman's going to take. I'm assuming quite a bit.
We're in the gate.
Sandman should not take $1. They revealed that he had to have a special kind of shoe because of some sort of foot issue
going out for the early
in the Derby.
Joined by
I have a feeling it has not healed.
Conquest comes away in 3rd.
And they didn't tell us about it before the Derby.
On the inside, taking that 3rd spot. Audible Silence is 5th with 4 lengths to make up. The 2 trailers, War Council and Klimt AP. It's Begin Again. Begin Again is the clear-cut leader with 6 furlongs to run. Daddy's Quest 2 lengths back in 2nd. They're followed by Fincare in a close-up 3rd. And then it's Audible Silence and Allen's Conquest right together, 4th and 5th. 3 clear of War Council and 6 or 7 back to Klimt AP. They're heading to the half-mile pole. And it's Epifanio Garcia and Begin Again showing the way. In hand by 1.5 lengths. Fincare inching up inside Daddy's Quest. Still 4 lengths back to Audible Silence, who's 4th. Just in front of Allen's Conquest. Another 2 to a hard-ridden War Council. And
The 2 took money late.
Continues to trail. Begin Again sneaking away. Begin Again has a 3-length lead. Fincare is 2nd. And Audible Silence is starting to pick up some nice momentum in 3rd. The others have too much to do, apparently. They're at the top of the stretch.
At the rate the 3's traveling, would you still consider that galloping?
Inside of Fincare, inside the 8th pole.
Just like I said,
Audible Silence, Fincare in 3rd.
the 2's coming.
Lead with a 16th to
Trying.
But now the 2's
trying to close
He's trying.
Begin Again.
He's not going to get there, though.
Getting close. Begin again all the way. Audible Silence game in defeat. Fincare, Klimt AP from last into 4th.
F3 went off, 5-1?
Yeah.
So I'm saying it's just whatever looks great. Don't, and these 8K claimers, main claimers there, just not the form.
All right, we got 1 minute to Emerald or 4 minutes to Gulfstream here, Justin.
Gulfstream has the stakes there at the end. You want to go to Emerald?
We can go to Emerald. Let's see if there's anything here to go to. I mean, if this 5 could get away.
Speed always does really well, the Emerald. The track wet, too. So, Company's Dream, 4-1. I mean, who's the trainer? Alex Cruz riding for Rosales first time. Cruz is continually dominates here the last couple years.
Yes, we will have the Preakness live. And I can, for anybody who doubts me, I'll show real fast. We do have the Pimlico feed here. So we will have the Preakness live. Sorry.
What's the odds on? Oh, they're 6-5 on journalism.
Take that and run.
Luis Mendez Is that Luis Mendez, the trainer? Company's dream, though, Oldy. I mean, Rosales a good trainer here and gets top jock, and Alex Cruz 31% off the claim. That horse just looks like all the speed. That's a great price at 4-1, Oldy.
Wins the race, Sim. Also top SOR there. It's going to win more than 50% of the time, and you're getting 4-1. You're absolutely right. That's a good price. You got to take the shot there. %34 with a -6 ROI, but you're going to get better than a -6 ROI if you win here. All right. Let's bring up Emerald, and then we'll go to Gulfstream for their stakes race. I'm not sure what they're playing in the background at Emerald, so I will turn that off for now.
Yeah, they always play music.
I'll be right back, you guys.
Chris. $45 minutes, Oldy, till the Preakness.
Yeah. We hope you stick with us, though. We will have the Preakness live, everyone.
They had such great weather. That's pretty cool for them.
Yeah,
after yesterday being a bit crazy there at the end, and then today it's 85 and sunny.
I'm really hoping Emerald doesn't post-drag into the Gulfstream race, but maybe let's talk to the Gulfstream race while we're waiting here.
Oldy, I thought this was a tough one. I do know that 10 horse has a big pace advantage, but I thought from a class perspective, I wasn't really sure. You know, it's by far the outsider from the class. So even though the rail is way out like that, I thought probably not gonna hold on. I like the 7 best, and then the 4 was my second pick. I didn't actually expect the Wrens to take so much money for Safi, but I landed on Saratoga Flash on top here. Just, you know, with the rail out at 80 feet, that horse is going to get first jump, you know, but this was a bit of a difficult stakes race to end the card, I thought.
Yeah, I mean, I like Saratoga Flash there as well. A lot of times in these races, you see horses like the cheap horse just not break out of the gate, too.
Mm-hmm.
And you look, even in those last 2 races, this horse has broken 8 and 7.
Right.
So Saratoga Flash or Bapio could get easy leads there too.
Yeah.
I thought Saratoga Flash or Bapio were the place to go there. I just don't think there's enough pace in this race for the rest of that group. They're off at Emerald.
What happened? Oh, all right. What price? 9 to 5?
Well,
8 to 5.
Well, let's hope we get a winner.
As they've just over 3/8 of a mile to journey. They take it around the far.
Yeah, I'm not liking it right now.
Team is at the inside in stride with Mars on fire. Those 2
We'll
strides
see.
apart. Square Cat is in a good spot, third from the outside, 2.5 to No De Oro, and Bertacci follows next.
Come on, Cruz.
Bit called on from back of the pack. They round the turn and run for home.
All right, keep going.
Mars on fire. Square Cat the outside. These 3 line up for the charge.
Come on, 5.
the inside,
Keep going, baby.
Green. Mars on fire to the outside. Square Cat under left hand
Come on.
emerging 100 yards away.
No, much the
Company's
best.
Dream is
Oh, yeah.
Well,
rising to the occasion
not 4 to 1,
now.
but get 9 to 5.
Company's
That's all right.
Dream goes on to win it by
4 to 1.
3.
Winner, winner. Look at that, Oldy. It's not very often. 2 minutes. We find a quick angle with EquinEdge. Wins the
Right.
race sim. Wins the race sim. Much the fastest horse and made it look easy. Yeah, Chris. What? Well, so Arrieta came into town, and he's literally getting like many of Safi's mounts at the Royal Palm meet. He came in, I think about a week ago on Thursday. He was here like a week ago. And he hasn't really been riding amazing, but I agree. Something happened. I'm with you.
It could have just been a change in the agent, though. I mean, Ariada's 30% right now with Safi.
Well, but Oldy, that was a lot higher.
But Ariada was wrong. Remember when we were at the NHC and Ariada won like 6 races at Oakland that day? He won 5 in a row.
Yeah.
You know,
But
Ariada's riding really well.
But not since he's come to Gulfstream. So Chris is right that since he's been there, he's getting some of the better horses, but he hasn't been able to get them across. But I think here, I think the 7 at 4-1 is great off that E morning line. Yeah, Chris, you're right. At Oakland, yes, but he hasn't been riding the same at Gulfstream.
Yeah, I agree. He's 4 for 24 the last couple of weeks.
Yep. Yeah.
The horses are at the gate. It's now post time for the Mr. Steel Stakes. Quality group assembled here. Rashid Mirage rides the favorite. Joseph Jr. There's a look at it.
Chris is right because I've been watching him. I'm like,
son of forestry. Just a photo.
Like
he's the first
Julian
in line.
rides or
California Frolic stepping forward next.
Again,
live racing again tomorrow. First race post time tomorrow. That post time is 12:50. Racing forms and programs on sale now.
He's going to
win stakes just over 40 minutes away from Baltimore. You can watch, wager, and win
Idaho.
Right here with us at Gulfstream, so don't go anywhere. Gary Barber, hot pink, worn by Edgar Zayas on Boppy O. Now Daily Double Stables, Saratoga Flash, waiting for Degree of Risk. And from the outside, Baytown Parfait.
LA sounds like he wants the 6. Boppy O.
Noah's riding with the 4. Noah, thanks for staying with us so long, too.
They're in the gate.
Diane's on the 8th, Degree of Risk.
Runners away in the Mr. Steel Stakes.
Baytown
Parfait missed the start. That's good news for Boppio and Saratoga Flash. They're headed off for the early advantage. Degree of Risk comes away in third. Baytown Parfait playing catch-up on the outside. Just a photo is nearest the inside. Lorenz sets up shop second last, and the trailer is California Frolic. Almost 3 in line with Boppio holding rail ground and the lead. Right alongside is Saratoga Flash, and Baytown Parfait is racing in third. Great spot early for Degree of Risk. He's biding his time in fourth. Mirage has moved into fifth on Lorenz, as Just a Photo is a bit awkward in his action while second last, and the trailer is California Frolic. Down the backstretch they go. It's Boppio sparring with Saratoga Flash on the top end. Third is Baytown Parfait, patiently handled in fourth is Degree of Risk. Lorenz has made steady progress. He's racing in fifth in front of Just a Photo and California Frolic. With the half in 46-1, they have less than half a mile to journey.
Set up for the Lorenz,
continues to badger Saratoga Flash. They continue to do each other no favors. Third on the inside is Degree of Risk. He's the one who's had the trip. He and Lorenz are both stretch bets, do better than Just a Photo as they round the far turn. Less than 5/16 to go, and Gonzalez moves on Degree of Risk. Degree of Risk to the top of the stretch. Morelos getting into gear on Just a Photo on the outside. Lorenz is from between horses. These are the three as they straighten for the drive. Lorenz off cover. Degree of Risk in front. Just a Photo on the outside. They come past the eighth pole. It's Lorenz who takes the lead. Just a Photo runs at him on the outside. Lorenz and Just a Photo. Lorenz finding a little extra on the outside. Just a Photo. Lorenz has won it. Just a Photo was second. California Frolic third. Well clear of the others in 138-4.
Yeah, the thing is, when Lorenz came out there, bumped into the 1, I bet you we see an inquiry objection.
Yeah.
I mean, to finish that close like that, they're probably going to have a case. But the Lorenz looked to be, that was the other Safi, if I remember right.
Yeah.
But look, I mean, Arietta goes in duels there. Oh, last time, Chris. But Arietta duels with the 6 and 7 just dueled each other.
But if the 4 needed pace to run into, that might have been the instruction. That's what we don't know.
Oh, yeah, because I think
they're both Saffies. And if that they were afraid that Boppio was going to get away, we
you know
will
that.
have.
Go ahead, Oldy.
I was just going to say we will have the Preakness. It's coming up, but we still got a while before they actually go off. Welcome to everybody who's new. Please hit the like and subscribe if you're new to the show. We show live racing pretty much now every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Mike hosts EquinEdge Live, which is on Thursdays with 2022 NHC champion David Harrison. Then we have Scotty McKeever and David Harrison with the Road to the NHC on Fridays, as well as the Stretch Run, which is the show that you're watching right now for the Preakness Live, with Justin, myself, and many, many special guests who typically join the show. So welcome and thank you, and please hit the like and subscribe to help us with YouTube. Thank you.
Oldy, I think we've been doing this Stretch Run now for like 6 years or something.
Not quite 6 years, but
5.
Probably feels that way.
It's been I feel maybe 4 years. Maybe but hasn't been like 4 years.
I think it's been almost 3. It'll be 3 in November.
Even when we used to do it on Fridays.
Yeah, it'll be 3 in November. We did that first. I want to say it was 3 Breeders' Cups ago.
Did Chris get deported?
Chris was deported.
Mike, what I was going to say at Santa Anita, that trifecta was like 3-2-1. And the 4 ran. I didn't get a chance to look at the super, but I did play the try. And it paid 51-1 for that.
Foul claim lodged here. The trainer of the 1 just a photo against the unofficial winner 4, Lorenz, electing interference, turning for home.
Let's watch this inquiry. I mean,
I think it's valid.
Coming, guys.
I mean, this has to be valid because the 4 the 1 kind of got first jump, but the 4 was loaded. See, that's too late. They're showing it too late.
Yeah, it's early. It happened earlier.
Yeah, it happened.
But it happens here too. You just couldn't. Maybe you couldn't see it.
Nah,
well, but when they came around the churn, Oldy, the 4 just like slingshot. Right. Like you almost got it there.
I mean, you see him push out a little bit, but then the 1 comes in a little bit.
But I think you have to go back to the churn when the 4 slingshots out. The 4 actually hit the 1.
Yeah. I mean, with them that close, that they could argue that was enough to make a difference. It's interesting, though, that...
No, they're going to keep it. I didn't see anything.
Yeah, they kept it. No change.
Oh, that's good. They were fast, too. Nicely done.
All right, we have some time between races here. We got Churchill race 2, we got Santa Anita, and then 13 minutes to Santa Anita race 6.
Yeah, I think Churchill's.
We can't show Churchill, but that's the next thing to go off here. You have a 3-5 favorite in the Big Salt Lick. 51%, 3-5. There for Doug O'Neill, but Doug O'Neill horses haven't been running so well.
This is a brutal race. I mean, we're just. Oof.
Yeah. I mean, maybe you try the Asmussen horse here, dropping out of maiden special weight to maiden 12. Really hasn't run. GSR goes up on the distance, though, by 13 points. Getting 5-1. I mean, that's where I probably would be here.
No, there's not anything outside of that 9 that's jumping out at me.
I mean, that horse ran okay, the 9 last out at Keeneland, but all those past efforts were so questionable. But
right,
it does face easier, Mike, to your point, versus last out, so it does drop 4 points in SOR. The 6 just seems too far back, so that's, I mean, although a race like this would not surprise me because there's just a bunch of speed, but the 8 moving to Kentucky, taking a little bit of action at 4-1. Oh, are they?
They're off.
Yeah.
I can try to get sound. Give me 1 sec.
And then we'll talk about race 6 at.
Far behind earlier is cutting the corner and
Sammy.
gaining ground quickly. They're off the turn. Big
Wow,
Spirit
2
comes
gonna
up to
blow up
grab
the
lead.
board?
Phenomenal Dream weaved outside, goes back inside.
Looks like it.
Moving to Kentucky.
Nah, too late
Let
though.
one furlong to go. Big Spirit
Yeah,
clear
looking too late.
Phenomenal Dream. Big
I don't know. He's gaining ground.
Yeah,
Oh.
the two's getting leg wary.
Here's the
Who's
Nope.
gonna get there?
2 got him.
upset winner.
26-1
Wow.
for Dale and his Romans.
Like second, Phenomenal Dream was third. Moving to Kentucky fourth.
All right,
Wow.
we got the start of the Santa Anita All-Turf Pick 3 coming up here. 10 minutes from now, race 6. Titanic Thompson is your E top pick and top win percentage.
Oh, jeez.
Anybody like Titanic Thompson?
Titanic Thompson. I like the name.
Mike, I'm with you.
I like the name.
Let's
Otherwise, I'd be saying the 5 horse.
wait. What was the Teletubby horse name, Oldy? I forgot.
It was like Tinky Winky Woo or something like that.
But Mike, this horse won at 5-1 and was just like much the best, and we were all over it. It was amazing. But the reason I brought up, I'm like, oh, we have another horse with a great name in Titanic Thompson. That's amazing.
I mean, we've been pretty good with the weird names, like the cool names. What was the other one? What was it? Baba Boo or Boo or something like that.
Oh, what was it? It wasn't Yodelay
Baba
Hey
Boo?
Who.
I can't
It was
remember.
something like that. It was
Yeah.
Boo Hoo something.
Yeah, Boo Hoo Hoo Hoo. Weird name.
But I mean, you have a couple second-time starters here coming up in this race. Other than if you want to go elsewhere, Bonneville Jim could show more speed, maybe. But you know, I don't know about you guys. I look at these works on Bonneville Jim, and that they're like slow.
Yeah.
It's a tough main special.
His
I mean,
works are not good at all.
What about the 8? I mean, well, that horse is 0 for 7,
but it's shortening back up and was
I'm
close
on
last time he
Titanic
ran
Thompson.
6. You're on Titanic Thompson?
Well, not because of the name, but last out got on the turf for the first time for Miotti. You have Phrase You Ride, which is great. Horse looks to be working well, but the GSR went up on the turf, Oldy, in a 42 and, ran second on the lead. And so in a race like this is so wide open. I mean, Phrase You probably sending, I would guess. The 1 just doesn't look like much of anything to me. So that's ride land. I mean, not a huge confidence pick, but in a race like this, I mean, it's top win percent, top pick.
Yeah, I mean, makes a lot of sense here.
Does.
The 8, who's the long shot as well, and I don't see it. Big Bill, I just don't see it as a first-time starter. I don't see anything here, but maybe Big Bill for Glatt. Top GSR. What's the race? We haven't run the race sim yet. Let's just watch the race sim and see. Maybe we'll be able to glean something from this. It's 6.5 down the flat course.
State bred 3 to 5-year-olds. Always kind of a weird condition. That's pretty impressive, Sylvain. A lot of athletes are impressive when they do that.
Yeah, that is. I mean, add that to the toughness of hockey players. I know I'm biased, but
I think a lot of what you kind of get, a lot of them just try to get their mind off it. And
yeah,
it's probably the easiest way.
I mean, like Brett Favre, and he had that big game on Monday night. I'm liking that 8 a bit.
Yeah,
6-1.
I'm liking maybe an 8-5 here, even though the system likes the 2, even though the GSR is terrible.
That's insane. That horse is 29 to 1.
I mean, play a 5-2-8 exacta box there just because of the price on the 2. If it comes in, and the 8 or the 5 comes with it, you're gonna be singing a song and dancing a jig like Matt.
Was that when what's the name of the 7 horse? I can't remember now. Reagan's Wit, right?
Yeah.
Reagan's Wit. I was finishing lunch with the kids and I'm watching. I thought that the course was going to run into the rail.
Yeah. We thought the same thing.
Franco. He was about to jump off. No, it wasn't, but he was going to. He was going to jump off like he was Manny.
Because Manny would have jumped off there, Oldy, if Manny was on that horse.
All right, we still have a while. Let's see. What do we have? About 40 minutes still to the Preakness here? 25 minutes to the Preakness. But, I mean, even the 9, I want to like the 9 because JJ's aboard, but he's 0 for 9. That trainer's 0 for 19 with second-time starters. Brendan Galvin. Not his thing. Low GSR too. So let's eliminate that. We think the 1's trash. Let's take a look here. The 10. I mean, the 10 has a couple decent efforts at 6 furlongs. I wouldn't count the 10 out. I think the 10's got a shot there at 23 to 1. The 4, low GSR, puts Drayden aboard, who Derek would call a boat anchor. But
he seems to never find like a track home.
No.
Well, but like that's when you're not consistent enough as a jockey. I mean, he's 13%. You would think he would find a home, but I keep looking at this 4 horse, and the trainer is 20% with first-time starters. It's got a big May 5th work, 3 of 35 out of the gate. Also a 5 of 49. Maybe this horse can run. I mean, there's a lot of horses here we know can't run. Big Bill I didn't like.
Yeah, this is tough.
So the 7 out. The 11. What about the Powell horse? He's 0% with first time.
That horse taking a lot of money. Oh, they go back to the 12. That horse taking a ton of money, 5 to 1.
But why? English channels are not typically sprinters. Powell's 0 for 24 with in the last year with first-time starters.
He's training really well, so maybe that's what it's getting attention.
But I would have to let him beat me there. I mean, to me, it's those 6 at best there, and it.
Yeah, the 4
The
isn't
2 horse at
training well.
30-1 is insane. 34-1, I guess. But Titanic
Let's
Thompson.
let's look at one of the other turf legs here. See if there's a single somewhere. I mean, there are worse singles than that too there. But again, you're looking at another horse where you're going to take low odds on a horse that needs pace to run into. And I'd probably be on the McCarthy 2 horse with a 3 horse Mystic Spirit there at 5-1 and make that my single. I mean, they're 21% together. The horse's GSR is okay on the turf. It has a win at a mile. Has some tactical speed. And then you're looking at the last leg of the turf, pick 3 down the hill.
Oldy, I think next year, Mike, we should go to the Preakness and broadcast live.
There you go.
Well, I don't think they're running next year at Pimlico. I think it may be at Laurel because of
that's
the construction. It'll depend what status they're at, I guess, where they are at construction. I also think the 5 could be it. The 5's won 2 of 3 down the hill in the last. So if you're looking at a turf pick 3, that might be the single in the end. And the 5
Chris Couples likes the 3 uncorked there down the hill, Oldy.
Yeah, there's an angle down the hill where people like the horses shortening up from a mile to go down the hill. But I just don't see much here. I mean, proven down the hill horses. The other one's the 9. Now let's see where they are here. We almost hit the gate. We are almost at the gate.
I'm familiar with that Benganza.
Benganza.
I think we bet that a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
Didn't finish.
Well, it's been a good day, Oldy. Mike.
For sure.
Yeah.
It's good to see you again, Mike. A couple times this week.
I know, right?
And the great part of it is our 2 horses that we liked.
I know. That's
keyed my pick 4.
That's right. Yep. Yeah, I was telling my wife at lunch. I said, "Hey, Justin and I's horses. There are 2 picks on the show came in first." She was pretty excited about that.
It's the preview show for anybody tuning in. We always run it on Thursdays. It covers all the best stakes racing. Oldy and I on it quite a bit. Scotty sometimes, but Mike, it was good to have you on. But that show does really well because we're always just focused on winners. And over the last year, Oldy, I mean, we've had bombs hit. We've had multiple. You called Torpedo Anna back on Church or on Kentucky Derby. Well, that was on Oaks Day, right?
Yeah.
So, but we always find good angles in those races since we're just purely cover stakes races.
All right, we're going in the gate.
I'm going to land on the 8 here.
And Mav Man.
This is they run 6.5 here, Mike, and not down the hill. But that with that many horses in the gate, I'm curious to see how these horses take this, because don't they have to take kind of a quick hook churn here? I think
walking up.
It's a weird. That's a lot of horses for them to run here.
Yeah, they're usually not this many in the 6.5
High
on the
Plains
flat.
Drifter bounces out very smartly and opens up a length
There's
and a
the
half.
8.
Just like
There's
that,
the
just
5.
a graze. Now moves to engage, and Titanic Thompson is up and on the pace too. Just in behind them comes Drops the Bit, and then it's Oakley Smile racing in between horses. Bonneville Jim is in mid-pack, just 4 lengths off the lead. It's another 2. High Plains Drifter, who broke well, is now
Look at that
settling
2
in
horse.
mid-pack.
Wow.
A length in front of Big Bill. Big Notion follows him. It's
35
another 3
to
back to
1.
Mav Man, who's by himself on the rail. 3 in front of Smiling Capote, and Throwing Heat is at the back of the field. Titanic Thompson doing it easily into the far turn with Just a Graze a length back second. Another length back, Brahms Mendelssohn inches closer, while 3 wide in third. Then comes Bonneville Jim by himself in fourth, followed by Oakley Smile. Drop the Bit in between horses. They're at the top of the stretch. It's Titanic Thompson with a 3-length lead, chased throughout by Just a Graze, who's closing the gap. Bonneville Jim on the outside. Brahms Mendelssohn.
Look at that 10 rolling.
High Plains Drifter, and down at the rail.
I think the
Big
5
Bill
got
is
it
coming
though.
swiftly. Here comes Big Bill after Titanic Thompson. Titanic Thompson, Big Bill. Here's the line.
Yeah, good call.
Titanic
That 5 was
Thompson
it.
held off an oncoming Big Bill, who ran lights out in his debut. High
Big
Plains
Bill did come
Drifter
running.
finished third.
Yep.
Got a nice rail trip there.
All right, we got post time at Emerald. And we can maybe go to Pimlico, talk about the Preakness.
Sounds good.
Emerald, we got 5K claimers, non-winners of 2 lifetime.
I don't know why
Big,
that
It's all the
big,
same trainer.
big GSR drops. The 2 and the 3 Oldy on the sloppy dirt.
Yeah. I mean, I'd be looking at, I mean, the
The 6
5
is a long shot. Dame
5
Marin.
dirt efforts have not been, we're not great in California either for McKenna.
Six has a I think my entertainment bet gonna go on the 6.
I'll speed this up to make sure we don't miss it. Second call, the stretch, the 3 winning late in the stretch there. But you know, I think the 8 could possibly get a good outside trip too.
Frank
I'm fine with
Alvarado
that.
riding up at Emerald Downs now that Northern California Racing closed.
But Fred, we will be showing the Preakness. We are going to be going over the Preakness next. We got Mr. Ravali's YouTube channel here. Welcome, Mr. Ravali. Welcome to everybody who's new to the show, too. This is the Stretch Run Preakness Live. We will have the Preakness coming up from Pimlico in about 12 minutes, provided that they get in the gate in that time. If not, it might be 13 or 14. But please, as you guys are finding the show and hopefully you enjoy it, please hit the like and subscribe as we go off here at Emerald. We think we might be the 3rd largest broadcaster of live racing now, behind Fox Sports and TPG
outside Chilean Bride from 3rd
on a
lap.
weekly basis. So we're here showing live racing 3 days a week. typically.
First quarter of fast 21.62 as they take it midway round
Wow,
the
they're
turn.
flying.
On the inside,
Yep.
Cali Bally on the lead.
And we
Parts of
try
lane,
to support
smiling at
all the
moon is
tracks that
just to the
allow us to
outside.
show the
Second,
feeds
they back
live.
off
So
5
thank you
clear
to
of
Emerald.
Dame Lorraine
Thank you
racing
to
third
First Group
as they
and
round the turn
Monmouth
and head for home. They straighten way down the
and
stretch. Cali
Woodbine
Valley and
today for
Silvio
allowing us to show
Amador
their
out front
racing.
by a length. Chased by Smiling at the Moon from the outside.
Come
Just
on,
3
6.
quarters away. Here comes Smiling at the Moon, now determined from the outside. Cali Belly fights back. The
Where's
line
your 8,
fast
Oldie?
approaching.
Yeah, the
Smiling
8's coming,
at
but I'm
the
not going to get
Moon.
there.
No, it's going to
Up
finish
there by
maybe
a hard
third, maybe
fought head
fourth.
from Cali Belly. Pocket Knife was rolling late.
All right, we'll take a quick look in at the Preakness here,
Forward to Orlando Naves for journalism.
and then we'll go to EquinEdge and talk about the Preakness here.
Matt Dinnerman had a lot of interest in Clever again. They were showing there.
So I have
But
two notes on Clever again from Oaklawn. One says Lone Speed easy winner. The other one said had a 25-point pace advantage easy winner. So I made these notes for the exact reason of this horse could end up in a race like this and not have an easy lead, but you're going to look at this and look and see and think this horse is a monster. And it's not, is what I'm saying.
Those are good notes, Oldy.
Never been challenged because it had such pace advantages in those races. And having covered Oaklawn as well, that's 100% the case. I would not be anywhere near Clever again here, and there's so much speed in this race. Goal oriented, it's going to go fast. Doesn't need the lead, but is probably going to go fast here. Besides journalism, if journalism wasn't here, I'd probably be on River Thames. I liked what the horse showed in rating in the bluegrass and what was just a crazy pace there. And I think that this horse has a chance to finish in the money at currently at 8-1. And if I look at the probables here, if you're looking at a journalism to River Thames, you're getting 10-1 on that exacta. I think American Promise needs the lead, needs to be near the lead here. The one I didn't know what to make of was Heart of Honor. You guys have any opinion there?
I thought, honestly, Oldie, I thought the Scotty picks had this thing pretty much nailed.
I agree.
I think Oscar will actually run a great race for Walsh and Saez.
Yep.
I was 296 Oldie, but I can't argue with you on the River Thames, the 6, it being, maybe your second pick. But the 4 not having any speed like that, Oldie, is what scares me, right? I mean,
do we know though that it doesn't have any speed, or is it a case of maybe the international data?
Well, probably, right? I mean, coming over from Maidan, so, but I mean, it didn't get picked up on any algorithms though. Not the win, not the picks, not the E morning line. But to your point, there really is no data. So,
yeah, I mean, let's see if it reads. Yeah, it looks like it's definitely a closer, but it's not that far back. I would give it a look, maybe if you're like me and you don't like Sandman as maybe the closer to add in there.
Journalism's not liking the pony at all. If you're watching the live feed, journalism is continually throwing his head and does not want to go to that outrider with the pony.
So I was watching an old Derby, the Derby with War Emblem, who's a noted, just bad-tempered horse. The entire time after the Derby, he's biting the pony.
Look at the groom with journalism is having to stand in between journalism
Yeah,
and
I
the
see
pony.
that.
But
Yeah, he's not
journalism,
happy.
Mike, threw his head probably 3-4 times when journalism is wow.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm losing a little confidence in journalism here.
Well, I don't, I mean, and I welcome anybody's comment. I don't like what's the deal there? Is this common for journalism or is it
I've never
crowd?
seen it. It doesn't mean anything.
I haven't seen that with him, nor have I seen that very often in any post
But
parade.
look at the groom is struggling. I mean, look, he had to go back. He had to turn the horse back there.
I mean, we've covered a lot of journalism's races live.
Now gonna try to go back in line.
Yeah, I don't know. You don't see a groom going out in a post parade like that very often either.
Yeah, Steve, the journalism definitely needs to get away. There's another groom there, but needs to get away from the maybe the crowd.
Well, that's a foreign horse too, so I don't know.
Yes.
It is early, but I don't know.
You just don't really like to see that, obviously, because then the horse gets a
Number
little worked
6,
up.
River Thames. Or Windstar, CHC, Pantoffel Stable, Wachtel Stable, Todd Pletcher trainer.
And everyone
Yes,
who,
hello.
I know a lot of people are joining the show right now. Can you
John
do us a big
Velasquez,
favor? Help us with
GJ Stable,
YouTube
St. Elias, West Point, CJ
and
Stables.
hit the
trained
like
by Mark
and
Cassey.
subscribe button, please. We
Number 8,
greatly
Clever
appreciate
Again.
it. It really helps us with the
Jose
YouTube
Ortiz
algorithm and will help
the
you
rider.
find us again.
Provincial Thoroughbreds. Mrs. John McNear, Michael Tabor, Derek Smith.
Also, please
trained
interact.
by Steve Asmussen.
Chat with us where we're happy
Number
to have
9,
the conversation.
Luis Saez aboard.
Again,
by
I
Harvey
went
A.
over
Clark,
our
Racing
schedule
Stables. The trainer,
earlier
Brendan
today,
Walsh.
but with everybody on the show, we have
5 minutes.
EquinEdge live every Thursday
150th
with Mike
running
Saletta and
of the Preakness.
2022 NHC National Handicapping Champion David Harrison, where we show live racing on Thursdays. Fridays, we have live racing for the Road to the NHC, which is a tournament play focused show with EquinEdge CEO Scotty McKeever and 2022 NHC champion David Harrison. And then on Saturdays, we have the stretch run, which is some form of Justin, myself, the Oldy Capper, and many special guests where we typically go 4 to 6 hours showing live racing at pretty much any track that will let us. And then the last one I'll give a plug for here. Thursday nights
4
we
minutes.
do the weekend preview show where we cover all the most important stakes races of the weekend, and we've had an excellent ROI with that, and that's a show that we will rerun continuously until the Friday and Saturday shows start. Appreciate it, everybody. Thank you for joining. Also, if you're interested in free EquinEdge, this is my ad for EquinEdge. You can scan that QR code in the top right-hand corner, and you can get free EquinEdge, 3 free races a day. Also, you can get a subscription there. We appreciate everybody's support. Again, please hit the like. Please hit the subscribe.
All right, we are here for
we are
Preakness
lucky
150.
enough
The energy is absolutely electric.
to be a rights holder and to be allowed to show the Preakness live, and we thank Stronach and the first group for that.
Yeah, that's awesome.
All right.
In terms of what he's been able to rock up to date, he was.
Well, you might have 2 going at the same time, maybe. Santa Anita, maybe?
I can check, yeah. Hold on. And
Go ahead.
guys, I often make this mistake. No, I don't.
No.
Actually, when you look at him physically, he's
Their
almost
speed
put
is
on
messed up.
weight since that last race.
No, I
the
think
Kentucky
she
Derby,
just has a
which usually that
reverb in her
has
mic or
the
something.
adverse effect on horses. But what a nice, strong, beautiful horse. They have to be happy that there's no rain here.
Absolutely. And obviously the weather conditions very different today than yesterday at this time in the program. But
I love
you
our
couldn't ask
chat
for a better
right
track.
now.
You want to see it fast
Worrying
for these
about
races, and that's what we get.
what the horse
You
is
like a little
doing.
bit of a long shot in Gosgar. I want to hear the case you want to make for him.
I think he's developing. I think the connections managed him very well, where they're not going to go for the Derby.
That's
They're going to
funny.
take the time. They went to the Lexington, which you go back historically. There are some Kentucky Derby points on the line, but this year it was going to be a non-factor in terms of getting into the 20-horse starting gate. And it's his first time going 2 turns at Keeneland. And the way that he was able to sit the trip, there is speed in here. There's speed on the inside to him. There's speed on the rail. And if you're developing, you're taking those steps forward. I think if you're looking at the exotics, he's a major player.
That's the long shot play, the Scotty long shot.
Clever again.
Oscar.
He is like a quarter horse, quite literally out of the gate.
He is very fast, and you see his
Not
progression. I
impressed
think
with that
4.5.
Lexington.
You see the speed in him.
showed
and
it.
Go for those races at Keeneland, and sometimes it works, it doesn't. They regroup. They gave him a ton of time off, and then you look at him. He has just been a rocket out of the gate. I don't think we've seen him go as fast as he can, and then the 101 buyer speed figure last time out, if that's your number that you go to, does stand out. But how easy of a lead does he get in here with goal oriented on the inside?
Well, that's the big question here. From the rail, you're almost forced with your hand to go.
Not
with
putting
goal
that one up
oriented
in the
and
chat,
Brad
but
Ford. But clever again. I
RSH,
wonder
RSH.
just about the
Oh,
distance.
no,
Did you
instinct,
like the way
hilarious.
he finished up in his mile in the 16th Oaklawn race?
I thought it was good.
Chat-
I think
the
he
chat's off the
behind him,
rails.
gaming, had some hype behind him, and maybe he went a little bit to the wayside. But
We got
Guess we've
Wicked
been on
Warrior
here a long
saying that
time.
The biggest group wins the race.
can
That's,
see quick
of
slip,
course.
but I don't think we're going to see a national
Yes,
treasure
Jace.
situation.
Yes,
Saw 2
Jace.
years
We'll show
ago.
the race. You
I
can watch it
wonder
here.
What he needs to do here to
We
get
got
the
you
mile
covered.
Goal oriented now. This horse lightly raced.
My
First
dad
time
always
in
said
stakes
that.
race.
He
He stretched
watched the
out to
horse
2
that
turns
poops
across
before the race.
a
That's the
very,
horse's
very
name.
sloppy track
It
at
loses a
Churchill
little bit of
Downs.
weight.
This
Yeah.
is a wild card.
Absolutely.
But
In
here
terms
it's
of
the
his
opposite.
physicality, he is absolutely gorgeous. A horse
And
that I've never
guys,
seen
I know we have a
before, but
lot of
you
new
look at the
people
way
on
he
here. I know I
debuted,
just
and
gave the
sometimes you think
speech to
Bob
those
Baffert
people
go
who
to
are
lead. He
here,
didn't
but
do
we have
that. I thought he was
1,500
able to
people
sit the
watching
trip,
live
and then
right
you
now.
mentioned the conditions at Churchill,
Please hit the
stretching
like
out,
and
shifting,
subscribe
and then to
button.
take the
We
gate to
do
wire.
this
I think he has
every
a bright
week.
future, and
Live
interesting to
racing.
see him. It's not often in this
I
race
know you're
with Bob
thinking,
Baffert,
how
8
can they
winners
do
of
this?
Preakness,
Because we're a
7-1.
rights holder.
It's
Well,
pretty
we're
remarkable,
actually
isn't
allowed
it?
to
And
show
it's just
this.
a fantastic race
So
all
please
around. Of course,
hit
all
the
eyes
like
on
and
journalism.
subscribe.
But Ashley, any
Join
final thoughts
us.
before we send it over?
Very
We're
impressed
showing
with this
live
field
racing
design in
every
terms of
week,
maturity. This
up
is
to
a different
3 days a
atmosphere.
week
A lot of the
from these
horses do
tracks. And
opt
we
to
also have
handle
Keeneland
underneath
when they're
rather than the turf
running,
course, but
and
you're always
several
looking
of
for
the other
someone
major
to
tracks
catch
like
your eye in a good way or a
Gulfstream,
bad way, and everyone was
San
loving it.
Nita.
They really
So
were.
thank
It is
you.
so much
We really
excitement, so much
and we try to
mayhem
make this
here
fun
with
for
Preakness
everybody.
150.
We're
Just such a
we're
historic day
serious
here in Baltimore,
handicappers who
Maryland, and
like
we
to
are
have
excited
fun
to see how it all
and
shakes out in
excitement.
just
We
a
had
few moments
earlier
for
today, we
Preakness
had Matt
150.
Miller, former BCBC champion, one of the great batters in the world, board. We'll have some of the other great handicappers in the world other times. So thank you guys for joining. I'm emotional just thinking about how many of you are watching. Thank you for joining us on the stretch run here.
The Oldy, I was gonna say, we're at 236 likes off 2,300 watching, so keep pounding away. And the goal is always to find winners here, Oldy, and that's what we do throughout the day. It started off good, it continued today. It was a good stretch run, it really was.
Yeah.
Goscar Noah has. If journalism doesn't show up for whatever reason, Goscar being the longest shot on the board can win the race, 100%. Like if whatever we saw there with journalism and what was going on, it may not really matter. Was definitely bothered quite a bit as they came in the post parade. But
yeah, so we are showing. You're watching the feed live from Pimlico right now. We are showing the race. We are rights holder for Pimlico and for Maryland Racing, so we will be showing this live. If the horse, as has been mentioned by many people in this chat, if the horse poops, you'll see it as it enters the gate here. But again, please hit the like, please subscribe. We'd love to have you guys back and have you as regulars watching our show where we're showing live racing. Thank you, Judd. Appreciate it.
So there's 8.7 million in the trifecta pool. 4 million in the try and a little over 9 million in the exacta. The trifecta pool is massive.
For the Preakness 150th running.
Post time, everyone. And thank you to all 2,600 people currently watching live on YouTube.
Nice, Sammy. Sammy, let's go. Let's go. Buffalo.
Nearly 1,000 people on Twitter as well. Please hit the like. Please subscribe. Goal oriented is the one.
Lost speed there with
the
Clever
one
again,
horse is goal oriented. The Baffert currently at 8-1. Top EquinEdge pick here is Journalism.
River Thames is I can't believe that 8-1 right now.
Might be 8-1 on the screen, but maybe it's 1-1 in your heart.
And here's the starting gate for Preakness 150.
9-1.
Ready
crazy.
to load in. About to load into the starting gate. In
All right,
front
guys.
of the old Pimlico
Loading. I'm going to keep.
grandstand.
Good luck, everyone.
Until the race starts,
so
I'm going
much
to
over
keep
the
asking
years.
for likes and subscribes.
Local
And also,
home
if you
pay
want
Billy
free
is in.
EquinEdge, just scan the
Goal-oriented
QR code.
inside
You'll get
draw.
free races a
Journalism
day.
Enters at even
No
money.
skin off your back, no charge, no credit card needed.
American
just
Promise.
free EquinEdge.
River Thames. Sandman. Heart of Honor. Clever again.
Here we go. Good luck, all.
Good luck, everybody.
Yes, Jay,
Gosker
we'll be
in
quiet
line.
for the race.
In the gate. And they're off. Seems a perfect start. In the 150th running of the Preakness Stakes, and Clever again is wasting no time and put right on the lead with that speed. Goal-oriented on the inside, takes back just slightly. Gosker's up on the outside. Gosker runs to second, goal-oriented, settles into the rail in third. American Promise is in fourth. River Thames is fifth, only 4 lengths off for speed. Into the clubhouse turn they roll. Here is Journalism. Journalism's on the inside, 4 lengths. From the front runner, around the first turn and past the 7/8 pole. River Thames on the outside of that. Here's Pay Billy just off that pair, followed by Heart of Honor, and Sandman is last of the runners. About 13 lengths will cover front to back. 6 furlongs left to go. And Clever again in control of the pace in the Preakness. Leads Gosker. The opening quarter was soft, the half in 46 3/5 of a second. And so Clever again, a length lead. Clever again from Gosker in second. On the outside, River Thames moves to third. Goal-oriented is racing in fourth. American Promise is in fifth. Umberto Rispoli is getting after Journalism right now into the far turn run. Has 5.5 to make up. The leader's still Clever again. And Sandman is trying to unwind, but third last at this point. And Pay Billy and trailing the field is Heart of Honor. They are midway on the turn. And Gosker runs alongside now to Clever again to contest the lead. And Journalism is moving through on the inside. Slight steady, little bit of traffic, but Journalism is trying to box on through. Very tight still is Journalism. Gosker's come away with a lead. A lot of bumping going on as Clever
Gosker's
again
going to run away with it.
and shuffle back. Journalism shifted in. Here's Sandman on the outside trying to run on. Journalism has recovered. Journalism has recovered and is coming. Journalism. A sensational run despite traffic. Gosker was second, then Sandman third, and goal-oriented fourth in the 150th running of the Preakness Stakes at historic Pimlico Racecourse in Baltimore.
There was a lot of bumping, guys.
Yeah, I don't know if Journalism stays up because Journalism definitely tried to bully some horses to get out there.
There is definitely an inquiry. There was
Hang with us. The inquiry sign hasn't been posted, but I would not be shocked if there is one.
Wow.
Stand
Yeah.
by for numbers in the Preakness. Minute 55.47, the running time.
We talked about Gosker there, right, guys? I mean, what a race by Gosker to sit off the speed, break well. I mean,
Hold all tickets. Steward's inquiry. Before numbers come
You
up, the
think?
stewards have posted the inquiry
You
sign.
never know.
Looking at the action inside the quarter pole.
Gosker ran a clean race, was out front the whole time. In journalism, I mean, Rispoli was banging that horse, man.
wow, what a race. If you like to hit the like button, that was amazing. That's why we love racing. Yeah,
Number
Lou.
2, first, journalism. Second, number 9, Gosker. Third, 7, Sandman. Fourth, 1, goal-oriented.
Yeah, there was some
However,
pinching
there
going
was a
on. There
steward's
was some
inquiry into the Preakness.
trying to get
Hold all
journalism off
tickets
the
for
rail.
Heart of Honor, checked in 5th.
Wow.
Well, he got just kind of banged around at the start, too. Kind of got shuffled back with 8 and 9 coming, kind of coming over and Clever again, right? Just went and got over like that. Well, yeah, Chris Couples, you are right. We saw journalism acting up pre-race, right? That's never a good thing. Then a brutal start, an absolutely kind of brutal trip.
That horse is talented.
Wow.
That was a crazy race.
Yeah.
Who took last, Adam? I would assume probably Adam, maybe one of the speed horses,
Umberto
American
is
Promise,
very
or
emotional. He just
Clever
said,
again.
if this is a dream, please, nobody wake me up. Umberto, you took a leap of faith when you came here from Italy in
They're a
2020.
little,
Because they're
Just
interviewing him like
imagining
they
the sort
won
of
the race,
Yeah,
but there's an
that's
inquiry
weird.
going on.
But I think it feels pretty impactful.
Does she
to
know
you.
that?
Don, I still can't realize what this horse did today. Again, I got to trouble at the quarter pole. And look, he make himself again going. I mean, it's all about him. It's all about him. It's a pleasure and privilege to ride a horse like him. I would like to say thank you. Give me 12 seconds to say thank you to everybody. I want to say thank you to Michael McCarthy, to Aaron Wellman, La Penta.
And I want to say thank you to
Ryder
everybody
Farm.
who tuned in.
Colors
too.
are up today. Coolmore, my wife, my kids, my family, my brother, my mother, my father then teach me everything. My sponsor, Hildebrands, to support me today. It's just unbelievable. I won one of the legs of the Triple Crown, and I'm crying like a kid.
There is an inquiry. Let's talk about what happened at the top of the stretch. It looks like it was a dogfight, and he just fought.
I mean, I was in a tough spot. I was very in the whole spot, and look, it's unbelievable.
By the way, there is no change. You are the winner.
Okay, thank you.
No change.
Thank you.
No change. There's an announcement.
You've won races all
What-
over the
what
world.
was that
Two-time
exact,
champion jockey in Italy, but this is your first one in a Triple Crown race.
have it?
Obviously, it means a lot to you, but why?
38-1.
Because Donna, you know what I
Nice.
cost to
No,
win.
sorry, that's
My
wrong.
mind-
16-1. 16 to
The
1.
pick 5 I
Only
gave
took
out
20
on the
years of my
stream
career
did
they passed in
hit
front of me.
because I journalism single
And I
there
had to wait so long
and was
to be on a champion
decently
like that.
profitable.
But
But it
if,
was a
you know,
$96 one that
A
hit for
guy who works
about
for you,
I
Jerry
think
Bailey,
over
tells me,
$400
say, when
bucks.
there is a chance, you take it. So it's your chance, and I do take it. Thanks, Jerry.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Well done,
Sammy.
Umberto.
We-
I think Jerry heard you. Well done. We're going to hear
Honestly,
from
the-
Michael McCarthy now.
that means so much to us.
Yeah, Sammy. Thank you.
And again, on your way out the door, if you can hit the like and subscribe, we'd sincerely appreciate it. Jay, I have a feeling you need Sandman to be second.
And the Preakness is official. It's journalism in the 150th running of the Preakness Stakes.
Wow.
They'll
What
show
a
a
race.
replay in a minute. I don't know why they didn't show the inquiry replay, though. That's a good question.
And thank you, Jim. We're here every week. 3 days of live racing, like Oldy said. We got preview shows as well.
Well, nice. I hit $1 to try in super. I don't know what's going to pay, but
Well, the exacta, Mike, what I say, 16-1. So, I mean, the try
Here's
gonna. I mean, it's
journalism.
not massive, but I mean, for a buck, you might put 70-80 to 1, maybe.
we know Matt had unloaded on journalism and on the double into the next to the 9 horse in the race sim too.
Oh, you could see there the Clever again kind of slammed journalism. I think that's why they left journalism up. I saw that right there when they showed. I'm not sure journalism really did anything. It looked like it was Clever again who was backing up. Journalism won.
The 2 journalism won. The 9 Gosker finished second, the 7 Sandman third, the 1 goal-oriented fourth, and the 4
Here is Baltimore. Journalism parading in front of the historic Pimlico grandstand. The final Preakness winner. You get this honor in front of the old Pimlico grandstand. It's journalism. Trainer Michael McCarthy won with Rumbauer in 2021.
Cool.
Jockey
And I got to
Umberto
see
Rispoli.
tomorrow in
His first classic win and Preakness
BCBC
debut.
qualifier.
Thrilling stretch run. Journalism gets up over Gosker, Sandman, goal-oriented, Heart of Honor.
You know, though, if with journalism, when he got crushed there for a bit and got into trouble, that people would have been blaming Rispoli.
Yeah. I mean, he's a good jockey. He needs to learn. He needs to get out of Kelly a little bit more to be, I think, more respected. I think by the.
Well, I think he's better on the turf, anyways.
He is better on the turf, no doubt about it. But I think he does need to get out of California more to be considered, near the top.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think had that been a dry track, I think he wins that race.
The Derby.
Yeah.
Yeah. Impressive, though, with everything we saw with journalism. I mean, just
that was impressive.
Yeah. Let's see if they give us a replay here. If not, we'll cut a replay so that we have a replay in the stream as well for you guys.
$300 for the dollar super.
300?
Yeah, 303.
Wow, that's a good super,
wow.
Mike. Nice.
I spent like 24, so I'll take it.
10. What's that? It's about a 14-to-1 return.
And then 73.50 for the try.
Thanks, Wicked.
I wonder if any of my buddies played that that I sent them earlier today.
The Black Eyed Susan Preakness double with journalism. $2 pays $15. Black Eyed Susan Preakness double. Price is up for the Preakness.
Good job,
great
Dorothy.
day. Again, if everybody can hit the like on your way out as well, we'd greatly appreciate it. Like and subscribe. Like and subscribe. Justin actually is a thoroughbred owner. Debbie,
Debbie. There's a couple of winning photos that actually sit right behind me, but I've owned a few horses here locally. It's always fun, and my kids love it too. You know, it's fun. You get to go to the track, feed the horses. When you do that, a lot of times, you know, a lot of people they don't know, but like it's always like a family down there at the track. Trainers are always so great.
Now being
And again, for those of you new too, if you want free
circle.
EquinEdge, you can scan the QR code and sign up for 3 races a day.
Cupola here at Pimlico is journalism.
And Alexis, we're here every week showing live racing
Partners,
from up to
Don
8 tracks. Right now, depending on what's running, and we're lucky enough to do that 3 days a week with our different shows here. So please join in the chat. We're glad to have you.
The jockey, Umberto Rispoli.
Yeah, Jerry mentioned the coaching classes too. Justin and
running time is a minute
and Scotty have
55.47
coaching classes during the week.
The 150th Preakness.
Maybe we'll
And
get
if
that.
anybody's interested in joining, we have a WhatsApp chat that you can talk to all 3 of us in. And if you just send me a message at the Oldy Capper at Twitter, I'll get you the link to that. And we're happy to have you join. We have so many amazing handicappers in there who post tickets and talk horses. The Belmont's going to be interesting, but I'm more interested in the Mile with possibly fierceness against White Abario.
Tippy,
that's what the.
It's journalism one, Tippy. Go ahead, Oldy.
I mean, that's what it's shaping up as, is White Abario versus fierceness, and there's some other top horses in there as well. It might be as good as a field as we've seen middle of a season like that. Here we go. They finally have all the prices out. It was a $36.75 for the try.
There's your dollar super 3. With the super high 5, the super high 5 would have been blown up, you know, if Gosker wins there. That's crazy. It ended up paying, still ended up for $1, still paid almost $1,800. Wow.
Pick 5 paid $413. Pick 6 paid $2,200. Great, thank you, everybody.
$33.80, dollar trifecta $73.50, dollar superfecta $303.40, 10 to double $21.60, Black Eyed Susan Preakness double $15, the $2 pay. Pick 3 $11.30, pick 4 $88.85, super high 5 $1,767.30, 297, 1 and 4. Pick 5 $413.70. Pick 6, $2,276.32.
Thank you, Cody. Appreciate that.
I think, Glenn, what happened, we only got a chance to see it shortly with the replay, but I think because Clever again was backing up is really what caused the trouble for journalism.
Yeah,
So
I think so too.
I don't think really journalism did anything wrong. He was just having to really navigate a horse backing up. So it looked like it was a lot worse than what journalism did.
Yeah. And Clever again, pretty much that's what my note was for, was to know this one wasn't getting an easy lead and that it had gotten an easy lead every time. That's why it's a good idea to use those notes functions. Gary, thank you.
We direct your attention to the infield and the cupola for the trophy presentation. The winning connections of the 150th Preakness Stakes, journalism. We have Belinda Stronach, Chairman and CEO, First Racing. Maryland Governor Wes Moore, Baltimore City Mayor Brandon Scott. Presentation coming up. Live from NBC in a moment.
What he's painting. Huh.
As tradition.
Horse Jay, please like and subscribe.
Atop the cupola.
We have access to many of the tracks, many of the major tracks for live streaming. So we're here every week, 3 days a week streaming.
The UAE President Cup for Arabians, Grade 1, $200,000 added.
Please like and subscribe again.
The richest Arabian race in North American history. Scratch the 2. Alberto Delgado on the 4. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta wagering. To call this historic Arabian race, our special guest caller, Jonathan Horowitz, will be on hand. Coming up.
The race sim says that the 9 is a shoe-in the Arabian race. Karen, absolutely. We are, and thank you to the first group for allowing us to show their races. Again, it's one of the things that we've been lucky enough. This is, I think, the third Preakness we've gotten to broadcast. We've gotten to do a Breeders' Cup, several, things like the Florida Derby, the Pegasus. So again, we're here every week. Please like and subscribe.
Here today in the shadow of the Woodlawn Vase, and we have all of the happy faces here today with us. We'll start with the dignitaries.
And that is the one thing, John, because it's not our own production. We're relying on them to run the replay, but we will cut a replay for everybody and put a stream up there as well for
the
that.
great state of Maryland to present the trophy to the winning ownership group represented by Aaron Wellman.
That's right, here in world famous Baltimore, Maryland, and the home of the Preakness 150, the crown jewel of the Triple Crown. We are excited to say that here and now that journalism is alive and well, and we are proud to present the Woodlawn Vase to journalism.
Did you guys look at my note on journalism?
I didn't see it.
I dropped in a Pulitzer Prize.
So Aaron Wellman, I'll have a word with you here for a second. So we all saw the same thing. Journalism, it seemed
I
like
said journalism should win both the Preakness and the Pulitzer here.
A couple weeks ago, what was going through your mind down the stretch?
It was pretty nasty there for a second, and we thought that we were going to end up, as you said, with another second. But the horse is a champion. Our jockey, Umberto Rispoli, is a champion. Our trainer, Michael McCarthy, is a champion. Our partners, too many to name right now, but you know who you are. You know how important this is. But what a heartful effort out of journalism, and he deserves that trophy right now. It's a huge honor.
We're seeing it play out in real time, but what kind of a special horse, what kind of a superstar is journalism becoming before our eyes?
He's extremely special. He is equally as mentally brilliant as he is physically, which is so rare to find in
Evelyn,
this
thank you
game.
for tuning in.
We wanted to showcase him today in a race as important as the Preakness. We wanted to make him a classic winner, and I think everybody saw what a champion he is today.
You mentioned a bit about the ownership group.
Gabby, of
The group
course.
that was together in 2017, winning the Belmont with Tappert. You got the band back together. You wanted to make another run at a couple Triple Crown races, and I guess the plan is going to.
All right, gents, I'm going to run.
Yeah,
All right.
absolutely. Bridalwood Farm of journalism.
Mike, thank you for joining us.
Bob LaPenta. Don
Yeah,
Alberto
thank you
bred this
guys.
beautiful horse and
Thank
part
you
of the
everyone
ownership
for
group.
hanging on with us all day
This
or
is
part
for
of the
Elaine
day.
Herrick, who's not doing so
Appreciate
well
it.
right now, but this is
Hopefully
for you.
we'll
Nora,
see
your
you all
Triple
again soon.
Crown. And of course, cool.
Thanks,
Moore,
Mike.
more
Justin,
honor to be
Oldy,
with
have a good
with
night.
them.
Have a good
Bob
rest of
LaPenta,
your weekend.
If this
Yep.
horse is good, we're going to New York, baby.
What it means to all the people who have come in contact with this horse, more to the story with the trainer and with the jockey as well. And we send it over to Brittany Eaton for that.
Ahmed, thank you so much. Joined by Umberto Rispoli. Yes, no cursing on here, Bob. Okay, we can't have.
Did
that
you hear
social
that?
program. I don't think anybody
Sorry.
on this cupola
I
right
didn't hear
here
it.
knows
Hold
the
on.
heart, courage, and daringness it takes to go through a hole like you did. So I'm going to have you watch this visual down here and take us through splitting horses that ultimately got you out on top.
Look, at that point, I had some trouble with him on the backside. He wouldn't travel well for me. He was really upset behind the gate, with these flies around him. They really make him upset. And look, today he's a horse. every races he won, he wins in a battle like that. You know, the
That's
reason why I
incredible.
would love to have him, you know, outside the
Wow.
horses one day, and that would be great. But listen, from this point, when I look at Luis, who was ahead of me, I said that's just going to be hard to go and get him at the wire. But then more it was a wind, and more it was a picking it up. And then I said to myself, I said, wow, we're going to make it in time. And I could feel it by the 16th pole. Then I could get it just on time. But look, all the credit goes to this guy next to me. He was right after the race. He said, we're going. So Michael knows he's an unbelievable trainer. I give a credit to the horse. I would say thank you to this gentleman behind me, Bob LaPenta, Aaron Wellman, Coolmore, Don Alberto, Pride of Wood Farm, my agent Matt Nakatani, my beautiful family, my sponsor, the brand, and all the people that support us in this amazing journey, Brittany.
I have to ask, because you have traveled the world, we've documented that quite some time. Have you ever won a race in a fashion like that, in a caliber like the Preakness?
That's the best race I win in my life. That's took over the Queen Elizabeth in Hong Kong. I'm sorry, rulership. But this is something then, you know, every jockey, when I first came in the United States, you know, you can't really realize what the Triple Crown means until you go with a favorite horse to ride to the Kentucky Derby. And, you know, all this take me through a journey. And I can tell you, I couldn't sleep for 4 nights after the Kentucky Derby. Even I know if I could ride a perfect race. But, you know, this takes some of the pain off. And I'm glad that then I have this opportunity. I have to wait 20 years, but it was worth it to wait.
Well, worth the wait. Congratulations. I'm not sure how much sleep you're going to get tonight with all of these owners and connections. A massive congratulations to Team Journalism taking the final Preakness here at Old Tilltop.
Chris Couples, somebody yelled there, "Bring on sovereignty!" right before they did the interview with Umberto. That was pretty funny. And Oldy, I think I know a lot of people, it seemed like in the chat, were talking about Flavien Prat. I think Flavien just knew he had some horse and was, you know, I think he was just trying to find the best spot. You know, he's not trying to have anybody beat him, but Journalism obviously was so much better. And Umberto smartly just kind of forced his way in that hole with Clever again backing up. So
Oscar needed that race to be about a half a furlong shorter. If that was 9 furlongs instead of 9.5.
Yeah. I mean, it was right there. I mean, ran a huge race, Oldy. Ended up, I think went off around, 15-16 to 1 there, but ran huge. I mean, ran right off the pace, kept going. And obviously Journalism probably wins a little bit easier if it didn't have so much trouble, but Oscar ran a great race.
Gavin, yes. Justin, are we hanging around for the 11 minutes to watch the Arabian race here? Or are we,
it's up to you if you want to. I am going to run the restroom, Oldy.
Yeah, I mean, we can hang around. You go to the restroom. We can hang around for the last race here, guys. Our race sim says that has the 9 winning race 14 by almost 7 lengths. Yeah, Chris, it will be about 15 minutes with Arabians running that distance. But here Journalism, very special, but we'll have to probably wait till, let's hope that, knock on wood, that he's healthy for the Breeders' Cup Classic, and that Fierceness is, and White Abario, because that would be amazing to have those 3 horses, plus the top horse from Japan, whose name I'm drawing a blank on, to come back over as well. I mean, that would be an amazing Breeders' Cup Classic.
Race number 14 is the UAE President Cup Arabian Grade 1 event, $200,000 added. Scratch the number 2 RB Mother Load. I don't know if I have anything to say, Melly.
I mean, it was just, from what we just saw in winning the Preakness Stakes with Journalism, I mean, if ever there is a historical race, Preakness Stakes to remember for the final Preakness here in this old stadium. It's that one, right? I mean, it took me back to a Fleet Alex.
Yes, similar situation.
Similar situation, but unbelievable athleticism shown not only by jockey, but horse.
Yeah, it was just an incredible, everybody oohing and eyeing, and you make a great point. A little melancholy for me. I get to come up here every year for the last 10, 12 years. I'm going to miss this building. I've climbed more stairs than anybody in the human world seen. In this place, the elevators doesn't work half the time. You got to climb stairs, but I'm really going to miss it.
Yeah.
So the final race ever run here with this building standing, of course, you know what's going to happen. They're spending $400 million on a new refurbished Preakness, Belmont, Preakness
facility,
facility. I'm already getting to the Belmont. I'm still amazed over.
Well,
what
you heard it in the winner's circle, right?
Yeah.
They said.
Well, let's get
what's next. Belmont.
By the way, Jonathan Hurwitz is going to call his final race. He's with the Arabian Jockey Club.
And I'm very lucky that I was at the right place at the right time because I ran into Jonathan. And I said, listen, I got to handicap this grade 1 with the Arabians. It's been a really long time since I've done this. Can you help me out? So this is more probably Jonathan's selections than they are mine, if I'm really honest. But the number 3 in here, like Moulin Rouge, is probably one of the more familiar names around here for Arabians. An 8-year-old gelding. Believe that this gelding is more suited to sprinting. The big question really is the distance, but he's competed in this race before unsuccessfully, but as I mentioned, a more familiar name.
Yeah, the scratch of the number 2 horse in here, RB Motherlode, sort of makes our Diamond Gem the absolute speed in here and the one to catch, and you can see it's reflected on the board with the 1-2 favoritism. Does this horse just go to the lead and not look back?
I believe so. I mean, you look at the recent form for Diamond Gem A, and he seems to be most effective doing that. He's the deserving favorite. Carol Cedeno, who will be riding, was leading Arabian rider at Delaware, so very familiar with riding these Arabians. And in talking to Jonathan, those races at Maidan has the highest level of Arabian racing. So even if this horse was getting beaten double digits over there, don't hold that against him because that form is at such a high level. This is really class relief coming to America to run in these races.
The current second choice is the number 6 horse in there, RB Grand Slam. And this one coming off the bench, last seen, and Houston won the Texas Shootout over there. And, of course, coming into the race in good form. And who did he beat? He beat a couple of good horses in here. So what did we get from him?
I think, whether it's a thoroughbred, an Arabian, or a quarter horse, if you're in good form, right, you got to really focus on RB Grand Slam. The trainer has actually won this.
That race was on turf, and that horse's GSR went up.
This is a key
30 points on the turf.
The jockey. Sometimes they get jockeys from other places to come in for this particular race.
The one horse was the
jockeys to ride,
value underneath.
When you get a
Oldy.
jockey that's being attached to this horse,
I mean, the 6 has some good dirt.
That is
has one good dirt effort.
Plus, speaking about jockey changes, the number 4 will be ridden
the
today
distance
by
concerns me as much as the
so jockey change. And let's talk about that horse now, and that is WMA Smoke
on the stretch out.
Yeah, again, the question with this gelding, I think, is the distance. You look at the form, and it seems that he's just been a little bit more effective at the higher level.
Arabians are considerably slower than thoroughbreds. That's very true.
Stretched out to that 1.16 on the main track here, I think, is going to be tough for him.
Well, we got about 5 minutes to post here. They're going to get the call for riders up. It looks like he's a little rambunctious, this guy. He's trying to tell us, I'm ready to go. That is the number 4 horse there. So for Millie and myself, Millie, it was such a pleasure working with you this weekend. We had a great time, and you did a knockout job.
Well, thank you, and always a pleasure to be working with you. And to be a part of the 150th anniversary for me is something.
I don't think I've ever hung around after
We'll never forget that race.
This old building that we've run around over the last.
Before we were doing this, I was probably watching it on NBC.
Oh, you okay?
Yeah,
Really?
I know,
Millie
right?
Baltimore.
Millie
Wow.
Nobody ever
Yeah,
showed
because I'd
this.
been
I
covering
mean,
the
you're only
Preakness
going to
for
find
so
it at
many years, so
EquinEdge.
it really was nice to come back and do it again.
You know, earlier today, I had Gabby Gaudet on the show, Maryland born, and she just, you know, it's melancholy for the people that live here. That's why I'm bringing it up. I mean, they grew up here, you know, like you as a child with your dad, you know, this is their home, you know, and it's a shame to see it down, but, you know, progress is the way to go.
That's right. Absolutely.
So we're going to sign off now and everybody out there, I hope you made a lot of money today, and I hope you have a safe trip home. That's the most important part. So we'll see you soon, somewhere down the road. Millie at Santa Anita, me at Gulfstream Park, and great. Good night.
Good night.
Yeah. And well, now that they've signed off, just a reminder, if you're new to the channel, please like and subscribe. Helps us with the YouTube algorithm. Will help you find us in the future when you're looking for live racing and looking for somebody who can actually show it and not get in trouble, because we are allowed to show this. Luann, you rode a few Arabian races. I'd love to hear a little bit about that. That's awesome. And also make sure if you're interested in free EquinEdge, you can scan the QR code at the top of the screen there, and it will take you to where you can sign up for 3 free races a day, see what the platform's all
On the
about,
track for the final race
join
at
a coaching
Preakness
class,
150, race 14
get to
in
talk
3
to
minutes.
Scotty
As
and
the UAE
Justin in
President
the
Cup
coaching
for Arabian,
classes.
$200,000
Or
grade
if
1,
you're
and a mile and 1/16
in Latin
on
America, we
third.
also have
Field of 8
Alfredo
after
from
the scratch
Hippica,
number
who
2,
teaches a
RB
class as
Motherlode,
well.
jockey change for number 4, WMA Smoke Signal to Alberto Delgado. Here's the field.
They're
Number
slow
1,
and their
AA
ears
Take
are
the
in your
Chance,
face.
and jockey Xavier Perez.
That part I
Our
wouldn't
owner
have
Annette Lindstrom
thought
and
of,
trainer
was
Rhonda
the
Tooley.
bigger ears.
Scratch 2, RB Motherlode. 3 is Like Moulin Rouge, ridden by Jose Betancourt for owner-trainer Ken Daniluk. Number 4, WMA Smoke Signal, now ridden by Alberto Delgado, owned by Rita DeLeon, trained by Rhonda Tooley. Number 5, WMA Big Baby with Carlos Lopez aboard, Rita DeLeon owns, and Rhonda Tooley trains. Number 6, RB Grand Slam with Anardis Rodriguez up in the colors of Rosebrook Farm, the
Thank you for
trainers
that, Scott. That
Ernesto
means a lot.
Torres. Number 7, TM Princess. First Arabian ride for jockey Jean Briseño, the owner and trainer Rhonda Tooley. Number 8, Quick Ray AA with JD Acosta up, owned by Nicole and Andre Ruggieri. Nicole Ruggieri trains. Number 9, Diamond Gem AA, Carol Cedeno aboard in the colors of Betty and Joe Gillis's Allegro Arabians. The trainer, Ernesto Torres, Diamond Gem AA, won this race the last time it was held after the Preakness in 2023.
They're going to rebuild the
1
grandstand.
minute
I
to
think they'll
post.
do some work on the
With exacta,
surface.
trifecta, and superfecta wagering
But it's
for the
mostly
2025
the
UAE President Cup.
exterior, the grandstands and things like that are going to get work at Pimlico. Which Justin's been there recently. That in the last couple of years, it's not in good shape.
Yeah, that structure there on the right, well, my right, Oldy, but I guess depending on your screen, that building's very old, and all the buildings around it. So probably a good thing for the future and get something newly built.
And a huge investment by the state of Maryland and the Maryland Racing Authority in racing. The amount of money they're putting into Pimlico to make it a pretty much year-round facility as well is going to be amazing. And it's going to be a first-class facility. Yeah, Diane, we love Sam Houston. We're so sad that that Texas Racing right now doesn't allow their signal to be exported for people to bet on. Basically, we have been able to broadcast Sam Houston for several years and had a great time with them.
in Wander. Yeah, we were here all day. We'll be back next week. Live racing a few days a week. Hit the like, subscribe. You'll get notifications.
Looks like we got Scotty in the chat now too. If anybody has any, wants to say hi to Scotty, he's there as well. Scotty McKeever, the CEO of EquinEdge, who we're lucky enough to provide, who provides us these opportunities and has the relationships to get us these broadcasts.
Oldy,
as well as the wonderful product.
Oldy, the question of the day in the chat: do you guys also cap Asaboya?
Arabian horses are approaching the starting gate for the UAE President Cup, the American leg of the global series.
We've done
the vision of His Highness
Asaboya, if that's how you pronounce it. I'm not sure how you pronounce it, but we've done a show before. Scotty did a show for their mile.
World. 17 countries hosting races in 2025. And
but yeah, again, guys,
this year
thank you so much for tuning in. Please hit the like, please subscribe. It helps us with YouTube. Hit the bell for the notifications as well. We're here most Thursdays, Fridays, and Saturdays showing live racing between 3 and 6 hours a day. With, as I've mentioned, Mike Saletta, who was on with us earlier, with 2022 NHC champion David Harrison on Thursdays for EquinEdge Live. Fridays, the Road to the NHC, the only tournament-focused live racing show, tournament play live-focused live racing show out there, led by Scotty McKeever, our CEO, and 2022 NHC champion David Harrison as well. And then Saturdays, you're watching the stretch run. That's what we do. It's live racing from the best tracks out there that are nice enough to provide us their feed. Again, thank you to Monmouth. Thank you to First Group for allowing us to show all their tracks. Santa Gulfstream, as well as Pimlico and Laurel when they're running. And Woodbine as well today, Emerald Downs. We have Hawthorne, we have Keeneland when they're running, Parks, Horseshoe Indy. So thank you to all of you. And thank you everybody for tuning in.
UAE President Cup following
we thought the 9 would be really tough here. On the EquinEdge race simulator, it wins by 7 lengths
in the United States with a field of 8.
I thought only the price horse underneath, but underneath maybe was the one, but the 9 did look tough.
First to load.
Yeah.
RB Grand Slam.
Yeah, thanks to Woodbine as well, Alan. You had a great hit there in the pick 5.
The brother of last year's winner, RB Malexis.
Clapping for you there, Alan. That was amazing. And Alan, you always seem to have amazing days when we're doing the show.
Quick Ray.
Love to see all those wins that you come through with.
Along with WMA Smoke Signal. Final 2, WMA Big Baby. And
and Chris Couples is such a great supporter. Make sure to check out his In the Money media podcast. Chris does a great job and
they're set.
Is a great partner for us as well. And
it's open for the UAE President Cup, which is the Arabian race in American history. Diamond Gem AA breaks well from the outside. Will try to cross over, kept wide by his full brother, Quick Ray AA. AA take a chance punching through on the inside to make a line of 3 as they leave the home stretch and enter the clubhouse turn. With 2 lengths back to WMA Big Baby behind this trio in 4th place on the inside of TM Princess. First 5 are covered by 3 lengths with 6 lengths to RB Grand Slam, who's patiently handled towards the back of the pack, and then comes Like Moulin Rouge as the horses make their way to the back stretch and being passed to the outside by WMA Smoke Signal, strung out over a lot of ground with a good battle for the lead to the halfway stage. The brothers up in front. Quick Ray AA just ahead of the 2023 winner of this race, Diamond Gem AA, and they race 2 lengths in front of the Ronda Tooley duo of AA Take a Chance on the inside of TM Princess. WMA Big Baby in 5th, parked 3 horses wide past the half-mile pole. And then comes RB Grand Slam as they
Please, from now
start
on,
to
just call me
string out
WAMA
with another
Big
8
Baby.
lengths to WMA Smoke Signal and Like Moulin Rouge at the back of the pack as they make their way around the far turn, preparing to bring down the curtain on Old Hilltop. And it's Diamond Gem AA, who's left Quick Ray AA in his dust. RB Grand Slam tries to pick up the chase, but will
Where
have a
they
lot
at?
of work to do to catch Diamond Gem AA, who comes past the quarter pole with an increasing lead.
He's really
RB Grand
looking.
Slam moves into 2nd place. Quick Ray AA and AA Take a Chance are next as they make their way through the stretch, and Diamond Gem AA is putting on a procession. Diamond Gem AA has kicked away in the UAE President Cup, and Diamond Gem AA shines once again at the Preakness. A tremendous performance to close out the history at Pimlico. Diamond Gem AA by as much as you like. Over RB Grand Slam Photo, 3rd place. That is between
So the race
AA
him
Take a
nailed that.
Chance and WMA Big Baby, and then Quick Ray AA, WMA Smoke Signal, TM Princess, and Like Moulin Rouge in 1 minute 57.01 seconds.
Well, like we thought, Oldy, that horse was going to romp away.
At the race sim had it winning by almost 7 lengths over RB Grand Slam.
Number 9, Diamond Gem AA, dominates the 2025 UAE President Cup.
Tip of the cap to Pimlico. I believe next year's Preakness will be at Laurel, but we'll have that too. So please join us for that next year.
Did that come 9-6-1 Oldy, or was it? I didn't see.
I don't know if the one finished 3rd. That's what I didn't see who finished 3rd.
Yeah, you got 340 in the dollar double, Chris. That's not bad.
No, it was 2 to 1 when it was $2 when I last looked. Wonder if Matt didn't play it. Let's wait and see who finished 3rd here. And then we'll call it here again. Thank you, everybody. There's still 808 people watching. Please hit the like. Please hit the subscribe button. I'm going to put the QR code back up. Please, if you're interested, if you want free EquinEdge, scan the QR code, sign up for 3 free races a day. That pretty much is what allows us to provide all this live racing on the channel, is people subscribing to EquinEdge. So thank you. Thank you, everybody. It's incredible what a great day this was and what a great chat and viewers you are. Thank you. I don't know why they need to take that long with the results.
Small crowd left there in the grandstands.
Yeah.
Thanks, Brad.
Thanks, Brad. Appreciate it.
Yeah, right, Chris. Everybody took off the display board. Nobody's working.
And thank you to Scotty as well. Absolutely. I never thought I'd be doing something like this. And Justin, you as well. I mean, I'm not sitting here if it isn't for the two of you guys. So,
oh, we got the try. There we go. 961. That was awesome. It's not going to pay much, but it winnered in the day.
UAE President Cup closing out Preakness 150. Number 9, Diamond Gem AA, the winner at 2-5. Second, number 6, RB Grand Slam. Number 1, AA Take a Chance, third. Fourth,
Yes,
number
Brad.
5, WMA Big Baby. And fifth, number 8, Quick Ray AA.
Again, one more time on your way out here when the show ends, please make sure and like the show, subscribe to the channel, and hit the bell for the alerts. We really appreciate it. We'll be back probably on Thursday for EquinEdge Live. We're showing live racing on Thursday. Road to the NHC on Friday, and as well the stretch run on Saturday. So please, you'll get notified when we go live and are showing live racing. We'd really like to have you subscribe and to help us out by liking the show.
Result is official. The number is 9, 6, 1, 5, and 8.
Thank you, Alejandro.
All right, everybody. It's been a pleasure. Oldy started the day great, end the day great. It's been fun. Wonderful day of racing.
It's a pleasure. Welcome to Baltimore.
A lot of people made some money. They couldn't be happier about it. And so many of you tuned in. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, all. Have a good weekend.
In the winner's circle to the connections of Diamond Gem AA in the UAE President Cup. From the UAE President Cup Series, flying in from Abu Dhabi is Saeed Al Muhairi, who will be joined in the winner's circle